Two is kind of how do we... I'll stop there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, over to you.
Thank you. I'm Siddhartha. I'm the Directing Counsel General of Comms Collective. Before that, I was the Secretary of the Free Software Movement of India. So majorly my work has been around access, digital rights, around digital divide. Majorly, if you ask one point, what do we do in Commons Collective? We put these antennas, this we call using the Freedom Box, in villages in India. And when the Freedom Box is implemented in a village, what happens is something that we would like to talk about, and how that itself evolves into a community network, and how this community network is different from the otherwise digital access which is provided by the telecoms. Why this is more important than that kind of an access is something that I will be covering. We also campaign, or rather emphasize on the necessity of a community network to be in a federated model. It should be net neutral, more importantly. In this kind of a model, what happens is your digital colonialism can be resisted. Without the resistance of digital colonialism, we are entering into a place where we call, as Aldous Huxley has written this book called as The Brave New World. People expected George Orwell's 1984 to come. That didn't happen. Something else is happening. This is the Brave New World of Aldous Huxley, where all of us have voluntarily become the subjects of authoritarianism or in general the digital colonialism. So to resist that, to come back and claim ours, that is the network. Community network is one model that needs to be seriously pursued, not by one organization, but many, many organizations together. Back in 2012, 2013, we had one major slogan that was there, which we called as bandwidth is our birthright. Today, it's no more that. By default, we have access to people, to networks. But what is happening to this network, how this network is mining us, mining the data from us is something that we really need to look into. And how do we build from there is what I'm interested to share and take it forward.
Hello, everyone. I'm Akanksha, and I teach... Is there an echo? This time? Yeah. Okay, so I teach political science to the students of computer science and artificial intelligence. And I thought, what would be a good addition that I can make to this panel to place all these keywords. So there are like 4 keywords: community building, citizens' rights, data literacy, AI awareness. So I thought let's put all of these keywords into the local context that are missing from global, kind of discussions that are going on, global governance frameworks. And so that, as a community, we can set the agenda right. Like, what do we want to actually do? So what are these local contexts that we need to highlight here? So first, that we should be forgetting that access to internet has, to the large population of India, has come via phones and not via computers, unlike the advanced society. So there's no training that happened with the computers, like virus, antivirus, and the other stuff. That never happened. It reached to people's hand via phones. Then we know that there are lower literacy levels, and there are even lower digital literacy level, how people kind of interact with these digital technologies. And one more thing, that context is very important, is that we have a very large digital public infrastructure. We have already given our biometrics and the other sensitive data for the public service delivery. So within that context, we have to see this whole debate into 2 specific dimensions. That's what I want to propose in the panel. First is, what is the value proposition that is being pushed to us by the global actors towards the data literacy and artificial intelligence? How we need to highlight that excitement and anxieties both are different in the different communities. Specifically, if you're based in the advanced democracies and the developing societies, so there's a difference between how excitement and the anxieties work, and that need to be located. And like for example, I want to talk about the digital divide. So you read this literature, let's say in Europe. So when they are talking about digital divide, they are talking about speed of internet. You know how what kind of infrastructure do you have? How confident you are while engaging with new media technologies. Whereas the focus immediately shifts on literacy when it comes to digital divide discussions here, because internet so far has been a largely written medium. So that is one problem. So when we talk about AI awareness, two things I think I will end with that is first that we need to demystify this whole idea of AI amongst our population, because the scene is very opaque or very technical. We tend to forget certain things. One thing is that there is a physical infrastructure of AI. There are data centers, there are that creates harm to your environmental rights. Like the studies have come out which say that for every 50 prompts on ChatGPT or some other model, you are using 100 ml of fresh water, like in order to generate that. So those discussions are missing in the developing societies that need to be highlighted. And another thing that needs to be trained, like people are supposed to be informed and aware about, is the algorithmic decision making. That your loan applications are now being denied by like AI, your college applications, the ads that are being shown to you. So how it impacts your other citizens' rights. So that is very important to highlight in this context.
A very good afternoon. My name is Shrikant and I'm the CEO for Task. But before I got headhunted for this profile, I used to be CEO of NASCOM Foundation. And that's where we started the digital literacy movement in India. We used to run something called as the National Digital Literacy Mission, NDLM, which we gave to the Ministry of Education and Electronics and Information Technology, METI. And then we co-created, myself, Osama, Vardarajan, and Varda was there, and all of us sat down together and said what it should be. And of course, we had a couple of academicians also there who wanted the digital literacy to be tested by a 3 hours written question paper, right? So that was where we started. And today when we talk about digital literacy, I'll take just 2 quick examples to help you understand that. There was this lady, a 35, 40 years old slum dweller in the slums of Yamunanagar, Pune. Right? I don't know if anyone is from Pune over here, but yes. And she did this program of 20 hours, which was called as the PMG Disha or Disha, the Digital Saksharta Abhiyan. And she used to be a Bhel Puri seller. You know the first thing what she did after doing this program? And that's the power of digital literacy. She created a WhatsApp group of all her customers. Right? We are busy saying good morning, good evening and all these, right? She created a WhatsApp group of all her customers. So we said, wow, this is fantastic. We should go and meet her. We met her and we were shocked even further. She said, and sorry, I'm speaking in Hindi for a minute. She said, "Sab har koi bhel puri nahi khata." Every day you can't have this fast food snacks which is there called bhel puri. People want vada pav, people want other things. And all these hand carts are standing next to me. Friends, she wanted to become the Uber or Ola of street food in the slums of Pune. Third class dropout, 35, 40 years old. Right? And she had worked on the logistics also. 12 o'clock my son comes back from the school. By 3 o'clock he's done with the homework. Till 4 o'clock I'll accept orders. 5 o'clock using Google Map he even go and deliver. Can you believe it? What technology? WhatsApp and Google Maps. Another example, how digital literacy, we spoke about digital divide in the morning, right? But the facts remain facts. There was this domestic help in the city of Calcutta, working with a family for over 15 years. absolutely nondescript, non-recognized by anyone. She did this digital literacy program. And mind you, I'm talking about someone who can't even write or in her own language. She could not write in Bengali. She did this program. Facebook interested her a lot. So all she used to do was browse and sometimes give out the like symbol and sometimes, clap or do all these things. While browsing, she got the center head to create a Facebook account for her. She went and liked the photo of the birthday of the grandchild of that family. Next day onwards, she has gone on record to the press saying, "My life changed. Everyone started calling me Baudi, Didi, and everyone else in the house." Right? So she became an equal with them because she could use technology. We talk about literacy. Do you realize that today a mobile device, you don't need to write anything. You can speak to it and it speaks back. Right? And that is digital literacy for you. That's how things got changed in rural India. In Delhi, we had tire puncture repair shops where you would go leave your tire over there, and he would send you a WhatsApp photo saying that this is where the puncture was. I will repair it and send it back to you. It's how you use technology. What I'm trying to say is that during my day and age, and of course I used to teach AI also, but I'll be revealing my age, but I'm going to do it still. 92, 93, I used to teach AI and something called as expert systems. Right? In those days, we used to capture the explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge of experts. Right? Today, your explicit knowledge are rules of AI systems, and your tacit knowledge is nothing but the data sets through which you are trying to draw out some inference. Right? In our day and age also, there used to be a thing called as GIGO. Garbage in, garbage out, gold in, gold out. Right? So nothing has changed over there. Till the time the data is correct, till the time the intention of people creating the AI systems is correct, right? AI is just a tool, right? We'll continue to discuss later. I'll pause now.
Okay, thank you. Fascinating hearing all these comments from my fellow panelists. I want to follow up on a few of those later with some of you if we get the chance. So my name's David Dawson. I'm the Senior Communications Coordinator at the APNIC Foundation. To give you a bit of background about where I'm coming from, so I spent about 10 years as a technology journalist, mainly working out of Beijing, covering a lot of how their startup sector and their tech hubs developed and sort of grew from scratch. And then when I moved back to Australia, I kind of moved into an advisory role with the Australian government and worked on a lot of tech adoption kind of strategies and that kind of work. And one of the documents I worked on was Australia's Artificial Intelligence Ethics Framework. And since then, I've moved on to the work I do now with the APNIC Foundation. So we're one of the supporters of this event. We support digital development throughout the entire Asia Pacific. It's a huge area with vast differences between the different economies that are operating here. And it's a huge mandate, the kind of work that we're doing. But a lot of it revolves around that data literacy piece, because that's where so much of this begins from. If the people of these communities don't have that kind of digital awareness, that data literacy, then they can't really engage in this entire world of development, which is transforming the globe. So that's where it all begins from. So that's where we put a lot of our emphasis as well. So we've supported various data literacy projects in Myanmar, some of them here in India as well, and throughout the Pacific. And the conditions in all of these places, as I mentioned, they're so different, and so that means that there's vastly different projects and strategies involved in all of those. So I'm happy to discuss some of those today, but I'm also hoping to hear from you and what your experiences with data literacy here are, and how you want to go about improving that in the community here. So thank you.
Superb. So, thanks. That's a really good segue, because that's going to be my next question. We've heard some really interesting approaches, but I want to make it a little difficult. If you had to think about, and the digital divide is big, the data literacy, we have multiple opportunities. Which is that one top priority that you think we should go for, and each panelist can have a different one? And what's the solution for it? So I'm asking for the biggest problem, and what do you think is the best solution going forward for it? And anybody can go first. I don't want to keep it in the same sequence, gets boring. But please grab the mic, or I can throw the mic or something. Go for it.
One solution that comes to my mind is the problem that you're saying is when AI is limited to cloud access. And anybody who has access to cloud, the way the educated, the urban audience have, the same is not the case with the people in the rural areas. So for them, how do we give AI access is the first question. Of course, language barrier is one point which can be resolved, and there are many organizations working on that. But beyond that, how do we make people or harness AI is one important question which I feel is important. And data literacy automatically comes with that, where an attempt to resolve AI also resolves data literacy for the sense they become cognizant of the point how data is important for their any daily decisions that is part of their ecosystem. So that's how I see how do we take AI to the people is one important question. More importantly, for that, the solution that I see, which we are looking to work on, is the same community networks that we are putting in villages are an extraordinary place or a platform to have this decentralized AI or a distributed AI put up in these villages. And that's how people would also understand the kind of problems that they are facing, and how those problems, how can AI solve those problems? Because all the data that is coming up from outside need not necessarily be the same data that's required for them. And when the data is sourced from there, and people are also harnessing AI potential from that community network, that's how it works better. That's what we are looking at more importantly.
Okay, so I mean, there are several challenges, as which you said, that talk about one. So probably I would want to talk about the biases in the data sets in the AI development and deployment, and how it affects the rural population specifically. So we know that there are temporal biases, there are sampling biases, there are prejudices biases, all of that emerges. But what happens, let's say there's an AI technology that's being built for healthcare, just to solve a problem in the healthcare. Now, where is this training happening? Where's this data being collected? You see that most of these, advanced hospitals and spaces where advanced medical sciences is then practice. So what kind of data is being collected, and then the solutions that are being developed using those data, where are they being deployed? So the data sets, let's say from the underprivileged populations or the marginalized areas, they go missing. Another reason, as I said, that the internet to access has come later. So most of these AI development is happening on the born digital data sets. So the early data sets have not been digitized for that sense. So who got access to internet first, their data sets becomes available, accessible for the AI training, and then the solutions are deployed everywhere. So that creates a lot of challenges when you start applying it. Several experiments that happened, they have highlighted severe prejudices, like in the predictive policing, use of facial recognition technologies and all of that. So in the RTIs that have been found, that how it's being used and how it becomes discriminatory to the communities which are already marginalized. So that needs to be seen, that how what is being used and what is being deployed. In the international context also, like if the solutions are being built in the tech advanced countries and they are deployed, and within the country also where these data sets are coming from, what are the biases and how do we kind of address it? And also when it comes to data literacy or digital literacy, digital divide, one more thing that we have to see, that our focus is mostly on the infrastructure and knowledge, that do you have access to an infrastructure like a device, or do you have access to internet internet, like and how much, if you can afford or not. But I think in our societies, we also need to start talking about as a community in terms of confidence deficit. So even if you have infrastructure and the devices, how your socio-economic identity plays a role in deciding how much confidence you have in order to engage with them. So that, that kind of discussion has to begin in the community networks. Yeah.
Thanks. I think problem and solution is it. So the problem, I think, is a lot of noise. Again, we'll come back to my sort of thesis that we are sitting in a city, we're hearing a lot of the hype versus reality about AI. And I guess I would challenge all the folks working in community networks or the young people who want to work in community networks. How do we learn to listen, right? AI is fundamentally an information sorting tool. So if I have a lot of need for information, I need to know where in T-Hub is this session happening, then I care about AI. If I don't have that question, then what do I want it for? So that's question one. And then similarly on the literacy side, again, a lot of folks, people putting up the Freedom Box know something about networks. So what if they told their friends? So what does the community already know? And so if anything, we have to understand where are users coming from. So in a product world, we would do more of the UX, right? We would have our focus groups, we would do all that stuff. I don't think we extend that same courtesy to some of the communities. That where are you right now? What information is useful, right? On the AI piece, on the data piece, and so on. So I would say, at least from the grant making perspective, maybe the problem is noise and the solution is listening a little better before we start designing or at least pushing for certain programs. And again, the big one that I care about a lot right now is mediated access versus individual access. So again, in a city, we're flipping out our own phones on our own account. In a village, it's not like that. There's 6 people sitting on a stoop or whatever, and then they're sharing a phone, So now even the AI that is predicting my ads, I mean, it's confused. Like, oh, this guy wants shoes, but he also cares about, whatever, millets. So who is this person? So I think we also have to understand, like, how do we do that a little better? Design our products a little better, I guess. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, David, please.
Okay, so there's a concept, I'm going to jump through a few different ideas here, but basically coming down to balance between some competing priorities. Now, I'm going to talk about both connectivity and then move into artificial intelligence as well. So one of the things that we see a lot when we're trying to establish connectivity in different communities through projects that we support at the foundation is how do they become sustainable? How do they set up that sustainable connectivity? Now, a lot of this comes down to, what kind of financial model are they going to use? So then one of the first questions you've got to ask yourself is, where do we strike that balance between empowering them with that connectivity versus kind of that exploitation kind of thing? Because a lot of these communities, they aren't necessarily going to be subscribing to some kind of regular payment model that other places can, especially when we talk about remote communities without much economic capacity there. So that's one of the early questions, and of course one of the answers here is kind of that data literacy, so people can be aware of what's involved, what kind of data they're giving up, and often they're perfectly happy to watch some ads or things like that to get that connectivity. So it is about, where is that line that they're comfortable with in these communities? Now that's the connectivity. But then we see the same kind of issues and balance come up when we move across to that area of AI as well. At what level are people comfortable with the trade-offs involved here with that kind of balance? Now, the only people who can really make that decision for themselves are people with that data literacy. So we get these kind of issues all kind of meeting at that intersection, and it comes down to how are we ensuring that these kinds of AI and connectivity things on that kind of small grassroots scale, how are we ensuring that they are empowering these people, and how are we ensuring that they have the data literacy to be able to make that decision for themselves?
No, I think if we change our human mindsets, everything will get solved, right? Because if you see, when we say that the women are being excluded And that's a typical model that you said, right? The phone, and I still remember when digital literacy started in a family in Meva that I visited, morning 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, the phone used to be the patriarch of the house. Then it used to go to the women of the house till 12 noon. Then the children of the house, and then evening again it used to come back. Of course, for AI it becomes a challenge, but then at least everyone has access. Today, the point which is there is I think it's all about data exclusion, which is a problem. As part of data literacy, what is the data that is getting excluded? That also people need to know. And that is where the basic problem lies. If you exclude some data, and I don't know how many of you know, but a couple of years ago, I think 2 years ago or something, banks were the first people to use bots, etc., because it was bringing down the cost of transaction for them. Right? It was a business proposition for them. But the database that they used to do for loan processing, typically if you go to a bank, it is 80% male members who used to go. If you've got a good background, etc., you would be given a loan. When a woman startup applied for a loan, it was rejected. And we went to the root cause, it was because the data set itself, again the principles of garbage in, garbage out. Right? So how good are our data sets? If we are using data sets which are themselves having biases, then of course, AI, we in IT field always use jazzy words. So hallucinations start happening, right? If you don't get the right answer, and I don't know, all of you have got, let's say, WhatsApp over here? Yes? Okay, just take out your phones, please.
Do a bit of a workshop quickly.
Yeah. Phones out. Go to WhatsApp. WhatsApp has got this new blue dot on the top, right? Where you can ask it a question. Ask WhatsApp a question. My name is Jane. Should I become a nurse or a doctor? Answer in one word. Can we do that?
See, the first answer gets a chocolate from sir.
Sure. Yes. Anyone? Nurse. Right? That's the bias for you right there itself. Okay? Now, go there itself and type another thing. Show me a picture of a doctor. Can you do that? What's it showing you? There you go. How many have got women? Good. So that's because of your browsing history, it has given you women.
Feminist browsing history there, right?
Right? Imagine this watch that I'm wearing, right? It is supposed to be checking my BP, it is supposed to be doing my ECG, etc. But imagine the kind of information that is going out to someone else, which I'm absolutely unaware of. 15 lakhs records of aims got compromised. Right? Every VIP in India today can be targeted. You know who has got insulin problems, diabetes, etc., etc. Now, why these things happen? Let me ask another question. Right? How many of you have shared your Gmail password with your friends? Can I see your show of hands? Look, I also have done that, so I'm raising my hand.
Okay, sir, you should ask girlfriend or boyfriend, then more hands will go.
Sure. Right? So that's typically what it is. We ourselves are giving our data voluntarily to people. How many of you got Truecaller on your phone? 80%. Right? Do you know Truecaller will make a copy of your entire records before they give access to you? All of us blindly do things. End user EULA. Have you ever read that? No. We just accept it. And that is where it is. We ourselves are ignorant of what data we are giving to them. And how they will use it, is a different question altogether. At least in my day and age, there used to be forward engineering, reverse engineering mechanisms, and it was fuzzy logic only. But today, in that black box called the GPU H100s, or now NVIDIA recently, and we had gone as part of the government of Telangana delegation over there, where Mukesh Bhai and Jason of NVIDIA signed up that partnership, right? The Blackwell box, no one knows how the logic is working inside it. We talk about AI and ML. I come from a standpoint that pets and machines can be trained. They can't learn on their own. They can create inferences, right? Because of the data you're providing it. The data might be accurate, might not be accurate, and that's where it is. So I think what is getting excluded, that's one major problem, and we just spoke about the solutions also, right? And second thing is, what is the logic behind it, the algorithms that are there? And I don't think, see, very frankly, if you look at it, people are worried about AI. Not worried about AI, you should use it as just a tool, like a calculator, right? And that's what it should be used for. It should be used for providing you with the data, the right data, accurate, speed of processing, value for it, and of course, you should be able to understand the data. So data literacy plays a very key part. When the data comes to you, what do you make out of it? Decades ago, I had gone to ONGC. At that time, ONGC had the new IBM 360, 370 computers, and I'm talking about decades ago. And Colonel Wahi used to be the CMD of ONGC. And like a prized possession, he took me to that room and said, Mr. Sinha, we have got this thing and this is fantastic. I was running a training program for their officers at that time. And he wanted to showcase that. And I said, what does it do? He said, whatever data was earlier there on sheets is now inside the computer. And I said, what next? He said, what do you mean? I have got all the data now. Data will not make any sense unless until you are able to convert it into information, and from information take right decisions. So algorithm and data literacy play a key part over there. So those are the solutions also. Please go ahead.
Sorry, can I ask a little follow-up there? Brilliant example you gave, by the way, with WhatsApp and asking about a nurse. I love that example. It's a great one. And these topics are ones that came up when we worked on that AI ethics framework in Australia a lot. And just one concept I want to put out there for all of you to think about is that the data can be relatively accurate, but still be atrociously biased. That accuracy, just because it's accurate, doesn't necessarily mean it's okay. So even if there were more male doctors, for example, that doesn't make it okay that that's the image that they show for people. So this becomes a very complex, often very political issue quite quickly, because you get a lot of people who kind of think, well, if it's accurate, then it's fine. No, so that's one of the first things you need to grapple with. So that's something you need to take off kind of that mathematically minded data hat sometimes and put on kind of more of a humanist hat when you start thinking about how these algorithms function. So yeah, thank you for that example. It's a great one.
Just one more thing which I'd like to add, talking about AI. 7 years ago, I had gone to a friend's place in Bangalore, and he had invited me over for dinner. So he was busy with me, the wife was busy cooking the food, and the son in the 7th grade had to do the homework. And it was about Tenali Rama. So what this kid did was go to Alexa and said, Alexa, tell me about Tenali Rama. And as Alexa started narrating, he started writing. Nowadays, professors are going to AI, ChatGPT especially, or Llama, Gemini, you name it, and they say, okay, I want to create a question of 10 marks on thermodynamics. Give me that question. And the student over here, they don't want me to talk. Okay. Yes. No. And the students go over there and say, tell me the question that can come. Right? Point is, today also if you go to Chat GPT, please by all means go there. Ask Chat GPT to give you 3 answers and use human intelligence to decide which one is the correct one. Right? So there is no replacement of human intelligence. AI is nothing but what you are providing it as of today. The reason why it has changed over the years to what it is now is thanks to the compute power. It's the chip which is making the difference, right? And of course, today with 5G coming in and moving towards 6G, with instead of geostationary satellites, we are talking about low object LEO satellites, etc. I think penetration of internet has to reach everywhere. If I look at Telangana, though it's the youngest state, it's a state which is in a hurry to do things. And here we didn't depend upon the BharatNet per se, but we have our own T-Fiber, which is a ring network. And what we did was something brilliant. The biggest problem is right of access, right? When you're crossing a forest or a river or something. So 3 things got put together: electricity, fiber, and water through the same pipe itself. So solutions are there. You have to come to think out of box, and definitely it should be focused towards inclusion, not exclusion.
Just a minute, Professor. As Professor speaks, I would love to, you've got lots of data from the panel, but now let's make it into some knowledge and some questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Professor, go ahead, and the mic can go there.
Please call me Akanksha. This professor sounds very heavy. So yeah, just to carry forward what you were saying, and we had this in-house urgent faculty brainstorming session sometime last year called Research and Teaching in the Times of ChatGPT, because that is happening, and where we try to locate the fundamental question that, for example, why did we start taking exams, or why did we, kind of start giving assignments to the students, and we realized that it was basically to develop critical thinking capabilities, that whatever is being told to you, you should be immediately able to think about what's not being told to you, like what's hidden in this information, or what is biased in this information. And that is how, these capabilities you will develop through assignments, team projects, and all of that, which definitely becomes a challenge. As of now, professors are in a capacity to, fool these models, but I'm sure these models will go ahead and advance. We now frame assignments in a way in which we know that, that's not going to work. But yeah, we have to see in a scenario where these models become more and more advanced as and when we proceed. But coming back to what you were talking about, like data literacy, and how do we train people about how do you give their data. I think one thing that we can borrow is what's been proposed in GDPR is to let you know who's collecting your data, for what purpose it's being collected, for how long it will be kept, where it will be transferred, even if you're not able to make sense of it. So that's a problem here. Like, even if you give this information to the user, are they able to make sense of it and take informative decisions? And also, like, right to erasure, that's they were talking about, that because your digital footprint stays forever, right? So how do you get yourself deleted from these digital networks? So that's a challenge, because as of now, like, there was recently a report, we don't know if it's true or fake, but the media was reporting where the users were showing that if you have an iOS phone, the Uber shows you more price, and if you have an Android phone, at the same time, same location showing lower price. If you have a low battery in your phone, it's showing you search price. If it knows that you have to reach a movie at a specific time because you've booked, so we don't know, like the companies have not rejected it, but the several civil society organizations have been highlighting it. So we as a user are supposed to be told that, this is how our information can be used in a simple, clear, coherent manner, like not too complicated 5 pages terms and conditions that we can't understand. Yeah.
So 2 questions
Hi. My question is that this cannot be kind of just left unaddressed, right? We need regulation and we need laws. So my question is, how well placed is India's new data protection law to address these concerns?
Yeah. Hello, sir. This is Abhishek, communication student of University of Hyderabad. So, sir, my question is, I think when India is suffering from digital arrest or digital rape, I think AI is working like a positive catalyst for increasing this. And also, I want to know, so how do we think we should work on digital, digital hygiene? So, how do you address this problem, digital hygiene in India? Yeah, it's my question.
Hello, sir. I am a college student. My name is Nusrat. I am having a question like, does AI have a limited memory or unlimited?
All right, panel. So, Mike is here. We have a question on regulation, DPDPA.
Yeah, that I can answer because I teach that. So, DPDP Act, a lot of answers we're still seeking because the rules are not out yet. Like, we passed the Act, we are still waiting for the rules, how it will be implemented, and what is the timeline, like when does it actually start, we don't know it yet. But a few things that civil society organizations have been highlighting that might become a challenge and might need fixing is one, that there's no distinction between sensitive data and non-sensitive data, whereas like your financial data, healthcare data, like all these kind of, like for example your sexual orientation data, they are usually have been dealt in a sensitive data category in other laws of the other countries. So that distinction is missing. Another very interesting part is the duties of data subjects, data principles, so which is very unique. Like we never had this duty-based frameworks in the law. So we are supposed to follow certain duties, and what happens if we don't do it, we are yet to know. That will be again clear in the rules as and when they are released. So coming back to your question, are we, is the Act solid enough to kind of address these things? The real answer is we don't know, but we know that what kind of challenges that might emerge out of it. Yeah.
So just to add one point to that, where we started on data privacy is, per se, India did not have a Data Privacy Act or a data privacy part of a constitution. So the only way we could protect at the time was through right to life. Right to life was how your privacy is protected, and from there, if not the regulation point of view, the only thing that we can do to protect people's data is to have data in their hands, and more importantly, the network in their hands. We need a network that is for the people, of the people, and by the people. As long as you have the network in control of monopoly, their single job is to mine you completely. The reason they give you these big networks is not to ensure that India goes forward. It is for their businesses to become bigger and bigger. Let it be India, let it be outside company, it just does not matter. So resisting that should be one of the biggest things. Whatever the regulation comes, the resisting that will be the biggest thing for we as citizens. For that, community network is a tool. And the citizen rights that comes into the context is data privacy. For that, again, having a data controlled by the people is more important. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm not going to comment specifically on the Act or anything like that, but maybe sprinkle some optimistic dust on everything. A lot of the stuff we're talking about here is not being talked about in a lot of places. And again, coming back to the community context, when people bathe, joint families, not joint family, but like, let's say rural setup, many people will bathe with some clothes on inside the house or behind the house. So that's our context of privacy, right? So we're coming at this in a very different way. And I do want to sort of highlight the other discussions that are happening. Just a few days ago in Bangalore is one example, but just around us in India, we're talking about frameworks, right? Frameworks of trust, frameworks of consent. So I feel like wherever this act is, let's say, a first draft in some sense, right? Like there's going to be a lot of, obviously, people feeding back, people using networks saying, hey, this is not working out. It's not just some, let's say, a big corporation or something like that. Everyone here, uses a device. Everyone is somehow related to the tech sector. So I feel like these are the seeds. I think that's how we need to see it. This might be resolved in a few years. And I think definitely we're on the right track. It's just not as easy and plug and play as like a GDPR, right? Where the whole ecosystem is already ready. We know who does what. And now, honestly, even with GDPR, if you're giving the consumer all this data, what are they going to do with it? I mean, this is the next problem, right? So they actually have to reinvent that wheel also. So, but here I think we're starting at a very different starting point and asking the right kinds of questions, which is not really, on this one piece of data, do I have a right to privacy or whatever, but what is the framework? If something goes wrong, where do I go? How do I hold people accountable? And say, I think that's where we really have to come at it, because again, community networks have come from community demands. We heard about right to information. I mean, there's a history of sort of asking for that access and then protecting or defending that access. So I think this is just part of that, continuum.
So can I add one more point that's very critical here, which I forgot, is that we are yet to see whether the Data Protection Act's the liabilities will be applicable on the data collected by the government and the process by the government, because we have our biometrics, sensitive financial data, UPI, everything with the government now, and as so far, like till today, it's IT Act that we are under, in which data breach by the public authorities immoral and unethical, but not illegal. So, and if it happens by the private sector, then you have to prove there's a substantial harm that has been caused to you, and there are some compensation, which we have to see that how it is dealt in the rules of the data that is with the public sector authorities, or data, our data which has been given by the public sector authorities to the private authorities. So that is also a complicated question that is yet to be seen.
Coming to the second question of Abhishek, right? Okay. So I did an example right in front of you itself, right? Where I said how many of you shared your password on Facebook, correct? So the whole thing starts with educating people. See, digital arrest is nothing like that, but who's aware of it? I can show you an example right now on my phone itself where a hacker has tried to send a digital arrest mail on my phone, right, which is a government email ID. Correct? You're absolutely right. It's a tool. Whether it's a tool to protect it or to break it, that's what it is. For example, there is this, I forget the database of 15 lakh records. There was PassGen, a password generator using AI engine, right? And I'm not talking about passwords like what we typically do, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, PASSWORD. I'm not talking about that. But genuine passwords, right? They were able to hack 60% in less than a minute, right? They were able to hack 70% in about 10 minutes, 80% in an hour, 90% in 12 hours, right? 95% in 24 hours. That was the thing that this engine was able to do. Correct? So definitely it's there. I think it's education that is most important today. How do you make people aware that what are the risks? And talking about the act and the rules, I think an act is good, a policy is great, but it has to be implementable. If you give a 200 pages manual, right, it doesn't help anyone. Second thing is, consultation has to happen, and civil society is the only organization which will be able to come and consult. Correct? So their voice has to be heard and included. IT Act was someone's imagination some industry people gotten together, trade bodies like NASSCOM, for which I used to work earlier, got in, and that's how they came up with the IT Act. I think today everyone has to play a role in it. Correct? And that's what is important. We can avoid digital arrests, etc. And today, if you look at it, even the Prime Minister went on record to say that, look, there's nothing called digital arrest. And it is not, see, and one thing which I'd also like to point out, it is not the excluded, it is not the rural community that is being hacked right now, right? It is all educated people, city people, industrialists, and everyone else who are falling prey to this. Correct? And that's what it is. And sometimes, of course, the aged population, of course, also gets attacked. But I think that's where, how safe is your data? Who is having access to your data? You go to a mall and someone walks up to you and say, sir, we are doing this thing. I'm from some XYZ resorts. Please fill in this and you will get a lucky draw coupon. What do? We fill it in and give it. You go to any office, anyone, private or government, when they say, please write your phone number over here, what do? You give your mobile number. Right? You're willingly doing that. And that is where the whole thing starts, and that data is going to be sold. Correct? So, I think it's important for people to be aware of the consequences. If you give a knife to a small kid and you don't tell them what are the consequences of this knife, they can hurt themselves, correct? And that's exactly where we are in layman's terms.
All right, so everybody from the panel is going to be here. All your questions, please grab them and ask. But before all of this closes, I think this was extremely informative. So a big round of applause for all our panelists. And good question, everybody gets a chocolate from them. So if it's a good question, they will give you a chocolate. So do ask a good question. So we are done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the panelists for starting off with a bang. We've had a lovely session and we spilled over by half an hour. But that's okay. We're going to stick to time for the next few sessions. Otherwise, we will have to miss out on lunch. But thank you so much for joining us. And you can now please take seats and listen to the other panelists. Guys, we're not leaving yet. There's another session. Please take your seats and stay. This is not lunchtime. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. Okay, so the second session for today is going to talk about the social and economic impact of community networks. We now would like to move on to the second session. This panel focuses on how community networks drive social and economic transformation in underserved communities. And we're going to have panelists who will be sharing real-life stories. We have case studies for you. Hi. And we also wanted to show you and tell you about the case study of the Baba Medical School Foundation. Before we start and invite the panelists on stage, can we please have the case study of the Baba Medical School?
Our branches from API, ICC Asia, and improving service delivery through connectivity into barangays in Cagayan District, Davao City, Province of Davao del Sur, and 2 barangays in Corelia, Province of Davao del Norte, in Mindanao, Philippines. What is the situation before? In ability to utilize the iClinicsis and the e-consulta, virtual consultation and referral of patients with the District Health Office and Rural Health Unit. Due to the absence or poor internet connection, our accomplishments: installation of Starlink satellite dish, installation of solar power and Wi-Fi vending machine in 5 project sites. The purpose of vending machine is for their internet monthly fees, health and community development fund. How it works? The user will connect to the Wi-Fi hotspots, insert coins, and the user can now use the internet with 10 Mbps for only 5 pesos for 3 hours. Capacity building of partner EHWs in troubleshooting, simple bookkeeping, iClinicsis and e-consulta, and orientation on gender sensitivity. Barangay health stations utilize iClinicsis in the provision of health services, virtual consultations, and referral of patients to the District Health Office and Rural Health Unit. Thus, patients save time and transportation costs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to call the panelists on the stage. Gomer Padong, the Supervising Program and Development Cooperation Specialist from ISEA, is going to be our moderator for today. Please give a warm welcome to Gomer. We also have Rajashri Joshi, the Program Director of BAIF. Rajashri, can we have you on the stage? We have Raviraj from Hello World Nepal. Raviraj, can you also please come on stage? We have Diana, who's here from the Medical School Foundation. Diana, can we have you on stage? And Dr. Shripas Roy from Swechha. Thank you so much. Over to you, Umar.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the session before lunch, so I think let's try to digest this first before we digest our food, right? And maybe just to introduce colleagues here on the floor, I pass on the mic to our speakers. Introduce yourselves. I'll give you 2 minutes each, and yourselves as well as your initiatives.
So thank you, Mr. Gomer, and happy to be here. I represent an organization called Biodevelopment Research Foundation, and we are one of the partners who have implemented Community Center Connectivity Network initiative as a part of APC, which is Association for Progressive Communication Initiative. And in that initiative, some of our partners were Grammark, IIT Mumbai, Dr. Sarbani Belur is here, also APC, and from CSR side we had Tata Motors, and of course the Gram Panchayat of Pathardi, Palghar, and I will be talking about the overall project and socio-economic impact, the study which was conducted recently, so highlighting few of the outcomes. So thank you.
Hello everyone, Tasidele, Namaste, Laso Fafulla. Myself, Raviraj Khadka, currently technology lead for Hello World and the Technology for All. So I will be talking about different social economic impact that our work have generated throughout the 4 countries in the world. So I'll be talking about how basic infrastructure could drive the changes in the rural and the marginalized communities, and a basic digital literacy could have a much more impact, and how the community member could see their future through our community network initiatives, or we say community internet initiatives. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Diana Jean Santos from Davao Medical School Foundation, Institute of Primary Health Care. So we have a project from EPNIC, no? Improving health service delivery through internet connectivity in 5 areas. 3 areas in Davao City, in Calinan District, Mindanao, and 2 areas in Davao del Norte. So this project is in partnership with our Association of Barangay Health Workers and our District Health Office, no, for virtual consultation, eye clinics, and sustainability of this project.
Hi, good afternoon. So this is Sripat Roy representing Swecha, Andhra Pradesh. We are a free software organization which works towards bridging the digital divide and build technology for society. So we basically use all the free softwares and the open knowledge systems to build a better society. So today we want to share our case studies where we transitioned from community networks, where we provided access of internet, basic internet to villages in the interiors of Andhra Pradesh, the state, to a community digital libraries, which just doesn't provide the access. It also gives the learning systems, the ecosystem in a village where students, the villagers, and the local youth can grow socially and economically.
You see, we have a very great panel, right? Very distinguished. So I would like to introduce myself as well. I'm Gomer. I come from an organization called the Institute for Social Entrepreneurship in Asia. We're based in the Philippines. We're also an APNIC grantee through ESIF 2022. And we're also part of the Association for Progressive Communications. Recently, we actually did a development indexing study, as well as an impact study using social return on investment, studying multiple community networks across the world, including BAIF here. So probably that's one of the imperatives why they invited me to actually run this session this afternoon. So in terms of the session flow, I would call on each of the speakers later to actually present the models, particularly around social and economic impacts of community-centered connectivity initiatives that they have been running. And then we will engage the panel around exploring cross-cutting themes and challenges. And then there's an opportunity for the panel to engage as well the audience. Before we dive into the presentations, let's just set the context that community networks are essential in bridging the digital divide, especially in the rural and underserved areas. They empower communities to take charge of their connectivity needs and also fostering local solutions to local problems. So maybe we can start, Dr. Joshi. I'll give you your 7 minutes to actually present your model. You can use the podium. I think there's a presentation. Yes.
Pranita? Yeah. Okay, so there is this presentation, there are not more than 10 slides, and using this PowerPoint presentation, what I will be doing is, I will be taking you through the kind of work that we have done, as also the kind of study that was done recently by us researchers, and they were supported by Institute for Social Entrepreneurship in Asia. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, so this is a case study from India, and this is typically this project initiative was implemented from 2019, and this was implemented in a community, in a village called Pathardi, which is a remote tribal village in Palghar district of Maharashtra. So there we started this initiative, and recently the team from researchers, they try to understand the socio-economic impact of this initiative also, and why it is very necessary to understand the socio-economic impact, because I think there are no two opinions about the digital connectivity, but how we are harnessing that digital connectivity for development first, and also since we are saying yes, it is useful for development, then we need to measure it and also present it in that manner, the outcomes for the funders also, because I think for scaling up we will require finances, we will require resources, we will require multiple stakeholders, and I think there has to be some objective framework through which we are able to talk about the socio-economic impact that has been created through community-centered connectivity network. So yeah, so this is a typical community center network, and this was, as I said, this was a multi-stakeholder led initiative in which different partners were involved, and IIT, Grammark, then APC funded it, there were local panchayats were there, BIF was involved, we are direct implementing organization on ground, and there were other stakeholders including the private players also, those who came with the technology, hardware and software type of solutions. So under this project, there were various components that we operationalized, and this was a broad concept, connectivity for development. So then we gradually evolved into few use cases, and one of these use cases is a cadre called eDost. And this eDost is a kind of typically a village level catalyst providing various type of digital services last mile for the rural communities. And these are the tribal communities, and in tribal setting, you know, these are the scattered hamlets, and where the geography is also very, very difficult, undulating slopes, they are far from the taluka place, and therefore the infrastructure is also not that good, and there is entire restrictions on mobility as well as connectivity. So where this cadre that we developed, they initially started providing the financial services and Aadhaar enabled payment system. Once they got the connectivity under our project, they were trained in using an Aadhaar enabled payment system, and then they started providing last mile banking services to the various villagers. During the COVID also, it proved very useful because there were supply chain disruptions, mobility restrictions, and that time people did not have any means of livelihood. So they were totally kind of hand-to-mouth situation. And during that time, the banks were 15 to 20 kilometers. They were not able to reach banks also. Although Government of India had put certain money in their Jan Dhan account, they were not able to access. So through this eDost, they could get that money at their doorstep. So this is one kind of service developed. Second is, apart from these services, now we are also trying to superimpose certain other digital services like e-governance. Also, there are many other things like, you know, that also DTH or bill payment, balance inquiry. So, small things also people used to go to banks. And for rural areas, for tribals, you can understand if one day is gone, their labor or their wages are gone. So, that's the kind of setting it is. And apart from that, now we are also trying to introduce certain value-added services, and that also led to localized cash recycling. So, now we are also thinking how these eDost who can go to from door to door, how they can also provide some knowledge inputs, knowledge kind of thing, or skilling and knowledge opportunities for these villagers. So these are certain things we are trying. Now, apart from that, you can see the eDost digital catalyst is one thing. We also develop e-commerce platform. So when the connectivity was received under this project, and through e-commerce platform, different tribal artifacts, tribal paintings, Warli paintings, you know, they were put up on a e-commerce platform. So that helped creating visibility, and also the market was on their fingertip. And even for other seekers, it was easy for them to locate such souvenir options. So that was the e-commerce platform for various goods and products and artifacts from tribal areas. We could also develop a knowledge sharing portal, so through which they could document and consolidate and digitalize their traditional wisdom related to agrobiodiversity, local traditions, and various useful practices that are very, very unique in tribal settings, and they are typically custodian of that knowledge. So those were also captured, and finally we are also presenting it as a social enterprise model, which is PPP partnership, so panchayat, public and people, panchayat and private partnership model, it has emerged. Now, what are the elements of this social enterprise? So one is, see the inclusivity, the the connectivity. When we started operationalizing connectivity for development, the focus was on tribal women and tribal girls, especially young girls. So that has also ensured the inclusivity. So what we are trying to understand, how this connectivity can be used for achieving social impact. So one is indigenous communities inclusion, second is inclusion of women, third is also culture sensitivity, because we focused on documenting their traditional knowledge, also what they felt as their culture practices, that was included. And it also helped providing digital services for elderly people, illiterate people who were otherwise unaware of these digital services. So that has helped inclusivity. Also it led to women's centrality and providing some socio-economic gains to women. Skilling and entrepreneurship, as we have seen, all this digital cadre, EDOS, is a cadre which is developed. They are on their own now. It has become a revenue generating model of, it doesn't require much of the support now, and people are paying for various services that they are rendering. Also, it has led to training, awareness, capacity building, and knowledge exchange among the community. Last mile services, it is a business idea because it's a niche. You know, that is also a business idea. It is generating some revenue, and that is why I think we talk about social returns on investment. And yeah, so that is the thing. Now, how we measured these kind of, what type of impact it can create, any kind of initiative. So we try to understand the social impact, economic impact, environmental impact, and also it is a kind of psychological impact. So these are typical framework we can use to assess the impact of any intervention that we do, and these are the kind of impacts. And there are elements identified, like psychologically people, the tribal women who did not have any voices, they got empowered, or they felt worthiness, you know, they felt ki I can do something. Yeah, sorry. And then environmentally, it has helped reduce carbon footprint also, and it also led to conservation of their agrobiodiversity related knowledge practices. In economic sense, we have seen cash circulation, income, cadre development, and last social impact is dignified livelihoods and also women centrality. So these were the researchers use these type of tools. Now the most challenging is how to capture this impact. There has to be some objective framework which can capture the impact, and therefore the team of researchers have tried to capture various type of impacts using two tools. One is development indexing, that is one tool they have used, and second tool they have used is social returns on investment. So and these tools are complementary to each other. The development indexing tool helps capturing the qualitative impact, whereas social return on investment helps capturing the quantitative impact in terms of cost and benefit ratio. So these were done. And for assessing the development index, they have captured three type of, like human development is one aspect that they try to understand on various type of stakeholders. What it means for various type of stakeholders, like artisans, for women, for tribal communities, for farming communities. Then economic betterment in terms of financial empowerment. Has it led to some kind of financial empowerment? In preservation of culture and heritage is also one type of impact which was captured, because I think we are talking about community-centered connectivity and localized model. So I think that is very, very important, how it plays a role in something like preservation of culture and heritage. And last is conservation and development of agriculture. So these were the thing. In social returns on investment, as you know, this is a framework which is developed by Social Value International, and there is a methodology defined. One use the proxies for identifying the returns on investment, and we know IRR, internal rate of returns, but those help capturing the economic kind of returns or financial viability. But here it was social, because we have wanted to understand the social impact, and here also three type of measures they have used. One is transactional. So any kind of activity will lead to some transactional services, right? So the same thing was done, provision of internet connectivity, provision of digital services. So these are the transactional thing, which any private entity will also do. So what is different in community center connectivity? So we realized that they also were more than transactional, they also were able to provide services which are of the nature of social inclusion, like provision of connectivity to villagers, development and management of platforms, or goods sold online. And more than that, they were also able to achieve the transformational services. And these transformational services are like, giving training to tribal women or youth, tribal girls, that those are transformational. Also setting EDOS program and women to become EDOS. So normally technology and women is not seen as going together. So these are some certain things which are transformational, unfortunately, but that's the thing that has been able to achieve. And this is my last slide. Yes, sir. So the thing is, through all of this, I just want to say that there are positive indications on cost effectiveness when we use the SROI framework. And finally, the study has helped us, although we knew that there are so many good things happen and spillover effects happen, but I think that these two methodologies have said that using the development indexing SROI tool, it is understood that this community center connectivity initiative has made significant social impact on the indigenous communities while also ensuring cost effectiveness. So I will stop here. There are many points to ponder, but one thing we are trying to highlight here is why we need to capture the socio-economic impact, and how community center connectivity can also result into such kind of social, economic and ecological. If we calculate now carbon footprint and all, there could be other values also. So thank you. I don't know if I have crossed my limit, but happy to take questions towards the end of the session. Thank you.
Actually, we will be coming up with the full report together with the other cases as well towards the end of the year. The cases are actually with the publishers already. Next, Rabiraj, I'll give you your 7 minutes.
Ronita. Hello World. I think everyone who have the technical background have once gone through the project Hello World. So I am from the project Hello World. We at the Hello World, what we have been doing since 2013 is we have been doing cost-effective, scalable solution for the community-centered connectivity, as other panelists shown. So we have been doing connectivity to the rural and the marginalized community and getting them the sustainable internet connections and the digital inclusions. So we have been doing this connectivity work since a long ago, and we have been pioneered the different model for the community-centered connectivity, what we call a Hello Hub. I will come to it later on. So when we started, there is not much of a connectivity in the global. So still 30%, 33% of the world does not have the access to the internet, and the 1 in 6 children are out of school. So when talking about these problems and these challenges all around the globe, we have come across the different solution for the economic development, which will have the cost-effective solution, sustainable places, and the infrastructure for the community to use. So we have been doing different essential infrastructure development, delivering different community-oriented and the community-owned digital access, where they don't have the access to the power, where they don't have the access to the other infrastructure. So we come up with the model of a Hello Hub. So Hello Hub is a first one. So it is digital devices, which we call hardware devices. In rural and marginalized communities, there we don't have much of a digital devices access also. So we provide them the digital devices, and then the devices are loaded with the world-class educational softwares. And Hello Hub comes up with the free community internet. And for all these three things, we train the community to build their own Hello Hub. So training is the very important part of the Hello Hub as well. So there will be a solar power and then the other different core programs that support the Hello Hub as a whole. So if we look at the Hello Hub and different core programs, we have the digital skill trainings, digital literacy trainings, life skill trainings, and innovation and incubation happening around the Hello Hub. So every day, these hubs are joined by different community members to access the internet, to access the digital devices, source about the job interviews, have some research, have some problem-solving skills, and not even all the things that they need in everyday life, but they can even search for the entrepreneurial things, they can play, they can campaign, whatever the community choose, they can do in the hubs. And those things are supported by other additional programs. We partner with other organizations for the training delivery, and then we have digital skill trainings, advanced training. So all of the things are supplemented in the Hello Hub itself. So talking about the inclusive programs, we have launched the Hub Heroes, which is a mobile device project. So people, community members can register for the Hub Heroes, and they can take the digital devices with them, and they can continue learning in their household as well. Another program, inclusive program, is about the life skill trainings and the curriculum. We have the set of the life skill curriculum. People can learn from such curriculum, and they can even train themselves with the help of the community support officers. So these are the few programs that we hold in the Hello Hub. With once the hub is built, and communities can raise their voices, they can stay connected with the family members who are abroad most of the time in rural and marginalized communities. And then they can even advocate for their rights through the power of the voices. So Hello Hub is more about rights to access and access to rights with the different programs in it. And coming to the different further programs and the events happening in the hubs, we have the innovation and sustainability things also happening in the hubs. And recently we tested our innovation and incubation training in the hub, out of which 4 projects are awarded for the incubation, and then they are doing the community services as well. Talking about some other innovations and the things when we want to get the community more engaged in the their digital empowerment activities, we have come across the community social credits, an innovative approach for community incentivization through the reward points for the different digital activities happening around the Hello Hub, which are supported by the mentors, which are executed by the community support officers, which are carried out by the community member itself with the co-learning and the co-empowering the community members. So till now we have been expanded our Hello Hub in 4 countries, and we have 114 Hello Hubs till now, and the number is growing. So talking about the few specific impact that has changed the lives of the people in the rural and the marginalized community, I would like to highlight few of the persons and a few of the people who are key. Let's talk about the Hilary Besemeza, who is once just a member of the exploration or the Reiki committee, joining to the Hello World members as a driver, is now an engineer and Hello World engineer and is community support officer as well. So another person what I would like to highlight here is Abu Hussein, which we call a Tabu. Once just a normal person roaming around the Hello Hub, learning different multimedia technologies and the stuff like that. He is now a photographer and who runs a radio also in the Uganda. Here comes another example of Sisir Tamang, who is once a basic digital literacy training attendee, is now a CSO, a community support officer, who overtakes all the daily activities in the hub. He is also a famous blogger in the community who once going through the basic digital literacy to the advanced training, is now with the drone, and he is one of the drone pilot for Hello World as well. Similar is the case for the Zone Cloud and the other people in the Nagi Valley settlement region who have been doing research for the rabbit farming, and then they are saving thousands of the shillings and starting their own farming. The same case is for the Douglas and Bhola Tamang, who have started their poultry farm, researching in the Hello Hubs and the Chautari Hubs in the rural and marginalized communities, and gradually upgrading their services. Initially, the farm are not registered in the government agency, but with the mentorship of the Hello World CSO and other members, they are now registered for the government entity, and now they are even getting the loan from the government entity because of the registration and the upgradation of the farm. And similarly, different training programs, like I mentioned earlier, happening in the house. There are different cooking classes happening in the Naki Valley settlement regions, where the people come and learn how to bake and how to do the different food items on their own. And now even a few of the members have started their own bakery. Similarly, the Ima from Uganda is now doing selling different design materials for their decorative materials. Similarly, if we take it to the another region, another program, people are coming to Hello Hub to learn the hairdressing, and then they are doing the hairdressing training sessions and running their own salon. Here comes the Deng, who have started researching about the different soap and the liquid soap in the hub, and even started his own business and been contributing few of the liquid soap for the hub to clean as well. Few of the group from the Somalia have joined the Hello Hub, and they are learning different languages so that they could have the better placement in the other countries where they are being resettled. So these are the few specific examples that I have been highlighting for from the Hello Hub. But what we want to do is what we have been doing is we are doing our own work. We have been finding different communities. We have been reaching out to the different communities for the connectivity, and then we realized we alone cannot do all of the things. That's why we have been developing the how-to guide, and it's been in online since last 5-6 years. People are free to use the how-to guide for the Hello app, and they can build their own Hello app. But our shift is our focus is now shifted towards training and partnership to the different organizations who can build our Hello app model to their programs, who can borrow some of the ideas from the Hello and integrate into their programs and make a massive impact. So we have been trying to bring more digital inclusive programs around the hub with advanced trainings and all of the things. So that's all from my side. It's not done from only one organization. Hello World, it is a collaborative effort of all of us. Thank you so much. At last, I would like to highlight. Last time I said 3C, but this time I will say 4C. Connectivity, community, and the capacity building was our core program, but now it is more about the commercialization. How we can bring connected communities for the commercialization of the services. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. This is from the Medical School Foundation, Institute of Primary Healthcare. So we have a project. This project is from IPNIC, ICIP Asia. So. So, improving health service delivery through internet connectivity. So, before, these health centers have no internet. They cannot submit report on time. They cannot do virtual consultation and appointments. And they cannot do their group chat informing their communities for the scheduled community activities and other health activities. So for this activity, the project is engaged in 5 barangays, no? 3 in Davao City and 2 in Davao del Norte. So the activity highlights 5 barangay health stations or the health facilities have utilized iClinics, no? And virtual consultation in the provision of health services and referral of patients. And the patients have saved time, money, and transportation because they don't need to go to the district health offices for their checkup and for their appointments. Next is installed solar-powered satellite connection in 5 project sites. So, solar-powered because these barangays don't have the money to pay for their electricity, no? And number 3, a total of 3,500 plus family profiles encoded through iClinics, and these are ongoing. Next is the capacity building of the members, no? So we have trained our Association of Barangay Health Workers members to do the basic troubleshooting for the satellite, for the solar, and we also teach them how to do simple bookkeeping because they have their own income, and orientation on gender sensitivity. So what are our achievements? We have improved we have improved information dissemination mechanism resulted to an increase of participation in meeting and accessing of health services. The Association of Barangay Health Workers formulated their own vision, mission, goal, and organizational structure and policies for the operation of this internet. So they have allocated in their policies. The allocation are stated in how much they will allocate for the health fund, for the community development fund. The community development fund is used for the budget, no, for the malnourished children of the barangay. Next is the ABHWs are registered and accredited with the barangay, local government units, and the Department of Labor and Employment so that they can get another projects, small projects from the government. Next is the increasing number of clients availing virtual consultations and online appointments. Our lessons learned and way forward for this project is the involvement. So we must involve barangay local government units and ABHWs from planning process to implementation. This will ensure project sustainability. And continue to conduct proactive marketing, citing that the advantages of using the solar and satellite connectivity in their barangays. So, thank you and daghang salamat.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jean. And we call on Dr. Slipat for the final presentation. And while we're waiting, you have, okay.
Hi. So I'll take a quick case study of what we did and what our experience in setting up the community networks. So we started setting up community networks to provide internet access to a couple of villages in Andhra Pradesh. That is how we started. But the case went interesting when we went to the tribal areas of Andhra Pradesh. Maybe you might have heard of something called Maredmilli, which is a scenic location. There, when we went into the interiors of the village, maybe 15-20 kilometers into the forest, there are people who don't even have internet connectivity, not even mobile connectivity. So, not just about mobile connectivity, there are villages in that area where there is no electricity at all. So, we were surprised, our team was surprised about how their livelihood happened, how they are connected to internet, and how their entire day keeps on going. So, to our shock, like, we were all thinking about why so many pregnancy deaths are there, why so many people are dying on the roads, etc. Once we met there, we understood that the connectivity is also a key for in the case of emergencies. So they don't have access to telephone to make an emergency call to call an ambulance. They had to travel 15 kilometers to just call for an ambulance. So we were really shocked with the situation. So we thought, okay, this is where the community networks can bring a huge change. So our team went back, came back with the basic network gear. We started providing the network access for the entire village. The people in the village were able to sit at their homes and start accessing the basic internet. So the basic internet is as less as 1 Mbps that they can access for the entire village. So they were hardly able to send WhatsApp messages. So we thought, okay, that is still fine. At least they were connected with the way that to the whole world, or they can share the information. But our aim, as Swechha's aim, is to bridge the digital divide. We found the students, the local youth, or someone couldn't have access to the basic information. They can't access the education content. They can't access the videos. They can't access the basic tutorials. So we thought, okay, this should not be the case. On the next phase, we tried to pull in a lot of open access content, a lot of Creative Commons available content in the whole internet. and we curated for school children, for farmers, for women, and everyone. And we made an offline server where the people across the village can access to the content even without having an internet connection. So we downloaded the whole Wikipedia. There is a project called Kivix. There are a lot of free and open source projects which powered us to do this, like Freedom Box, Kivix, Jellyfin. So we used all these tools, built a system, built a server where the people used to connect to online when they want to share information to their friends or their whereabouts and everything. But to access the content, education, resources, books, videos, movies and everything, they had it in an offline server. So this is the way we try to provide access to the content, not just about providing access to the internet. But still we found a lot of issues with that. People are not accessing the content that we as intended to be. People are not looking at the educational videos. So we thought, okay, this is not way how the things will go. So people are downloading games. A lot of kids were just using the internet to play online games and all. So yeah, so that's okay. That is not why we set up the network. We want people to socially and economically grow in their lives. Those are the areas where there are kids who never even touch the computer. There are people who might have the knowledge of the basic communication and all, but due to the inaccess to the computers, they were unable to write the online exams. They just disqualified from the online exams, even though they know the knowledge, but couldn't access the computers. So what could we do for them? And just the cell phone towers came in, Jio, Airtel, all these came in, and people started accessing the internet. And we know how the tech monopolies today doesn't let everyone to use the way that we want to use the internet. So they control what we see, they control what we want to watch, and they control our life. So we never saw the empowerment happening. So the whole networks are going south. So, and again, we want to bring in the democracy in the way the networks work. So how democracy? The people in the local area should be able to create the content for their needs, and they should be able to control how their internet works and what sort of content the people can watch, and all should be controlled by the community in that village. So this is where we transition from the community networks to something called a community digital library. So the community digital library we choose, or in fact we demanded to set up community digital libraries in government schools. So why government schools is we as an organization are working for bridging the digital divide in education. So we thought to provide some impact for the future generations. So that is where we choose a primary school. We choose an upper primary school in that village and set up basic computers, small computers, along with the community network which covers the entire village, and a basic internet service, and a trainer who runs the curriculum in that village. So now we have integrated computers into the school curriculum. So that is the first school in that entire mandal which has a computer courses in their curriculum. So we provided a lot of offline content, so where people can access. And we run digital literacy missions across the village. So once this center is set up, a lot of people started coming in, asked doubts about how to use this app. Yeah. So and all. So the social impact that we were able to create was transitioning from a student who can't touch a mouse to someone who can design using a tool. So how computers can enable people to learn everything. And people are able to write mock examinations, prepare content, and a lot of things. So this is the kind of impact that we were able to create. And we want to emphasize the role of how free software and the open knowledge systems and the Creative Commons content which empowered us or enabled us to bring this impact. So we want to share a lot, but due to the time constraints, we just want to close. We have a stall outside, the Swechha stall, the community digital library. You can visit us. There is a big team of volunteers, so who will help you out and who will explain what we do. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sripat. Building on access to rights and rights to access, so that we can also address our right to food. Over lunch later today, we open the floor for questions. Maybe we'll take 3 questions before we go to the panel. Yes, Elisha.
I wanted to ask a question about sustainability and how well, maybe a quick sentence or two on how well you think that your solution is sustainable, perhaps even from a financial perspective and for ongoing expansion.
Okay, that's a question of sustainability, and because I'm the moderator, I have the right to ask you questions as well. For Dr. Joshi and for Dr. Sripat, what obstacles have you faced in scaling up these models, and how have you navigated those challenges? And add to the sustainability question as well for Rab and Diane. Can we discuss? Can you share specific examples where connectivity has significantly impacted around improved health and education outcomes of your initiatives? Yeah.
So, I will briefly explain, and then maybe Dr. Shrikant can also explain. So, sustainability is very important, and actually that was our focus from day one. So, 3 types of sustainability we have focused. One is economic viability or sustainability, and as I told, those services are paid services for the communities, and they are paying. So each e-dost is earning quite well now. That's the motivation for her. And she is also planning to add top-up services which can help revenue for her. So that is one thing. Second is in terms of institutional sustainability, we ensured that Gram Panchayats are involved, and it is a collective decision by the communities or SHGs, or the artisans collectives. So they are the institutions who are directly having stake, and they are involved in management or repair maintenance of this. So that is the institutional sustainability. And last part is about challenges. I think scaling up, there are few challenges. One thing is, because as I said, it is a multi-stakeholder led initiative. All of them have to come together. Then also finance, that is a little bit constrained, but now proof of concept has been developed. So I think scaling up is easier, much easier now. And the second thing is also having that ecosystem of hardware, software, and those type of thing. Sustainability, scaling up is also lot of hand-holding support is required on ground. So that type of team should be also there who is willing to provide that support. So I will stop here.
So the kind of impact that we can create using the community digital libraries that we have taken up will be, we are very sure that in the future we are going to see a huge impact on the lives of the people that where we are working on. So basically our team is people who are doing a day job, and at the evenings or the weekends we contribute to build the technology and make this happen. So we are looking forward for multiple avenues where we can make it more sustainable and make more ideas come in, where we can scale up and such, so that we can address the larger audience and the larger communities. So the kind of challenges that we come across is the same thing. The entire internet, the content is so distractive that pulling the children to make use of the knowledge resources for a better way and a progressive way is a quite challenge for everything, because the entire internet is consumed with the distractions and all. So we are finding ways to make it happen, and the content availability. So the community, the free software activists, and the open access and the Wikipedia contributors, the more the content is created, the more we can provide to the people the free knowledge so that they can access and they can grow. And as we are working in the tribal areas, we see sort of problems with the power, the internet speeds, and these kind of issues. So scaling up, moving forward, we are going to solve one after the other and take it forward. Thanks.
For the sustainability of our barangay health station using the internet connectivity, so we put up a bendo machine. The income of the bendo machine will pay for the monthly fees of the internet, which is 2,700 pesos per month. And if they get a much higher income, they will allocate other incomes for the health fund of the barangay health workers and community development fund to support the malnourished children of that barangay. But we have our challenges. Low encoding accomplishments of barangay health workers to iClinics, because these barangay health workers and volunteers are not, majority of them are not computer literate. So we do coaching on how to encode the iClinics, including the nurses and the midwife. They will teach the barangay health workers on how to encode so that they can continue in the encoding of the iClinics. And this data from the iClinics, they will use this to plan and implement more health services in the community.
So, talking about the sustainability for the Hello World, we have been testing and trialing different approaches across the countries, and few of the approaches that works out was community social credits. So it is about incentivizing the community for the different digital empowerment activities that they carry out, and we give them the credit. That is totally automated system. So with that credit, they could use such credit for the internet cost, so they can cover the internet cost, as well as they can even support for the different charger cables, different accessories that needs in the Hello Hub. So they can buy such devices, such accessories from the social credits as well. Another important aspects of the Hello Hub sustainability is about hub management committee. So whole the community comes together to manage their own Hello Hub. So that gives them the much more ownership for the Hello Hub, and they will come together to bring more infrastructure, bring more opportunities. For example, in one of the Hello Hub, once the internet is there, they identified such other options for the internet connectivity. So they came up with if we can have such internet connectivity to solve our problems of the going to the tap and having the repair system there or not. So listening to the community and then tailoring more of a solution is another sustainable model for us. So by that, they can invest on the community network, expand the network with the long-range internet connectivity, develop more solutions tailored to their needs, and then when having such systems in place, economically they are more empowered. They can save money for repairing of the taps, and things like that. And another aspect I would like to highlight is the government buy-in. So when we work with the communities, the community invite the government representatives. There are different level of governments in different countries. So we primarily work with the local governments and then the federal government. So local government buy-in is more sustainable because they know their community, they know what impact they could generate from the internet connectivity that have been to their community from the Hello Hub. So local government buy-in is more sustainable solution to Hello Hubs. I think that will cover all of the sustainable solutions. Thank you. And talking about the more opportunities, as community share different problems, we try to provide the low cost-effective solutions to them that will make the Hello Hub more sustainable in the long run.
So, yes, Avi, burning question.
Question. I had a question about, you're collecting a lot of data in Davos, right? As the amount of data you collect grows, that also becomes a cost. So I was wondering about that. But I was also wondering about what policies and practice you have for the security and privacy of the data you're collecting. Sorry to take it away from economic and social impacts into a different direction.
About data that the health center collected from the patients, those data are stored in iClinic SIS and regulated by the Department of Health.
So 1 hour and 30 minutes is really not enough to actually, what do you call this, socialize with 4 community network models, right? But we have to stop at some point and address our right to food. Again, similar to the first panel, our panelists actually will be here the entire day. So if you're interested to learn more of some of their initiatives as well as ways forward, how you can actually get engaged to specific community networks as well, you can approach them over the course of the CNX. Yeah? Great. So please, a hand of applause for our panelists.
To our coordinator, who was very, very inclusive and accommodative and gave maximum space for us.
Thank you so much. And a special thank you to Gomer. I wish you could moderate all sessions. That would be really helpful. Thank you. No problem. I'm sure all of us are very hungry. The lunch is on the ground floor. We are 20 minutes to 30 minutes late. So you have about 20 minutes to really stuff yourself and come back to this room so we can start with the next session. Thank you so much, guys.
Also to plug, I have a session at 2:30 at the 5th floor. If you can come, we will be featuring models of our initiative supported by APNIC Foundation and ESIF 2022. See you there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice talking to you. First time as well, this time as well. So you are dismissing the report? No, it's not yet done.
Satarpana did not come. But she is there, now still. She is there. Yeah, I'll contact her. And your name?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
You all know what session is happening next? Okay.
We don't know the process.
Yeah, the
That's okay,
CNX
Xchange.
schedule doesn't have the venue.
Yeah.
This and it's only in this room, all the sessions. Okay.
No, there are different sessions. I guess they are doubling the sessions each floor every time.
Okay.
And speakers went to lunch, I guess.
ఏం కాదు సీసీటీవీలో ఉంటాయి రా ఇలా కొడుకున్నా తినవరకు నామం కొట్టదు
పక్కన ఎవరు లేదు పక్కన వచ్చేస్తారు వీడియో తీయాలంటే పక్కన అది చేయమంటారు ఇబ్బంది ఏదంటే కెమెరా నుంచి చేయమంటారు ఏం చేయమంటారు అంటే పక్కన క్లీనింగ్ పోయినా ఎవరో ఎవరో అంటే
What time do we meet again? 2:30. Half an hour. It's going good. Very good discussions.
Hey, Dhiru. Yes, sir. Last round.
Okay.
ఆగన్నా విజయ్ ఇట్లా ఏమొస్తున్నావు చెప్పరా ఏమొస్తున్నావు నీకు మరి అదే మరి వచ్చిన దాంట్లో ఇచ్చేసారు దాంట్లో వచ్చి చెప్పాలి అక్కడ కూర్చోమంటేనే లేదు నేను ఇచ్చాను ప్రెజెంటేషన్ రేపు వస్తాం రా మనము రేపు వస్తాంలే కానీ రేపు ఇట్లాంటి ఛాన్స్ అవునా కనబడట్లేదు ఇది లైటింగ్ లైటింగ్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది వద్దు అవును ఎలా ఉంటాడు నీ ఇష్టం ఏం చేసి చెప్తున్నా చెప్పండి నేను ప్రెజెంటేషన్ హాయ్ ఫ్రెండ్స్ వీడియో చేస్తాను నువ్వు ఇట్లా ఆడియోలో వచ్చే మొన్న ఆడియో బట్టి పాట పాడింది ఆన్లైన్ చూసి పాడింది
आप यहाँ बैठ कर 2-4 गोला खेल रहे होंगे, हम लोग इधर बैठे होंगे। आगे में इतना अच्छा आएगा नहीं, नीचे से लेंगे तो आएगा, ऊपर से आना, बैठना पड़ेगा, स्थिर होकर अच्छा से खींचना नहीं तो फेल कर दे। थोड़ा इधर आ जाओ। लग नहीं रहा है, पहले दिन आया। यार कुछ बताइए भाई कि कुछ करना होगा, हिलना डुलना पड़ेगा, कुछ बताइए कि आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है। लेकिन सर अगर यहाँ जैसे मुझे नीचे क्या सेकंड लाइफ तो मैं क्या समझ रहा है ना? ये तब तो सब मजा आएगा ना, आया थोड़ा सा दे ये सीखने का, लेकिन ज़्यादा समय बैठने इन लोगों के एक ही He's a professor at Yale. He teaches in Manu. And Dr. You are from? You are also teaching. हम लोग तो यहाँ बैठे ना ट्रिप करते हैं। So please do visit Manu, Maulana National Urdu University, Department of Sociology, he is the HOD. So we can do a lecture from you. Our students will be benefited about science and technology. And your generating engineer will be helping you.
Downstairs having lunch.
Okay. What is your discipline?
So, ECU.
Huh? Okay. Your lectures will be also इसमें एक ही लगा है, फोन ज़्यादा खुलेगा।
मोबाइल खराब होगा।
अभी अपनी स्टार्टिंग में
मेरा डीपी में लगा दूंगा।
Obviously, but the target was also yes. No. Where is the government?
दूसरा बार और एक बार आएंगे, टाइम लगेगा। ऐसे हम लोग का भी It's a lot steeper than expected. No, I expected a lot more. No, it is steep. That's what the height was so big. When you're above that, you can't reach. That's why it's a global line. My only thing is very close to the stage. People going in and out. So we'll say that if anyone wants to move out in it, but at the end of the day, I think the arena made great.
पूरी केस स्टडी है इस वाले में आ जाओ नेक्स्ट वाले में नहीं चले जाना
Then the exit happens there. And that's there too. They don't cross. For the judges, those are all working okay. So, you say that in case anyone wants to do work, that happens at good, but it's not smaller than
I don't want to split it wrong. So, community called we are a student community based in Hyderabad. There were 65,000 plus students in about 20 different departments. Conducted a huge high-tech transformation with over 20,000 plus students for 2 days. For collaboration, I'm not the right person, so I'm going to show you with my manager. He's the right person, but I don't think that I feel so he will be here in next like 10 minutes. Or do you want me to come back? I want to come. Okay, okay. So you come around like 1 hour? Okay, yeah, 1 hour. Your name? Yes, it's okay. Thank you so much. कॉल भी नहीं उठा रहा है कॉल भी आ गए भरत
इस रूम पे है
बुलाओ ना
हमने सोचा कि
नहीं ये वाला रूम है
ठीक है
Because you're very like, that's the ideal one, but then you are feeling
नहीं मिल रहा अच्छा
sitting at 12 people, so that is actually what the ideal position is. So that's the saving with the youth.
अरे 3 बजे
Yeah, we are part.
नहीं जल्दी हो अच्छा देख हाय कैसे हो बढ़िया अच्छा मैं ये बोल रही थी आपका सेशन है
देखा था
ईमेल चेक किया था ना इसलिए बीच में आपको करता है इधर हो भैया इधर हो तो इसमें हम गेट के कॉल आंसर हम लोग ज़्यादा दिखाने की जरूरत है नहीं है ना आंसर बिल्कुल दे है कुछ भी हमें बच्चे तो हम लोग बता देते है फाइनल में 7th है आप दोनों को फिजिक्स में प्रॉब्लम नहीं नहीं बोलने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आप हिंदी में बोलना आंसर में भी दे नहीं सुनते शिवम
Hi, it's Talam. I'm your moderator. Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you for agreeing to be the part of the.
Yeah. So 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
I know you're hungry.
No, I'm alright. Yeah. Do you know Ken?
What Ken?
Ken is
A total time. All China. Totally gather.
ये रूम सेशन हाँ हाँ है आप नहीं आप उसको ढूंढ के
And our online speakers are online?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
just adding them.
You ready? I am. So briefly, it's really exciting. I'd like to learn more. That's fine, yeah.
Oh, छोटे मोटे क्यों लेकिन होने वाला ऐसे लग तो रहा है।
Hi everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and have come back with more energy to listen to people, talk to people and participate in CNX today more meaningfully. जो लोग बहुत पीछे बैठे हैं आप थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए, otherwise panelists को चिल्ला के बात करनी पड़ी है and we don't want that. Let's fill the spaces in the front first. So we would like to start the third session for today, which is going to be on challenges in community-led connectivity initiatives, where we discuss voices from the ground. This is a panel जो hybrid mode में है, it's a very diverse panel. We have panelists, we have case stories, and we're also going to be talking to people who are working on the ground, understanding community-led initiatives, leading these initiatives, and making sure that we actually leave no voice behind. So first, I would like to call the moderator for this session on the stage, Tarant. Did I say that right? Yeah. Okay. Tarant is the Policy Advocacy Advisor from Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Please give him a warm welcome. Can I also ask Nitesh Bhardwaj, who is the co-founder of Adivasi Jan Jagruti, to come on the stage? We have a very interesting initiative with us today called the Philippines Coffee Alliance. Can I ask why Race from the initiative to come on the stage, please? Oh, okay, cool. Shivam from the Uttarakhand Valley State Community Network is a part of our panel today. Shivam, क्या आप stage पे आएंगे? We also have Bharat, who looks after the Totopara Internet Connectivity Project. Bharat, please come on the stage. We have with us Ken today. He's the CEO of the Maker Box. Ken, can we have you on the stage? And then we have Dr. Nem online. She's the Executive Director of Techno Valley. A very warm welcome to all the panelists. Please have a seat. This session, we are going to explore the reality and context of community-led initiatives, focusing on challenges and opportunities for underserved communities. Building on the legacy of CNX in the last 8 years, we wanted to understand and connect grassroots practitioners with each other and with the audience that's with us here today. Without further ado, I would like to ask Taran to lead this and moderate this session, and also to prompt us when you want us to show the case story. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Talant. And thanks so much for coming to the session today. I hope you had a good lunch. I come from Kyrgyzstan, and in Kyrgyzstan we have a notion of Kyrgyz time. And usually we start 1 hour late. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I feel like home. So I think we are starting right on time, just like in Kyrgyzstan. And perhaps following the tradition that the previous sessions said, we'll do quick introductions, and then we'll go into the second round to actually the presentations. So perhaps we can start from that, yeah? Maybe you can sit closer, please, yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Bharat Tutu and I am from Totopara, Alfura district, State of West Bengal.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken. I'm from the Maker Box in the Lao PDR, little country just north of Thailand.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Shivam Gutial and I'm from Dharchula, Pithogarh, Uttarakhand.
Namaste, my name is Nitesh and I'm founder of Adivasi Jan Jagruti. I'm working in Nandurbar district of Maharashtra, and we are using hyperlocal communications to bring out change at the grassroots.
maybe using this opportunity, I'll tell a little bit more about myself. I work at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership as a policy advocacy advisor at a project called Women in Digital Economy Fund. And today my colleagues are here and also in other sessions. We will have information sessions tomorrow at 12 and at 3 o'clock, I think, where you could find information about how you could get funding for projects related to closing the gender digital divide. We are also collecting case studies for reports on how practitioners in different countries working to close gender digital divide. So we have a publication which is available at the booth outside. So we would like to call you to stop by and learn more about our work. And I think it will be good if we now start the presentations. Maybe we could start with our online participant. Yep. She could introduce herself and start the presentation. And I'd like to ask our panelists if you allow me to be a strict moderator. So I'll ask each of us to speak 5 minutes so that the sessions after us also have time to present their work. Thank you.
My name is Nitesh Bhardwaj and I am founder of Adivasi Janjagriti. I with two of my other co-founders, Rakesh Pawara and Arjun Pawara. We started Adivasi Janjagriti in 2017 and we registered it in 2019 and we are working in Dhadgaon Taluka of Nandurbar district, Maharashtra.
कौन सी समुदाय के लोग वहाँ पे ज़्यादा रहते हैं तब भी बता सकते हैं
ज़्यादातर जो पॉपुलेशन है वो ट्राइबल ही है पावरा कम्युनिटी वहाँ है भी कम्युनिटी वहाँ है पॉपुलेशन जो है वो समवेयर अराउंड 2 लाख का धड़गांव में पॉपुलेशन है ओवरऑल नंदुरबार की पॉपुलेशन अराउंड 50 to 70 लाख के बीच में होगी अभी एंड 176 विलेजेस हैं धड़गांव में ज्यादातर जो पॉपुलेशन है वो डिपेंड करती है एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर ही माइग्रेशन बहुत हाई है धड़गांव में पॉवर्टी बहुत हाई है हेल्थ कंडीशन बहुत खराब है एजुकेशन सो यू जस्ट पिक एनी डेटा फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एंड चेक कि उसमें नंदुरबार कहाँ है तो आपको हमेशा पता लगेगा कि नंदुरबार उस पूरे डेटा में हमेशा लोएस्ट रैंक पे होता है
So can you give a little background what the problems you identified and what you thought was important to address?
I went to Dhadgaon in 2016. I was working with the State Bank of India Fellowship Program and when I went to Dhadgaon, I realized that Dhadgaon is one of the most difficult locations which the fellowship offers. So it's very isolated, very remote, difficult to travel from one location to another. So now it's a little bit better than what it was in 2016. There was only one mobile network, which was BSNL, and that was also limited to only few villages. बहुत से गांव ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे भी कोई नेटवर्क नहीं है. उस पूरे गांव में कोई एक दो ऐसा आपको स्पॉट मिल जाएगा जहाँ पर कोई BSNL का कहीं से कोई रेंज आ जाएगा, एक डंडी दिख जाएगी मोबाइल पर आपके, एयरटेल का कहीं एक डंडी दिख जाएगा. तो वो है बट प्रॉपर मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी जैसा हम अपने फोन में देख पाते हैं वो आपको नहीं मिलता है हर जगह पर धड़गांव बट आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि ऐसी जगह जहाँ पर ओटीपी भी नहीं आएगी वैसी जगह पर बहुत मुश्किल होगी आप किसी गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के लिए आप अपने आप को नहीं कर पाएंगे आपको ये पता नहीं लगेगा कि आपके अकाउंट में पैसे आए हैं या नहीं आए हैं उसके लिए भी उनको वापस से 10 किलोमीटर 15 किलोमीटर वॉक करना पड़ेगा या गाड़ी लेनी पड़ेगी या नाव लेना पड़ेगा और फिर वहां पहुंचना पड़ेगा और फिर मोबाइल पे वो चेक कर सकते हैं So when I went there, I realized that there is a huge gap between the government and the people. One of the major reasons is the information gap, because government has started providing some schemes for the people, but people don't know how to access them. They are not aware about it. They don't know what to do if they want to enroll themselves in any particular government scheme. So what we started doing. So I realized that it's very important to bridge this gap, and how to do it because as I said that there is huge communication gap or huge information gap. So we thought that the best way to do is that utilize the locally available resources. So we started making mobile short films on different government schemes and started screening it in different villages. So that's how this thing started. And by the 2019, we actually got a call from the community that, see, you are bridging the gap. So you are providing us information from the government. But what about our information to the government? So हमारी खबर भी सरकार के पास जानी चाहिए, सरकार की भी बात हमारे पास आनी चाहिए. So then we started this two-way communication flow that whatever problem people are facing, we started sharing to the government. So that's how our organization is working right now. But पिछले साल DF के साथ ही हमने सावरिया नगर में हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के तौर पे काम किया. अगर मैं आपको सावरिया नगर का ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन बताऊं तो ये नर्मदा नदी के किनारे है ये. So अगर आपको वहां सावरिया नगर पहुंचना हो तो यू हैव टू क्रॉस दैट रिवर. सावरिया नगर के साथ एक दिक्कत है कि सावरिया नगर में तीसरी चौथी तक के बच्चे तो पढ़ाई कर सकते हैं वहाँ के लोकल जो स्कूल्स है वहाँ से, बट उसके बाद क्या? अब उसके बाद दो चीजें होती हैं, या तो बच्चों की पढ़ाई बंद हो जाएगी क्योंकि जो मैंने आपको बताया कि रोज 2-2.5 घंटे का ट्रैवल करके आप भड़गांव है और वहाँ पे स्कूल में पढ़ाई करें, और या फिर आप बच्चे को उसको उठा करके किसी गवर्नमेंट हॉस्टल में डाल दें और फिर वो वहाँ पे पढ़ाई करें. तो दूसरे कंडीशन में बच्चा अपने माँ बाप से दूर हो जाता है. ये दोनों ही कंडीशंस की वजह से बच्चे यूजुअली आगे नहीं पढ़ पाते हैं या उनका इनरोलमेंट कम होता है स्कूल्स में. सो इस चीज पे काम करने के लिए हमने डीएफ की टीम हमारे यहाँ विजिट किया था. हम सावरिया नगर के सौरभ भाई आए थे, अपने आए थे, हमने लोगों के साथ बैठ के बातचीत की, हमने 2-3 राउंड्स ऑफ मीटिंग रखी. एंड ये आइडिया उनकी तरफ से ही आया कि अगर हम अपने गांव में ही छोटा सा कमरा अगर पंचायत जो है वो अलॉट कर दे और हम अगर उसी जगह पे अगर हम एक स्कूल का सेटअप अगर लगा पाए कि 1-2 महीने का पूरा प्रोसेस चला. हमने भी पंचायत में एक कमरा निकाला है और उसके बाद फाइनली डीएफ की टीम की तरफ से वहाँ पर एक डिजिटल शाला डीएफ की हेल्प से हमने शुरू किया और वहाँ पर हमने एक टीवी से, एक कंप्यूटर से और लोकल वाईफाई नेटवर्क हमने क्रिएट किया हुआ है. तो आइडिया ये था कि हम जो एजुकेशन है 5वीं 6वीं 7वीं 8वीं 9वीं की उसको एक आम बोलचाल की भाषा में पावरी में पिलोरी में हम ट्रांसलेट करें, उसके अराउंड हम कंटेंट बनाएं, उसको हम उस डिजिटल शाला में डालें और डिजिटल शाला में बच्चे हर रोज वो वहां पर आए और उस कंटेंट को देखें. इसके दो फायदे हो रहे हैं. एक तो ये कि उससे बच्चे जो हैं उनको बैठने की आदत लग रही है, जो कि सुनने में बड़ा छोटा सा लगेगा लेकिन बहुत बड़ी बात है कि बच्चे एटलीस्ट वहां पर बैठ पा रहे हैं, 2 घंटे 2.5 घंटे बैठ पा रहे हैं. दूसरा, क्योंकि वो जो कंटेंट है बहुत इंटरैक्टिव है तो बच्चे उसको बड़े प्यार से देख पा रहे हैं और उससे कनेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि लोकल भाषा में ज्यादा अच्छे से कनेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं. इस वजह से उनका जो समझने की जो थोड़ी क्षमता है वो और हल्की बढ़ जा रही है. तो ये 2 चीजें उसका फायदा हो रहा है उस डिजिटल शाला का. और वहां पर जो भी कंटेंट है वो यहाँ से जिसको भी एक्सेस करना हो अपने फोन पर एक ऐप है, उस ऐप के थ्रू जो भी उस बॉक्स में जितने भी कंटेंट हैं वो उस कंटेंट को एक्सेस कर पाएगा अपने फोन पर. उसके लिए उसको किसी मोबाइल नेटवर्क की जरूरत नहीं है. तो उसी बॉक्स में हम अपने फिल्म्स भी डालते हैं, गवर्नमेंट अवेयरनेस की भी चीजें डालते हैं, उसी बॉक्स में हम मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के भी वीडियोस डालते हैं ताकि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंच सके.
और अभी एक जो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सेगमेंट है आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, वो था एक हाइपर लोकल जर्नलिज्म का, और उसमें आप लोग एक बहुत ही क्रूशियल काम कर रहे हैं, बस्टिंग मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन.
हम यूजुअली हर गांव में हफ्ते में एक दिन एक अपनी फिल्म की स्क्रीनिंग रखते हैं. जो भी है उस गांव से मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन या फेक न्यूज हमें पता रहती है कि यहाँ पे फैल रही है, यहाँ पे चल रही है, हम उसके अगेंस्ट एक वीडियो बनाते हैं और फिर हम उसी सभा में या उसी मीटिंग में हम लोगों तक को शेयर करते हैं. सिमिलरली हम अपने बाकी जहाँ जहाँ नेटवर्क है वहाँ पर यूट्यूब के थ्रू या बाकी किसी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू उसको शेयर करते हैं. जो भी आना चाहें प्लीज हमारे नंदुरबार में आए. हम बहुत ज्यादा ऐसे ऑफर कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं बट हम एक अच्छी एक्सपीरियंस आपको ऑफर कर सकते हैं. सो प्लीज आइए, सो विजिट अस.
So we have.
मेरा नाम शिवम कुटियाल है और मैं बेसिकली उत्तराखंड धारचूला से बिलोंग करता हूँ और मैं डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट फाउंडेशन के साथ एज अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर वर्क करता हूँ. जब हमने यहाँ ये अपना प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया तो यहाँ हमने पाया कि यहाँ बहुत ख़राब नेटवर्क है और कम्युनिकेशन के कोई साधन नहीं है हमारे. और रोड कनेक्टिविटी बिल्कुल नहीं है। मतलब इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट करने में सामान की काफ़ी दिक्कत पड़ती है, लोगों को हॉस्पिटैलिटी की उतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं है, मौसम की दिक्कत है, खराब रोड की स्थिति हो गई और सूचनाएँ जो भी इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो टाइम से नहीं मिलती है लोगों को। अगर किसी को कुछ गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के बारे में जानना है तो वो लोगों के थ्रू काफ़ी टाइम बाद मिलता है। अगर उनको उसको उसको अप्लाई करना है उस स्कीम को तो उनको काफ़ी नीचे आना पड़ता है। कई बार तो ऐसा हो जाता है कि लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलने के बाद वो जब अप्लाई के लिए जाते हैं तो वो टाइम पीरियड जो डेट होती है उसकी लास्ट डेट वो मिस हो जाती है। ये सारी चीज़ों का दिक्कतें फेस करनी पड़ती है।
इससे पहले अगर किसी को डिजिटल सर्विस नहीं होती थी तो वो कितना ट्रैवल करते थे?
किलोमीटर का अकॉर्डिंग बताएँ तो ये ऑफ रोड एरिया है तो यहाँ मानो 75 किलोमीटर्स या 60 किलोमीटर्स और टाइम लग जाता है उनको 3 आवर्स लग जाते हैं। तो एक फॉर्म को भरने में मैम उनका टाइम प्लस पैसा दोनों ही जाता है।
Why did you think कि एक कम्युनिटी नेटवर्क हो तो आपके गाँव में मदद मिल पाएगी?
मेरे माइंड में आया क्यों ना हम इसको कनेक्टिविटी को जॉइन करें और एक विलेज में से दूसरे विलेज में हम जॉइंट कनेक्शन हो जाए जिससे हम मैसेज पास कर सकते हैं और जल्द से जल्द हम लोगों को बता सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगा इससे लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन भी मिल जाएगी और डिज़ास्टर से भी बच सकते हैं और उनको जो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए, वो स्टडी से रिलेटेड हो, हॉस्पिटैलिटी किसी भी चीज़ के बारे में जानना हो तो वो ईज़िली उससे कनेक्ट करके जान सकते हैं किसी भी चीज़ को।
तो आप कम्युनिटी नेटवर्क का इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से करते हैं और क्या ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो आपकी कम्युनिटी में मदद कर पाएँगी?
काफ़ी छोटी-छोटी चीज़ें जैसे कुछ भी हो तो हम उसमें कम्युनिटी रेडियो से बातचीत करके लोगों को इन्फॉर्म किया जाए, जिससे सब लोग उस पे ध्यान देंगे, उनको पता चलेगा और वो अवेयर रहेंगे चीज़ों के बारे में।
क्या आपको लगता है कि इस कम्युनिटी नेटवर्क का फ़ायदा आपकी कम्युनिटी को हुआ है और कैसे हुआ है?
डीएफ के जुड़ने से मैम कम्युनिटी को काफ़ी हेल्प मिली है। पहले उनको मानो कि आप अगर उन्हें एक छोटा-सा काम, एक फॉर्म अप्लाई करने जाना है, तो मैम उसके लिए हमारी कम्युनिटी के लोग काफ़ी ट्रैवल करना पड़ता था उन्हें एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट से जहाँ नेटवर्क है टाउन पे जाना पड़ता था। तो मैम वहाँ जाने पे उनका जो टाइम था, पैसा था और ये दोनों वेस्ट हो रहा था। तो इसलिए क्या हुआ कि उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन भी लेट मिल रही थी। अब क्या है कि सेंटर आने से हम उनको टाइम से इन्फॉर्मेशन भी दे पा रहे हैं और उन्हें हम फैसिलिटी भी प्रोवाइड कर पा रहे हैं।
हमारे साथ आज महिमा जी भी जुड़ी हुई हैं।
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि मुझे मतलब ये खोल के ये सही लगा कि मैं किसी की हेल्प कर सकती हूँ। जैसे हमारे गांव में बहुत से औरतें हैं ना, बहुत से लोग मतलब सेल्फ डिपेंड बनना चाहते हैं इन चीज़ों से, मतलब वो कर नहीं पाते। उन पे बहुत ही कला है, जैसे कि उनको कढ़ाई बुनाई करना आता है, बहुत चीज़ें आती है, लेकिन वो नहीं कर पाते। उन्हें पता ही नहीं कि ऑनलाइन से कैसे हम अपने सामान को बेच सकते हैं। ये चीज़ें मतलब मैं उन्हें बता रही हूँ, तो बहुत से लोग बहुत खुश हैं गाँव में ये सेंटर खुल के, क्योंकि पहले बहुत दिक्कतें आती थी। एक फोटो कॉपी करने के लिए हमें धारचूला जाना पड़ता था। तो अब यहाँ पे खुल रहा है तो कभी भी आ सकते हैं। जैसे रात की 8 बजे तक शॉप खुली रहती है। बच्चे आ रहे हैं और बड़े भी आ रहे हैं फोटो कॉपी प्रिंट आउट निकालने के लिए। ऐसे पेन आधार कार्ड के बारे में पूछने आ रहे हैं, कहाँ से बनेगा। जो स्टूडेंट है ऑनलाइन फॉर्म भरने आ रहे हो, तो ये चीज़ें हैं।
आप हमें ये दिखा सकते हो कि आपका इंटरनेट सेटअप वो कहाँ पे है?
ये यहाँ पे वाईफाई लगा है और इसका ऊपर छत में है मैम, वो भी दिखाना है।
जी।
मैम ये यहाँ पे लगा है।
तो क्या आप हमें इस मॉडल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता सकते हैं कि क्या है, ये क्या करता है, ये डिवाइस जो लगी है?
मैम ये जो डिवाइस है ये डेटा बूस्टर डिवाइस है मैम, जो हमारा जो ये सेंटर है यहाँ पर जो हमारा नेटवर्क है वो बहुत कम आता है, किसी भी नेटवर्क का स्पीड नहीं आती। हमारे साथ क्या मतलब उन्होंने डिवाइस को लगाया, अलाइनमेंट कर ली इसलिए ये जो डिवाइस है ये नेटवर्क को बूस्ट करता है, जिससे कि जो हमारा सेंटर है वहाँ पर नेटवर्क की स्पीड आ पाए और वो काम हो पाए।
understand how our LoRa-based smart farm system came about, we must necessarily explain about the MakerBox Lao. Makerspaces have become ubiquitous. Within ASEAN, several such world-class spaces exist. In the Lao PDR, however, no such space existed until now. The MakerBox Lao is unique in that it is the first public community makerspace in the Lao PDR. MakerBox came about because the co-founders saw a need for a space where people from all walks of life can explore, innovate, and create, turn their ideas into practical prototypes, products, and services, as well as a place where they can get practical, hands-on experience with tools and equipment. MakerBox first opened its doors in February of 2021 on the ground floor of a shopping mall. We had visibility, but we were in the middle of the pandemic. We grew, however, and soon we had a steady stream of people coming into our workspace to work on their projects, attend our workshops, and in general, learn, collaborate, and innovate. Some of our more successful workshops covered topics as varied as Linux programming to cybersecurity, a weekend paint party to decorate our space, and a month-long series of workshops about our solar system and outer space. Attendance reached nearly 300 over a period of 5 weekends of workshops on this topic, and we brought in speakers from the European Space Agency, the Vietnamese Space Agency, Cambridge, and Arizona State Universities, and more, all via Zoom, of course. While we had teams using our space to develop projects, we also started to look around for projects that we might generate by ourselves, and thereby offer additional opportunities for students to participate and learn. We held several hackathons, including hacks related to solving problems for people with disabilities, from which our very own text-to-speech project was launched, and hacks related to smart tech. It is from these activities that we were introduced to ADNIC and ISIT, and the opportunity to explore and develop smart agriculture systems for farmers in the Lao PDR. Our pitch for funding focused on developing a smart ag sensor system based on a LoRaWAN long-range, low-frequency wireless access network to provide communication and information services to remote agricultural areas, particularly those areas where traditional telephone coverage, 2G, 3G, 4G, was limited or non-existent. Landlocked, Lao has very little manufacturing or large industry activity. Electricity generation accounts for a large amount of the nation's GDP, but traditionally, agriculture contributed well over 50%. Although over the last decade that number has dropped to slightly below 20%, agriculture still is an important contributor to the nation's economy, while also offering livelihoods to millions. Some of the major crops include paddy rice, maize, cassava, tea, and coffee plantations. And there is still a large portion of traditional farming that occurs on the steep slopes of the country's mountain ranges. It is this challenging geography that has also hampered rollout of telecommunications infrastructure across the country. In many more remote and often mountainous locations, telecommunications infrastructure consists at best of 2G coverage, or at worst, no coverage whatsoever. The lack of infrastructure also means that farmers have limited or no access to information that may help them increase their crop productivity or even garner better prices for their produce. Our project aims to resolve this issue through the implementation of a long-range radio network that will be able to access and transmit critical information that might assist farmers. The grant we received from ISIT allowed us to develop our preliminary prototype using imported pre-assembled sensor modules and LoRa gateways. The first phase of this project also involved extensive field testing to determine the transmission capabilities of LoRa technology in various terrains. Our tests revealed that while LoRa could cover distances of up to 7 kilometers in flat terrains, this range reduced to approximately 4 kilometers in more challenging landscapes. These insights were crucial as they guided the design and deployment of our network, ensuring reliable data transmission across diverse geographic conditions. Further, the imported pre-assembled modules, although effective, proved to be too costly for widespread deployment in the rural and economically constrained areas of Lao PDR. Recognizing this limitation, we shifted from the more expensive LoRaWAN backbone to a simpler, more affordable, LoRa-based mesh network that was locally designed and a more cost-effective solution. This new approach centered on using affordable and readily available components, ensuring that the system could be easily maintained and operated by local communities without relying on expensive imports. The locally developed solution featured a modular design, which included sensor nodes for collecting environmental data, relay nodes for transmitting this data across distances, and exit nodes connected to the internet via 4G networks. Each of these components would be solar powered, further enhancing the system's sustainability in remote areas where electricity supply is often unreliable or non-existent. A critical aspect of our project was ensuring that the technology met the actual needs of the community. To this end, we conducted an extensive survey across multiple regions, engaging nearly 80 farmers. The survey revealed that, while real-time sensor data was valuable, farmers were more concerned with practical issues such as livestock disease management and crop price fluctuations. This feedback made it clear that any technological system would first and foremost have to align with the community's priorities, ensuring that the technology would be both relevant and useful. Given the feedback from our initial prototype training sessions, where we found that local technicians and farmers struggled with the complexity of the system, we decided to incorporate a strong capacity building component into our project. This led to the organization of a hackathon, designed not only as a development exercise, but also as an educational opportunity. Over 20 students from various technical backgrounds participated, working on different aspects of the IoT system, from sensor integration to the creation of a loud bytecode font for more accessible local use. The hackathon aimed to build local technical capacity and foster a sense of ownership among participants, ensuring that the community could sustain and scale the technology in the long term. The project is ongoing as we continue to finalize the technology and elements from sensors to mesh network to final gateway and information displays for farmers. By continuing to refine our approach and build on the lessons learned, we are confident that we can create lasting positive impacts, helping farmers to improve their livelihoods and adapt to the challenges of modern agriculture. In addition to our LoRa-based project, MakerBox is involved with several other projects that aim to create livelihoods, incomes, and opportunities for the people of Laos. At present, a team of young entrepreneurs is being supported by MakerBox as they develop their natureware products, tableware made from leaves, while another team is working on an early warning system for flooding in the Mekong River, utilizing water level sensors combined with the capabilities of AI to predict flood dangers. One team is also teaching robotics and basic coding to children, while one of our co-founders is studying in Japan, researching the possibilities of creating the very first muscle and brain impulse controlled prosthetic device for Laos, a country that carries the unfortunate title of being the most bombed country in the world. Annually, hundreds of people are still maimed by such unexploded ordnance. This project is also backed up by another innovator who is recycling PET drinking water bottles into 3D filament, which will then be used to print the prosthetic devices. All of these projects are external to our ICE project and the focus on rural communications for agriculture. They are an integral part of what makes MakerBox the research and development organization that we are today, inspiring students and entrepreneurs to bring their ideas and projects to reality and making a difference in the lives of the people of the Lao PDR, the MakerBox Lao.
This case study will showcase the attempt that DEF has to bridge the digital divide and empower the total community through community network exchanges, grassroots. Bharatji, welcome, and I would like to a small introduction from you.
My name is Varat Tutu, and I belong to Tutupada, State West Bengal. After meeting your DF members, sir, I started with the opportunity here, and now I'm working as a digital coordinator of Tutupada Digital Connect.
जो आपके अंदर लोग आते हैं वो किस तरह की सुविधा लेने आते हैं?
तो फर्स्टली हम लोग मैम वही कंप्यूटर कोर्स दे रहा है, थ्रू कंप्यूटर कोर्स से भी कुछ हम लोग लाइफ में सेट कर सकते हैं मैम। सेकंड हैंडली मैम जो फॉर्म फिलअप चलते हैं तो हम लोग दे रहे हैं। एंड थर्डली जेरोक्स फोटोकॉपी तो ये बहुत जरूरी है मैम। कुछ भी स्कीम्स हो ये तो उन लोगों का रिक्वायर्ड होता है मैम वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स। और अब बच्चे लोग को मैं जैसे 3 months हो गए मैम कोर्स करा रहे हैं मैम। एंड नाउ आई जस्ट गाइड देम और मैं उन लोगों को कंप्यूटर सिखा रहा हूं मैम बच्चे लोगों को।
What is the status of say internet connectivity in your community?
जी मैम यहाँ पे इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी कभी नहीं था मैम यहाँ पे। जैसे कि मुझे कुछ और करना हो या कुछ जॉब्स के लिए तो मुझे 22 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता है। यहाँ पे पीएम वाली लगी है यहाँ पे हम लोग का वाईफाई तो और थोड़ी सुविधा हो गया मैम। और फिलहाल में स्टेट लाने को बात की है मैम तो ये बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी लग रहा है मुझे मैम। और मैम एक पॉइंट से जरूर है मैम यहाँ पे इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी से टोटल कल्चर जो है वो भी प्रिजर्व कर सकते हैं मैम। जैसे कि लैंग्वेज को डिजिटाइजेशन करना एक वन पॉइंट से हम लोग जो टोटल उतना नहीं जानता था। जैसे रिसेंटली पद्मश्री अवार्ड जो तंगराम को मिला है उसके बाद लोगों को थोड़ा जाने के टोटल ट्राई है बोल के।
तो जब डिजिटल आता है किसी काम में इट ब्रिंग्स लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस जैसे इन्फॉर्मेशन आ सकती है उसके थ्रू डिजिटल लिटरेसी नहीं आती। जब इंटरनेट आया था जब आपने ये लिया हमारे नेटवर्क लगाया था व्हाट आर द चैलेंजेस जो आप
हम लोग उतने एजुकेटेड लोग नहीं है तो कुछ सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर ही शिकार हो जाता है। जैसे कि 2 और 3 years के पहले ही बहुत कुछ हुआ यहाँ पर जैसे फाइनेंशियल स्कैम हुआ और वुमेन ट्रैफिकिंग हुआ मैम। इस तरह ये भी एक चैलेंजेस है मैम जो इंटरनेट से ही होता है मैम। और इस चीज़ को हम लोग सही करने के लिए मैम यहाँ पे मैं डिजिटल लिटरेसी की पढ़ाते रहता हूँ मैम और लोगों में बुलाता हूँ जो कि इन लोगों को पता चले कि इंटरनेट अगर सही तरह से यूज किए तो बेनिफिट्स है। अगर
हमें ये भी पता है कि आपके सेंटर में एक छोटा सा म्यूजियम बना है
जो मैम ये जो बुक है मैम ये पूरे टोटू से लिखा हुआ है हम लोग ये स्क्रिप्ट है। एक संस्था है जो बैक टू रूट्स ट्रस्ट बोल के उनका माध्यम से हम लोग ने ये बनाया है मैम। तो अभी यही बच्चे लोगों में अभी सिखा रहा हूँ मैम ये। और हम लोग का मंथली एक पत्रिका जो यहाँ पे हम लोग पब्लिश करते हैं ये है टोडबी को लोग को दे रहे हैं। और पद्मश्री अवार्डी दानिराम टुटू का लिखा हुआ बुक सब है मैम ये इस तरह रखा हुआ। ये हम लोग का ड्रेस है मैम अजय वाह मेल ड्रेस है मैम और ये जय वाह ये फीमेल ड्रेस है मैम। ये जो हम लोग वेपन है जो हिस्ट्री में बताया गया कि ये एक जब वॉर में यूज करते थे मैम। ये जो वॉर अभी भी स्टिल हम लोग ये यूज करते हैं मैम। इसका नाम पतंग है। और ये मीट बास्केट पेतुम एंड ये जो फिश रखने का जो है जब हम लोग फिशिंग करते हैं टोटोलो का सर मैम ये ऑक्यूपेशन फिशिंग है मैम। इसको लेके हम लोग फिशिंग में जाते हैं मैम। एंड दिस इज लेंजा ये भी एक वॉर में यूज किया गया था मैम। हम लोग ये थोड़ा लिटिल में छोटा में बनाया मैम ये। और है हम लोग कुछ सामान लेके चलते हैं मैम इसको। और इस तरह मैम हम लोग कुछ फोटोग्राफी है मैम यहाँ पे एक टेम्पल है मैम जिसका नाम है टेम्सा। ये है मैम एक डांस टोटल फोक डांस ये चिची। और ये हम लोग का ड्रम है मैम बुकिंग बोल के।
एक चीज जो रह गई है हमारा देखना इज द पीएमआरई नेटवर्क।
एलजी डिवाइस
आपका ये जो सेंटर है इससे आप और क्या चेंज अपनी कम्युनिटी में देखना चाहते हैं?
मेरा अपने एग्जांपल देता हूँ। मुझे पता नहीं था कि इंजीनियरिंग और चीज क्या है। मुझे पता नहीं था कि टेक्नोलॉजी क्या होती। मैं आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग एचएस मुझे इंजीनियरिंग का समझ आया कि हाँ इंजीनियरिंग करने के लिए आपको साइंस लेना पड़ता है। उसके बाद एक एग्जाम होता है जैसे कि जी एग्जाम नहीं तो वेब जी एग्जाम वो लेना पड़ता है। तो ये नॉलेज हम लोग के गाँव पे है नहीं किसी के पास। तो अभी मैं क्या करता हूँ बच्चे लोगों को यही मैं पढ़ाता हूँ। हाँ आप लोग छोटे से ये प्राइमरी लेवल से आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग रखनी है एजुकेशन में जो कि आपको 10 के बाद अगर किसी का भविष्य अगर डॉक्टर बनना है तो इंजीनियर बनना है तो आप लोग यूज कर सकते हैं। तो ये स्टेम सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल रहेगा। अगर बच्चे लोग अगर बड़े प्राइमरी लेवल से अगर पढ़ाने को अगर मौका मिले तो हम शायद आफ्टर 10 years मुझे नहीं लगेंगे उतना कुछ सोसाइटी में चेंजेस ये मैं ला भी देता हूँ मैम। और ये स्टेम्स सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल रहेगा।
Ah, okay. Thank you. And we had an online participant. Is she going to connect? Yeah? Ah. So let's give the floor to our online guest, Dr. Nem Han Dim, to make a present. First of all, could you please briefly introduce yourself and then make the presentation? Thanks so much. Say it again. Okay. In that case, I had slides. Maybe I can show them. Yeah. So this actually shows that this is a session on voices from the ground, and in the plenary session, we heard that sometimes people on the ground don't have the internet access to be able to share their stories, and we can see actually that there are still challenges with that. And today, it's really great to see these cool videos, and then the stars of these videos are here live, so we'll get to ask them questions. And yeah, well, let's give applause for the great work they're doing. And if you thought you'll be let off easy, no, we have some slides which I prepared. I didn't prepare a cool video, but I want to double check if our online participant wants to join. Otherwise, I can go with my slides. Yes, please. Yeah. And I'll put myself a timer, to be fair, because I have to moderate myself. Yeah, okay, please. But after the first slide appears, yeah? So while my slides are showing, I wanted to share the story that this is not my first CNX. Actually, my teammates, I think, have participated in one of the first ones. I've participated in a couple ones, both in person and online. Even during COVID, when everything was shut down, Osama and his team continued doing this great tradition. And today we are, I think, participating in the 8th CNX, yeah? And I wanted to say thank you to the DF team and Osama in person that he came to Kyrgyzstan and showed many of the experiences that DF is doing. And we were able to pick up and implement some of these activities, including community networks in Central Asia. And I wanted to share the story of voices from the ground from Central Asia. And hopefully the slides will appear. Yeah. So we saw in the earlier videos how the excavators were digging roads to the villages, and it also showed the similarities with my country. So it shows that although we live in different parts of the world, sometimes we face similar challenges. So I wanted to share some of the experience from Central Asia. Next slide. Oh, yeah, we have a clicker. Yeah, thank you. And before that, I have a prize to somebody who can answer this question. This is a brief quiz, please, sir. Who invented the algorithm? Yeah, go ahead. Who did? Mike. Maybe you can come here. And if you are correct, I'll give you the prize right away.
Sir, I don't know if it is correct. I think it's Al-Khawarizmi.
Excellent. Please. This is actually the very first time I ask this question often, and the first time I got the correct response. And the reason I wanted to bring up this quiz question is that also the theme of our two-day event is on algorithms, AI, and the buzzword algorithm actually comes from around this region. There was a scholar, Muhammad al-Khwarizmi, who lived in the area near Central Asia, in a town called Khwarezm. And because of that, his name became al-Khwarizmi. And he was one of the greatest mathematicians. And now we have this word, algorithm, that kind of became everyday word for us. So briefly, I wanted to mention that the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership and the Project Women in Digital Economy Fund are working on closing the gender digital divide. Since we have very short time, I didn't want to take too much of your time, but it will be in the slides, which shows the acuteness of the problem across the globe. And the project, Women in Digital Economy Fund, identified 5 areas of where the significance of gender digital divide. And I wanted to, in this presentation, to address one of the 5 core areas is the relevance of products and tools. And I think it could also be applied to the 5th area, the lack of data and insights. And briefly about the Women in Digital Economy Fund, I mentioned about it earlier. It's a fund that has been set up by Bill and Gates Melinda Foundation, USAID, Reliance Foundation, other donors. It's a fund of more than $80 million that provides support for initiatives in terms of grants, in terms of technical assistance for initiatives that will help narrow the gender digital divide by 2030. And speaking of the challenges that our kind of part of the world is facing, this part of the world is called sometimes the third pole. In addition to Arctic and the Antarctic, it's the greatest reserve of fresh water outside of those areas. And because of the climate change, these ice caps are melting quickly. And to see, but unfortunately we don't have the exact data and insights how quickly the climate change is happening and how it's impacting the lives of rural communities. And earlier in Ken's presentation, maybe you heard about IoT LoRaWAN, the technology that we think and we hope could help rural communities have access to data, climate data, which is very relevant and pertaining to them. And IoT, maybe you know, it's Internet of Things, and LoRaWAN means long range, wide area network communication technology. And this project became possible thanks to the support of research funds from ISOC Foundation, and we have colleagues here at the CNX event as well from Internet Society Foundation. So quickly, how we are using this technology. We are testing if this IoT LoRaWAN can be used at the same time together with regular stationary weather stations, which can be really expensive. You need to have people to monitor them. You need to have access to electricity and internet, whereas IoT LoRaWAN can resolve many of these issues, and thus you can put them anywhere you want, high in the mountains, in glacier lakes, under the water. Is it? My time is already up very quickly, so maybe I'll just go through quickly the slides, how we are using it. So first we put it in the place where the actual weather stations are sitting to make sure that the data that we are collecting actually corresponds to the data collected by big stations, and which it does. Also, we are putting these sensors under the ground to be able to monitor if landslides, if we can predict potential landslides by measuring moisture and temperature under the ground. In Kyrgyzstan, because we are a mountainous country, we have many mud flows and floods. So we are testing in the mountainous communities if we can measure how much water is accumulating in mountainous areas, and is it possible to predict that mud flows can happen. And also, you saw on the slide, we have many glaciers which are melting quickly, and thousands of new glacier lakes are appearing in the mountains. If they burst, they can be really catastrophic and deadly. So we are climbing in the mountains and installing these sensors in those areas. And luckily, because we don't need access to the internet, we can put them in very remote locations. We are putting solar panels to feed the gateway, which collects data from thousands of sensors around this area that can be installed. And finally, you can also use this kind of technology to monitor wildlife. And this area, the third pole area, is actually area for the snow leopard. And this is one of the kind of very endangered animals, which we hope with new technology we can help save. And this is just a dashboard which is showing the real-life data from these sensors, and this data can be projected to your smartphones. So people living in the villages can see what is the climatic situation in their particular location and make use of this technology. And this is our partners that have made this project possible, ISOC Foundation. We're working with colleagues in Italy called International Center for Theoretical Physics. Maybe you've seen the movie Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer actually worked in this International Center for Theoretical Physics. So these scientists are working in Africa, Asia, in the Pacific, testing this technology. So we'll be very happy to share the knowledge with interested participants. Yeah, and thank you for your interest in the presentation. I think we have a few minutes to ask questions of our panelists. As a moderator, of course, I could abuse my power, but I'd like to give an opportunity to you to ask some of the questions to our panelists. And I saw there was a mic. Please. Yeah. Arbani? Yeah. Maybe we'll collect a few questions so that we can have one round of responses.
Thank you, everyone, for your very nice presentation. I mean, it's very enlightening to see the work. My question is related to, because we are in a session, CNX has this right to access. Why not we use the TV white space? And I mean, because in one of the slides, when we are seeing the LoRaWAN being used, and in such locations, hard to reach areas, we could voice our concerns or voice it as a rights approach to use the TV white space spectrum. So that is something that I would like to suggest.
Thanks so much. Maybe later Ken and we can take the question, and maybe there are more questions from the audience, so that we can do one round. Okay. Sonia?
I was wondering, how are you addressing the point that you made earlier in your presentation, Talent, around the gender digital divide? How are you, through your programs, reaching out to women and girls differently and ensuring that they are part of the programs and the connectivity projects that you are implementing? Thank you.
Thanks so much. And if there are no more questions, I'd like to ask one question of our panelists, if you could address. So, since you are working in the ground, you are facing the real challenges. Maybe you could identify one challenge that you have faced, and how you overcome that kind of challenge, so that we can learn from your experience. Yeah. Perhaps we can start from you, and then we can go like this. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Okay. So the challenges. Hello. So the challenges is like internet. Actually, in my Totopada, the main problem is the internet and the communications. And sometimes, जब कोई online जो करना है, okay, and to do some form fill up of government schemes and all. But क्या होता है कि हम लोगों को awareness और नहीं मिलती जल्दी because of lack of internet and all. But now some changes in our Totopada. There is Wi-Fi आ गया यहाँ पे. So through Wi-Fi we are doing, but sometimes Wi-Fi भी उतनी काम नहीं करते क्योंकि Totopada is like जो locations is very in a different place. जो northern parts जो पहाड़ से घिरे हुए हैं, southern and eastern parts there's rivers. So क्या होता है कि internet अच्छे से जा नहीं पाता है, and that's why to do some like government's schemes और वगैरह और कोई अगर करना है तो that it makes me a big challenges. Thank you.
Speaking of challenges, I think what we ran into when we were trying to implement the entire sensor and smart farm system was that fine, but most of the farmers are 45 and up or 50 and up, and most of the kids are in the city or they're abroad working. So you're dealing with a group of people who really don't understand technology to that extent. And their bottom line is, fine, how much is my rice worth right now in the market? I've got it growing, that's fine, but what is it worth right now? So it's access to data, and it's more the basically, the stomach and the mouth. How do you feed, and what is it worth? How much money can I get? So those are the challenges that we were facing. So that's why we implemented this survey with the farmers, because what is it they wanted from the system? Because what we were initially doing is, okay, this is something that is a problem. We're addressing the problem. Is it a problem for them? Right? And so we had to go back and have a look at, okay, but what is it that the farmers want in terms of technology, in terms of communication? So I think that's pretty much the idea for all of us here, is access to information. And so how could we then shift our project and provide that access and that information to them?
सर चैलेंजेस की बात करें तो मैं उत्तराखंड के हिल एरिया से बिलोंग करता हूं, तो वहां सबसे बड़ा इशू नेटवर्क का है और रूट कनेक्टिविटी का है। तो वहां के जो लोग हैं, जैसे कोई गवर्नमेंट स्कीम आ गई या फिर कोई कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम है तो उसको फिल करना है, तो उनको जो नोटिफिकेशन आता है वो उनको पता करते करते वो नोटिफिकेशन का लास्ट डेट चले जाता है। तो काफ़ी सारे अपनी अपॉर्चुनिटी को मिस कर जाते हैं, जिससे वो फॉर्म हम नहीं भर पाते हैं। और काफ़ी छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं, जैसे किसी को अपने हिल एरिया से कोई टाउन में उनके बच्चे स्टडी के लिए आते हैं तो वो उनसे बात नहीं कर पाते हैं, कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। अगर उनको कुछ उनको बताना है या कुछ करना है तो कोई वहाँ के लोकल टैक्सी ट्रैवलर होते हैं, उनके थ्रू अपना मैसेज पास करते हैं। तो अगर इंटरनेट आ गया और CSC सेंटर के थ्रू वो अपना जो हमारे कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स हैं उनके थ्रू अपने फॉर्म फिलअप कर सकते हैं और जो छोटी मोटी चीज़ें ऑनलाइन जानकारी ले सकते हैं। बाकी ये सारी चीज़ें
So I'll first translate what he's saying. So he's saying that one of the major issue which he in his community is facing is filing application forms for government jobs and getting other notifications and OTPs from that. So that's the major challenge which he is facing right now. For us, we are working in a community, we are working in Nandurbar, one of the most tribal districts in India. So one of the important major challenge which we are facing right now is lack of trust from the community. Because these are the community members who most of the people has never seen internet, or so right, we have access to mobile phone. We started accessing mobile phone in 2003, 4 or 5. But these are the people who are getting network connection now in 2024. So they're already 20 or 20 years back. So the most important challenge which we are facing is lack of trust. How we are dealing is, we are making them aware that, see, this is very important right now. If you want to go ahead, if you want anything, be it a simple OTP, you need it. So that's one of the major issue which we are facing, lack of trust, and we are doing it by people's participations only.
Thanks so much. I also add another challenge that we faced. It's actually related to policies and regulations. In the work that we've been doing in the community networks, it could have been much faster, easier and cheaper if the regulations and policies were not as strict in Kyrgyzstan as they are now. And it's very much related to the TV white space as well. So in Kyrgyzstan, to the community networks, you could use potentially license-free spectrum. However, our law says that you can use the license-free spectrum indoors. So even if you have if you in your territory from one house to another house use your Wi-Fi, you are breaking the law theoretically. But if you talk to the authorities, could we make it easier? Could we allow to use the TV white space so that more people, especially people in very remote parts of the world, and in Kyrgyzstan, in the remote part of the country, can have access to it? The regulators are somewhat reserved because they think that spectrum is an asset that you need to sell at the highest price. So the incentive is to get more money from the spectrum, whereas incentives should be connect more people and make it possible through that kind of regulation. So that was one of the major hurdles that we faced in terms of closing the gender digital divide and how this project is helping. This is very much related to the availability of relevant tools and services for rural communities. So at the moment, my colleagues are traveling in Kyrgyzstan in very remote parts of the country, providing trainings on digital skills and digital hygiene, as well as kind of how to use the e-government services, how to use these kinds of dashboards, so that people in rural communities, especially women and girls, and these trainings are actually targeted specifically and are programmed specifically for women and girls. So we try to have at least 50% women participating in these trainings. And the second aspect, what we found is that we wanted to provide this kind of very high-level scientific trainings to scientific community of Kyrgyzstan. And when our trainers came from Italy, we found out that the gender balance, it's not gender balanced, the scientific community, but actually it's gender imbalanced. There are more women scientists in Kyrgyzstan, so that was very heartwarming. And I think earlier today there was an exercise where you could ask the AI, I want to become a doctor, and what kind of picture it provides. So I think it should be that if you say I want to become an engineer, it shouldn't be just a male face, it could be women and girls. So that's how we also want to use this case to encourage more girls to become scientists. Thank you. I think with that, it seems that our time is up. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thank you very much for all your attention. And one last thing. So we brought some presents to our distinguished speakers. So from Women in Digital Economy Fund.
Thank you to Nitesh for joining us in the panel. Thank you to Shivam, to Ken, and to Bharat. Thank you so much, guys. Can we have a photo of the panel? We saw a lot of case stories in this session. I'm very sorry about my face and my voice. I was very sick when we were recording case studies, therefore the shut eyes. But the idea was to look at these great initiatives and understand from each other, learn from each other, and see how community development can be replicated in our own countries as well. So thank you to this wonderful session, and thank you for the panelists for your time and for joining us today. The next session is going to be a very intriguing session that looks at understanding the different ideologies of policymakers, coal company officials, researchers, and civil society organizations to start and understand a dialogue on the just energy transition. This session is hosted by Swanati and DEF. I would like to ask Arpita Ganjilal from DEF to please come on the stage. Can we also have Rishi Kishore from Fellow Energy Transition and Climate Policy, Swanati Global. Okay. And Disha Pandey, the Associate Fellow, Global Climate and Development Institute, Swanati Global. Can we also have Mr. B. Vera Reddy, who's the ex-director, Technical Coal India Limited and ex-CMD Central Coalfield Limited. And also Rishi Kishore, fellow from Swaneti Global. Thank you so much for joining us, and I would like to ask Arpita to now moderate the session.
Hello everyone, good evening. How does it feel after lunch, post-lunch? Do you need a tea before we start the session, or should we head start into it? Okay. Sorry? Okay. So today we are very thankful to Swaneti Initiative, Diksha, Rishi, and most importantly Vera sir, to be here with us for this discussion. So this discussion aims to explore economic diversification as an option for a resilient and sustainable future. These insights aim to catalyze momentum towards the role of communities in India and popularize the concept with different stakeholders, including coal and power producing companies, government ministries, policy institutions, civil society organizations, and research communities. Today, we will begin this discussion with a presentation where Diksha from Swaneti will set the global and Indian context on the discourse of just transition. And after that, we have actually Digital Empowerment Foundation and Swaneti Initiative. We have conducted studies together in Jharkhand, as well as Swaneti has conducted in the state of Telangana. So we present those findings for you to reflect on and to understand the context of, just transition in Indian subcontinent. And Vera sir is here to give us a larger understanding of this discourse from his many decades of experience in the field of addressing the discourse of just transition. So I request Diksha to take over at this stage. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Arpita. So glad to be here. I'm just trying to understand how this clicker works. Okay, great. So I'm Diksha Pandey. I'm an associate fellow at Swaneti Global, and for the past 1 year, I've been focusing on economic diversification and just transition in coal districts. And in that context, the agenda for today's presentation is threefold. So first, we'll try to understand what just transition is in global and in Indian context. Then we'll delve a little deeper into what our study has been in Jharkhand and Telangana. And then we'll tell you about the key findings from the study and the larger economic diversification pathways. So first off, I want to start off by telling why we're talking about just transition, or what is just energy transition. Essentially, when like the mine picture that you just saw before the presentation, that was a massive mine in Mancherial, the RK1 mine, I think. So what happens is when the mine closes and we're transitioning away from that resource, what will happen to the millions of workers, communities, businesses that are dependent on that mine or that fossil fuel, the coal? So that is the essence or crux of just transition. What next for these communities? So just transition has picked up globally, and so much so that there are governments that have formed committees, declarations, commissions on JT. So for example, the Solidarity Declaration of Silesia, which is a coal district in Poland. So what they said was that just transition is a very important topic and it cannot be taken for granted, and they came up with this declaration so that there are decent jobs for people when the transition happens. Similarly, there's a task force for Canadian coal power workers obviously in Canada. And there's also a Just Transition Commission interim report of Scotland, which came out in 2018, which again focused on government policies in the context of just transition. Now, for India, it becomes very essential to focus on just transition, majorly because they've set the net zero goal of 2070. So again, it is crucial for a well-planned transition so that we can help those communities that are dependent on that fossil fuel to sort of diversify and get decent jobs. And states like Telangana, which is like the first state to plan for a net zero in 2047, which is like 23 years before the national target. So it becomes even more important for this state to plan for a just transition because we have districts in Telangana that are heavily dependent on coal. Now, India's just transition journey is only 3-4 years old, and it has happened in sort of steps, and it has picked up progressively. So the first stage was research, where civil society, academia, think tanks were trying to understand what just transition is. Then the second stage was, along with research, they focused on engagement. So they spoke to stakeholders like coal communities, locals, trade unions, government officials around this topic. Then the third was institutionalization, which is basically the government trying to formulate policies, commissions on just transition. So, for example, in November 2020, Jharkhand, which is again a very heavy coal state, formed the Just Transition Task Force. Then again, we had, I think in June 2022, the Ministry of Coal had formed the Just Transition Division, and now we saw Telangana has announced a net zero goal of 2047, which will eventually be linked to Just Transition. Now, why are we focusing on Just Transition, and what is the silver lining in this whole scheme of things? And that is economic diversification. So when the fossil fuel is phased down, what will happen to the coal communities? Now, the only silver bullet here is economic diversification, meaning that you have other sectors that take place of that coal sector and provide that employment opportunities and livelihood opportunities for these workers, for these communities. If not, there will be ghost towns like the ones that you see in the pictures. These are ghost towns in Fightwell, USA. So not a single person in sight. These are banks, infrastructure just stranded like that. Now, what we did was we tried to understand economic diversification at the ground level, which I think I missed out after institutionalization is pilots and programs. So that this is our pilot that we try to do. We try to understand economic diversification in two states and 4 districts in Telangana, Mancherial and Peddapalli, and Jharkhand, Bokaro and Ramgarh. Now, in this context, we asked 3 very simple questions, which were, what is the scale and type of coal dependency? How would regions diversify? And what are the pathways for diversification? I'll explain this more in detail in the coming slides. So what we essentially did was we conducted primary household surveys and enterprise surveys. So like you see, there's a massive household survey of 1,800 households in Jharkhand, 600 households in Telangana. Additionally, we did focus group discussions, semi-structured interviews, the qualitative stuff to understand coal dependency and diversification aspirations of these districts. Now, this enterprise survey is first of its kind, never been done in coal districts. We went to local enterprises who are dependent on coal and asked them, what sort of dependency they have, what are their aspirations for diversification, what will happen when the phase down happens, and again, what are their aspirations for future livelihoods. And then it was a proper, modeling exercise. We applied robust sampling and all that. Now, the key takeaways we have, again, the surveys were massive. We have a lot of results from the survey, but I'll just take a few moments and explain just a few. So first, we again, like the first question was coal dependency. So we tried to understand coal dependency across the districts. So just for example, we saw again in all 4 districts, coal is central to livelihood, infrastructure, physical dependency in all these districts. So for example, in Peddapalli, we found that 26% of the households are dependent on coal jobs, 15% of households provide services to the coal mines, again 26% of registered enterprises are dependent on coal, and again there are infrastructure dependencies on water, electricity and coal-based boilers. Similarly, again, a very similar picture for Mancherial, 5% registered are dependent on coal mining, households, infrastructure, again, physical dependencies. And again, Jharkhand, which was, the study was done with the help of DEF, also found the same sort of dependency, but here you can see the numbers are a bit higher because again, coal is much more central in Jharkhand than it is in Telangana. So 72% of our registered units were dependent on coal, 48 unregistered or informal enterprises were dependent on coal. 52% of the households still use coal as a primary fuel for cooking, and 22% avail Coal India services for electricity and water. And fiscal dependency was very huge because 10.46 billion rupees in Bokaro, 11.95 billion in Ramgarh was, accrued from coal to DMF. Now we've understood what is coal dependency through these surveys. Now we try to understand the diversification aspirations. So again, just for example's sake, I've put these, I've taken Peddapalli. So you can see. Again, industry and household aspirations. 36% of the households still prefer their children to work in the coal sector. 44% express their preference for starting their own business in case of a coal phase down. Then you have industry aspirations. 9% of the enterprises are considering diversifying into non-coal sectors, and so on and so forth. Again, similar thing for Ramgarh, but here in Jharkhand, what we did was we tried to understand the digital aspect also. What can the digital medium do, or how can it help, increase the employment potential? So, yeah, the second point, 65% of the respondents, the household respondents, feel that digital medium is a potential means for employment. Yeah. I mean, this was the major finding in households in Ramgarh. Now we also sort of understood, that was sort of the aim also, we tried to understand what support they would require for diversification. So we sort of had like these 4 heads, which was institutional, infrastructure, labor, and finance. And within each head, in households, in enterprises, we try to understand that, okay, if you want to diversify, what support do you need? And it was a bit difficult because they weren't, first of all, sure that they want to diversify, forget, thinking about any support. But, upon asking these questions, they sort of told us that for institutional support, they would, they want more permission for starting new industries and better law and order condition. Now, this is very tricky because in every district we went, they just wanted better law and order conditions. So that was very, universal. Then for infrastructure, they wanted access to more interior parts of the district where they don't have access to, especially the enterprises. Again, they wanted cheap and reliable electricity and internet connection. Labor was very interesting because in all these districts that you go, you see that people are trained for only one sort of skill. So, and they want to diversify, but they don't have those skills, or they don't know what sort of skills they require. So a lot of them said that opening training centers would be very helpful in, sort of diversifying their skill sets also. And also education was a, again, universal concern for a lot of these workers and households. For finances, very easily, they wanted cheaper finances and easy documentation for, sort of diversifying into new businesses. Now, we've understood the coal dependency, the diversification aspirations. Now we want to focus on what the pathways for diversification will be. So, what we essentially did was, after having done all these studies, all these surveys, we tried to come up with sectors that can be sort of opened in these districts and that can, sort of help diversify the district. So what we did was, how we identified these sectors was based on household aspirations, industry aspirations, what are the existing policies for that particular sector, and what is the natural potential of that district. So for example, if a district is also is very heavy on agro resources, so that could be one sector for diversification apart from from the coal sector. And once we get these sectors, what we did was we tried to align these sectors with a pathway. So we sort of underscored the comparative advantage of that sector. We tried to understand what are the opportunities in that sector, weaknesses, and the government support. So, for example, just 2 minutes. So this is a very broad, sectoral classification that we had for Telangana. So for Pedapalli, we had these many sectors. Mancherial, again, these sectors. Common sectors were solar manufacturing, textiles, and food processing. So in just 1 minute, I'll try to tell you how we developed that pathway. So for example, food processing. Now, the comparative advantage, as you can see, that both these districts are endowed with, good agricultural resources. There's optimum conditions for all these resources. And there's strong network of railway and road transportation, which becomes a comparative advantage for that sector in these particular districts. Again, challenges would include poor processing facilities. There's no investment in this sector, in these districts, and there's lack of supply chain, which is like there's no value chain attached to these sectors. And opportunities, again, is that, if food processing sector comes up big in these districts, it will eventually increase farmers' income and promote livelihood and local entrepreneurship. Again, we have policy alignment also for this sector because there's already a Telangana food processing policy of 2024, which gives special food processing zones. Then there's capital investment also, grants and subsidies. Then we have a scheme for formalization of micro food processing units, which sort of creates cooperative societies, FPOs. It sort of brands also and markets the product. And again, we have state support for the sector because there are Raitu Vedikas that help in crop management, improve facilities. Then we have the massive Mission Kakatiya, which gives, irrigation infrastructure, 24/7 free power, so on and so forth. So this is just for one sector. Like this, we've done this for several sectors in each of the 4 districts that we've surveyed, and we hope that these sectors will also match up to the coal sector, but that's just a dream. So I would just want to leave you guys with one thought that, when the transition happens, when coal phases down, which is again 20, 30, 40 years from now on, the communities, workers, businesses will be under the pangs of a massive transition. It's it's a long road, but the planning needs to start now, and dialogues need to, we need to do more dialogues like these for such planning.
Thank you, Diksha. We are running a little short of time, so I will quickly start. I think I'll come to you, Vera sir. Sir, given this context of just transition and the studies and the findings that are coming in, we would like to understand from you what have been the steps that the coal companies have taken towards just transition. And then, lastly.
Yeah, good afternoon all. We are talking a lot about just transition. What is just transition in the context of coal mining? I don't know how many people have seen coal mining, I do not know. Only one or two? Not many. Okay. Coal mining, to restore the pre-mining conditions, that is just transition, that communities are not affected, environment is not affected. Because of coal mining, these two are affected. One is communities, employees, that local regions and all, and second is environment. Okay. How we can address it? One is that phasing down or complete stoppage of coal mining and go looking for alternative things. But whether India can afford stopping the coal production, we have only coal. We don't have oil. We don't have gas. We have only coal. For energy security, it is very much essential. And keeping all this in the view, why can't we make coal sustainable? At Coal India level, we have two mining methods called underground mining and open cast mining. Its open cast mining is that you completely remove the overburden, you touch the coal, then take out the coal. So there your topsoil is completely disturbed, your land is completely disturbed, your land profile is completely disturbed, agricultural land is converted into useless or you can't go for agriculture further. And with open cast mining, lot of airborne dust, noise, so lot many things. It impacts environment, it impacts the community. And we get 96% of coal from open cast mine. Last year, country produced about 997 million ton, almost 1 billion ton. Out of that, 96% comes from open cast mine. Every year, to produce this 1 billion ton coal, we need to disturb 2,000 hectares of land. That we have to break it, we have to remove it, then we have to take out the coal. So is there any way that we can reduce this impact so that just transition cost will be less, just transition time will be less? So if you look at global coal production statistics, about 8.5 billion ton coal production was done during last year, and out of that, about 51-52% comes from China, about 4.2 to 4.3 billion ton. And all that comes from underground mining. That totally global 8.5 production, total production, out of that 50% comes from China, and in that 90% of Chinese coal production comes from underground mine. So in India also we have huge potential for underground mining. What happens with underground mining? You don't need to take out that topsoil. Even underneath forest you can work. There are mines you can work underneath the oceans, underneath the nalas, underneath the water reservoirs. So you don't need to disturb anything. So that is the reason Coal India prepared a roadmap for 100 million ton underground production. Presently, Coal India is at 25 million ton. In the next 5 years, there is a plan to increase it to 100 million ton. So that even with underground mining, the communities are not affected. Okay. Coming to environment pollution, during last year, about 3 billion ton, I think in 2022, about 3 billion ton carbon emissions were there, total country. Out of that, mining-related carbon emissions are about 28 million ton to 29 million ton, less than about 1%. So mining itself is not as polluted as we think. But what is happening when coal is supplied to end-use plants, power plants, industries, where they burn the coal, and there most of the carbon emissions are taking place. If you see the split up of carbon emissions, energy sector emits 76% of total carbon emissions. So recently there is a study in America also that during power generation in thermal power plant, they could successfully capture the carbon. Then once you can address the community problem with underground mining, and if you can capture the carbon while power is generated, while burning the coal, then why should we go away from coal? So R&D is going in that direction, that carbon capture, sequestration and storage, and also utilization, and also going for underground mining. Definitely, it will minimize the impact of community and environment, so that just transition becomes more easier. So that's what Coal India is also doing, even Singareni is also doing. And apart from that, now we are going for solar plant. We have a net zero target of 3 gigawatt for Coal India. And our target is by 2930, we need to achieve net zero by setting up 3 gigawatt solar power plant. And already we have split up targets for every year. We identified the land. And the recent Gujarat also, we got something. That way, I think we are sure that we'll achieve the net zero for Coal India by 2930. That's one thing. We are doing plantation very extensively. Our target is every year 2,000 hectares of land. In the last 5 years, I think we have done about 7,000 to 8,000 hectares of land. In future, next 5 years, about 10,000 hectares land plantation we have the target. And that is also being done aggressively. Another important thing is that now Government of India, Ministry of Coal, that now they are going to amend mining plan, mine closure guidelines. That actually mine closure guidelines are given in 2009. And before that, lot many mines were closed. Before 2009, about 170 mines were closed. And they were not closed properly. And in mine closure plan, there is no provision for skill development or alternative deployment, land repurposing. There was no provision in that. Now with the amendment is not yet done, but stakeholders consultation is done, draft policy is circulated. In that, they are taking care of all these things, that redeployment, reskilling, and this alternatives like solar and pisciculture. In Coal India, we have at 3 to 4 places where water pond is there, pisciculture locals, they are doing it. Lot many families are dependent on that. In the similar way, lot many things that we developed so many eco parks, 32 eco parks have been developed, 50 parks under development, and tourism. So that way, all possible steps are being taken up. And in the draft amendment, and they have systematized that any mine closure plan has to be planned with all that land repurposing and where solar plant can be installed or what can be done and how alternative employment can be provided for locals so that they are not suffered even after closure of the mine. So that one important thing. Presently, about 300 closed mines are there. Out of that, again, they are converted into open cast mines and reopened mines, some of the mines. And presently, 66 plus 14, about 80 mines are to be closed. That permanent final mine closure plans have been approved. And by 28, 29, all these 66 mines for final mine closure and about 14 temporary mine closure plans will be completed successfully and taking care of all these things. That restoration of pre-mining conditions and also monitoring of environmental impacts and also this solar power plant or wherever even pumped storage plant, even gravity storage. That's a new concept coming up in China. Extensively they are going for this gravity storage. Gravity storage is same principle like a pumped storage power plant. There we have lot many shafts. For mining we also sink shafts, maybe 200 to 300 meters depth. That can be used for gravity storage. So These are some of the steps Coal India is taking, and also energy efficient measures like we are going for EV vehicles and going for LNG vehicles, and also all that LED lamps and all. So all the steps are being taken up apart from going for underground mining and other things. So I think coal industry, particularly in India, Singareni and Coal India, they are moving towards just transition. That whatever steps are to be taken in a constructive way, holistically they are thinking, and roadmaps are prepared and being implemented and being monitored by the Ministry of Coal at regular intervals. I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. From our conversations, we understand that multi-stakeholder efforts at addressing this question, but there are still lots of challenges ahead of us. For example, when we went for the field study, right? So when we took the questions directly to the communities, it was very hard to communicate the problem or to understand whether they conceive this as a problem. So there are lots of these real questions. I think here I would request Rishi, who is a fellow with Swaniti, to respond to this question, that going forward, what are the key challenges, opportunities the coal regions have in this project of economic diversification? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Arpita. Thanks, Diksha, for the presentation and sir for your thought. So when we talk about the coal production and coal mining in the country, if we see the coal not only employed a direct employment, the direct employment, but it has the induced economic impact. So direct employment right now in the coal industry is 2,20,000 people on the Coal India payroll, around 30,000-40,000 people on the Singareni payroll. But the amount or the quantum of money that these people can bring into the local economy, that create a huge induced economy. And that induced economy, if you go to the Mancherial and Pedapalli, all the market of the Pedapalli are dependent on the coal income. Similarly, the real estate price, all those are linked to the coal. And the value chain which are developed in those regions are also the coal dependent value chain. Whether it's a transportation or a strong railway network, everything is planned around the coal, and that goes into the behavior of the people that they don't think beyond the coal. So right now, if we see what are the major challenge with the just transition, the first challenge, which is the communication. When we go to the coal producing region, it's very tough to explain to the people that there could be a future that is beyond the coal. And in the survey, Diksha has pointed out, still 1/4 of the household wants their children to work in the coal industry. Changing that mindset is very difficult. But there is an optimism that in Jharkhand 4 years ago, this was a similar condition. But over the year, with the effort of the CSO government think tank, the people have started perceiving that there could be a change. So that is the first point. The second, when we talk about the just transition is this term that evolved in 1970, but get preeminence after Paris Climate Accord and when the Prime Minister has announced the Glasgow Climate Summit that India will achieve net zero by 2070. At that point, the just transition became a common language between the policy researcher and the energy researcher, and how we can plan this energy transition journey so that no one can left behind. So in this whole context, just transition involves at least 5-6 major components. Ones that the sir pointed out is the land reclamation. Again, changing the industrial policy, bringing the economic diversification in the region, repurposing of the complete value chain, scaling the people for the new sector and identifying the new sector. So these are the 5 and 6 major questions. And again, there could not be the one answer for all the region. The solution for Jharkhand would be very different because almost 12 districts out of 22 are dependent on the coal, and 70% of the non-tax revenue for the state come from the coal industry itself. Again, it has a macroeconomic implication. So, just for example, in railway, 45% of the freight revenue come from the coal. Last year, coal transportation contributed $10 billion to the Indian railway, which cross-subsidized the passenger fare. So again, it has a socio-political impact of the coal fuels down. So still we don't know what are the timeline for that transition, but the timeline differ between the country and between the district also. So for example, in the Pench Kanan, which is in the Betul district of Maharashtra, transition has already started to happen. To make it justify, the few intervention has already started to happen, like the CSR money Coal India has invested in those areas. In Giridih, organically the district has developed because the new industry has come to economic diversification happen. So in this whole grim picture, what is the silver lining? The silver lining is the economic diversification of this coal district. Because right now it's a mono economy and it's never be wise to put all the egg in the one basket. Even if not for the climate region, due to the technological shift, if the coal market crash, then this district will not able to survive. So economic diversification is the only silver lining, and for that the first thing is the communication, second is the policy reform, and third is the institutionalizing the whole economic diversification discourse in the policy formulation. Thanks.
Okay, I think we have come at the end of the panel discussion. Thank you so much, Rishi, Vera sir, and Diksha. I think, yeah, that's it. Thank you, audience, for being part of this session. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Reddy sir. Thank you, Rishi, Diksha, and Arpita for this really engaging session. We'll do a photograph and then move on to the report launch. Thank you. No problem. Okay, the next session that we have is a report launch and a dialogue on understanding rural women for entrepreneurship and empowerment and the role that technology can play in it. We have the author of the report in the room with us, Dr. Sarbani Banerjee. Sarbani, can you please come to the stage? Sarbani is the Senior Project Executive Officer, Secretariat Head from IIT Bombay and also works with DEF. Please put a round of applause for Sarbani. Thank you. Can I ask the moderator, Dr. Suruchi Kumari, to please come on the stage as well? We also have Rajashri Joshi, the Program Director of BAIF, and Ritu Srivastafa, the Program Manager of IEEE and Director. Can we have you on the stage as well, please? Welcome, welcome. Okay, over to you, Suruchi.
Thank you, Akanksha. So welcome all of you. I know it's very late evening, but nevertheless, it's like a very important topic. I don't mind women and the girls living, but it's very important that those young boys sitting at the last, if they could come down and, yeah. Okay. It's very important those young boys chilling at the back could just come little ahead so it's easier for us to talk to you. So, okay, like, is it fine now? Okay. Do I use it like that? Okay, so this session is a very important session where we are going to talk about gender and digital divide, and there is a report which has been very diligently and very well researched report on an exploratory study of adoption
and uses of technology by rural women for entrepreneurship and empowerment. We have the authors here. One of the authors is here, Dr. Shabani Banerjee, who is also consultant with Digital Empowerment Foundation, is present here. Then we have Rajashri Joshi, who is Program Director of BAIF, is here. And we also have Ritu Srivastava, Program Manager, IEEE and Director with us. So I think before we go into the report, if I could give a brief about this report, is like this report does a study about not only gender divide from the perspective of uses of ICT, but this is one of the unique kind of report which also looks into ownership, and it's both quantitative and qualitative researches here, where the authors have brought out very interesting anecdotes from the lives of women where there is gender digital divide. So the report and what we can, so this report is available on Digital Empowerment Foundation's website. All of you can access and read that book. So how do we do? First we launch the report and then we go. Okay. So yeah, Shravani, do you want me to give your intro, or you want to? Okay. Over to Shravani.
Thank you, Suruchi. And thank you, Digital Empowerment Foundation. So the genesis of this report is that during the COVID times, I had already begun working on a community network, a Pathardi community network, whose socioeconomic impact Dr. Rajashri Joshi presented. So during that time, what we also found is that women did not use the connectivity as much as men used. And some of the reasons that we saw was that women did not have access to mobile phones. And that was one of the biggest challenges that women faced, to not use the connectivity. And then they told me in one of the fieldwork of mine, they told me that can you mobilize women in the community to start using the mobile phones? And then I said, okay, then let me stay. So I stayed there in the community, in the village, and that's when I found that women were actually owners. They were not the first-hand owners of the mobile phone. The mobile phone owners were actually their husbands or their brothers or their fathers. But the women were owners for a very short duration of time in the entire 24 hours of a day. That is from 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. That is when the male members of the family go out to the agriculture field to do agriculture, and the women are there in the house. But during this duration of time that they are the real owners of the phone, but they cannot access the phone at all because of the work at their home. That was one of the reasons that women told that we would like to have a phone of ourselves first, so can you mobilize us? So then that was the initiation into this understanding that, okay, women try to relate themselves to the mobile phone as a small technology, but they don't know how to use it in a best possible manner to empower themselves. So one of the very good examples is the BIF's example of the e-Dost initiative that was a part of our community network. And there we actually found that women don't need very huge technology or very extravagant technology, but a very small mobile phone without connectivity also they start using. And that was there in one of the studies that I did after the COVID times, that women were using the smartphone without any connectivity, but using it as a recording machine where they could record the voice of the other women in the community and put it forth as interventions towards within the community. So this study was conducted. We had a lot of discussion with Dr. Rajeshri Joshi as well from BIF. And then DEF actually has consented to help me in this study by enabling the field environment, because I don't have the reach to the wider field as DEF has. And I worked together along with two of the other researchers called Tuisha Sarkar and Ananya Iyer, both of whom could not attend this this program here, this conference here. So this I have used a mixed method approach, wherein I did a survey of 207 women in various states of India, in various districts, and followed by in-depth interviews. So we segregated the women. The survey was on active users and passive users of the mobile phone. We looked at the mobile phone only because that is the only medium of ICT usage by women in the rural areas. And the reason why I focused on the rural women is that the women in the rural areas, they have to actually overcome a lot of constraints, a lot of challenges to use even a smartphone. So like they don't have access to device, they don't understand English, there is no literacy, levels of literacy is very low, then the digital literacy is also not there. So we use this, and this has come out, the report has come out very well, wherein we look into that even though women in the rural areas have to overcome these challenges, like I just mentioned about these challenges, but then there are other barriers that they have to overcome, those are the structural barriers of race, of caste, of low socioeconomic status, high socioeconomic status. So they have to keep overcoming each and every, there are so many challenges that women face. And at the end, when they have overcome all these different types of challenges, and at the end when they are actually having a smartphone in their hands, they look at being empowered. And that is the story of this report. So I would like to ask Dr. Rajeshri Joshi to throw light into the work that BIF, in the field environment in which BIF works. There are quite a lot of women who use very frugal technology, and they have their own enterprise solutions, or they have been economically empowered by BIF. I request Dr. Rajeshri Joshi to please throw light on some of those cases.
So thank you, Dr. Sarmani. And reflecting back on this topic, and not only in this project which we implemented with APC, but there are so many instances where, women and technology, there is a notion that they don't go hand in hand. I don't know why. Like we had one climate smart village program, and where the entire, because it was like foreign funded and international agencies, lot of thrust on ensuring centrality of women, inclusiveness. So we thought that we collected all phone numbers, and there was this service of providing weather-based crop advisories, and some of those SMS alerts, helpline, and we collected all the numbers, and then we were also the KVKs and government centers, they were providing services. And when we did a review, we realized like these mobiles are not owned by women. I mean, although those numbers were given by women. So, and those were owned by their son who is studying in city. So, I mean, the messages were going to them. So, that is one example. Second thing is, in general, stereotype. Even in urban areas, in my colleague in office, like he said कि मेरा phone अभी पुराना हो गया, तो मैंने कहा क्या करेंगे अभी, मैं wife को दे दूँगा. So that type of thing is there कि old phone should be given to wife and not new one. So even in urban areas where things are changing, ये type का notion है. And third example is definitely I think connectivity and having mobile phone. Well, I would request Dr. Sarmani to look into that, how women are also using mobile phones. for various purposes. Like I can give one example where I went in Narmada district, and there the connectivity was not there few years back. And when I went last time, little bit connectivity started because I think Jio had set up one tower over there. So very limited connectivity in one part of village, and wahan jaake young girls were trying to get connectivity and seeing, observing something. So I just tried to understand what they are seeing. So they were seeing the beautician hacks. Beauty parlor ke hacks, those hacks. But I realized that this is also one kind of skilling, through that they were gaining some knowledge on certain things, and that may help them for their self-development, also for starting some beauty parlor or those type of businesses. Similarly, when connectivity was there during COVID time, there was a bulk order that was given to women from Uttarakhand, and it was a remote village in Champawat district, and there the for making masks, and those women had a very good skill of stitching, but then how to make masks, they were not having any skills. So during that time, using the YouTube videos, they could learn about mask making, and they could provide the order was completed, few lakhs of masks were made, and they could earn good money also. So I think it is worth looking at what this digital connectivity, how it is put to use if freedom is given. Like if there is no structured program, I think it would be interesting to see also. And yeah, definitely, I think it's a very, very important thing. Because otherwise, if we consciously don't put effort in understanding the gender disaggregated data and how what it means for having adoption and usage of internet connectivity and technology like mobile phone, I think it will lead to further digital divide. So definitely a conscious effort is required, and I'm glad that Dr. Sarbani has made an attempt to collect data and throw some light on it based on the actual case studies that she has collected. So I would be keen to also go through this report, but I will stop here. My other colleagues will also be talking about it.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Now I would like Ritu Srivastava, who has actually worked quite a lot with community radio stations, and she herself has set up a community network called Radio Bulbul, in cooperation with Radio Bulbul, called CR Bolo. She has quite a vast experience of working with technology and have seen how women use these technologies. So please, Ritu, can you please come and say a few sentences?
Thank you, Sarbani, and I'm glad that still we are left over with so many people. So, and this is the first time gender-based. Whenever we talk about gender, then only women come forward. Otherwise, in none of the sessions which we are seeing in the morning, gender presence is minimal. And that's where the challenge comes. Inclusivity is not talked much. I'll go back to the time when we were in the 2012, when phones were recently came, and that's the moment when communication devices have come. It's the best season to see how the communication devices are being used. Give that phone, give that device, or give anything to women, they will make the best out of it. I'll give you an example. I was in a Banaras where farmer women were using their mobile phone, and that time the cost of incoming was charged. So 1 missed call, my husband has come home. 2 missed call, my kids have come home. That's the power of a communication, and that's the power of a women utilizing the technology. They understand the technology better than the men when they have that power. And the power comes also with the ownership. When you give the devices, the ownership is also like that way. You give them a sense that, okay, as my fellow colleagues have mentioned, that Purana phone hoga, then we will give it to our sister, we will give it to our mother, or we will give it to anyone who is there as well. But that onus is given when it is given to them. That makes a difference altogether of the devices as well. There are a number of stories which we have been listening since morning, that how women are using it and how women are trying to come with the barriers of it, that overcome these barriers. still, if we talk about it, less than 29% women are using the mobile phone. We never had a mobile phone, even in any devices, like computers have come just because it came for the purpose of a male one, not the female one. अगर कोई भी device आ रही है घर पे तो पहले male के लिए आएगी फिर female के लिए आएगी. That we have seen, and it's a normal structure. We all have it. It's a normal to our mothers. It's normal to our sisters as well at the same time. But how are we trying to categorize that? How we are looking into those ones? One of the things that I like to challenge, that we all are sitting in a tea hub, we are sitting in a startup community. How many of us have thought about to design any devices and design any structure with the gender inclusivity? Emojis are evolved with the dark and with the fair one, and the emojis are evolved because we are forced to evolve that. Okay, bring gender in the name of that. Many women, those who are shown in emojis, are either a shortcut or with the buns. We are not always like that. We have a different set of categories. कुर्ता सलवार कुर्ता में कोई इमोजी नहीं दिखेगा. अगर दिखेगा तो इमोजी साड़ी पहन के दिख रही होगी. अगर आपको ANM या आशा वर्कर प्रोटेक्ट करनी है तो साड़ी पहन के आएगी. So how those emojis are evolved? No one is. We need to talk about the inclusivity from the aspect of a design, privacy, consent, and everything. As Sarbani mentioned, that we have a community network with the Radio Bulbul, and one of the things which I have realized, not by intention that radio station is designed for a women. It's by natural that the two girls started working and they'd taken owners of it. Why? Because they were they start their job from 5 to 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. They take a break, but they don't go for a sutta break. So that becomes also safe spaces for women to come because they are there all the time. That becomes a space for women to talk about many other things as well. So it has become a community space. So it needs to be evolved from the aspect of a community aspect, and it needs to be seen how we are designing things are going as well. Privacy and consent we have taken into granted, but have we ever asked that how women are consent about it? There are a number of things which we can talk about it, but this I'll limit to myself here and see that how we can define more gender inclusivity into the different sections, whether it's a technology, whether it's a privacy, whether it's a design and structure. I'm doing one research to think about how design and structures are evolved, and I have came out into 2 papers from a global section. Only 2 papers are talking about gender-based designs. None of the papers which I came through. I'm happy if I get some more examples on that one.
Thank you, Sharmani. Thank you, Rajshri, thank you, Ritu. So, I was also part of, a very small part of this editorial part of this report, but I did see there's something very important, which is very important for all of you to read, and it's something which could be Sharbani personally feel this could be taken more further and more detailed in terms of there's something which you try to do is active users and passive users. So for that, if something more methodologically, something in ranking and categorizing of women users, right from if communication is something which is very basic, but somebody who's running business through mobile phone or something, then ranking something around that methodologically, something which could be this report needs to be next year or the further if you get time for teaching and research time, if you get, that's very important. And something which Rajashri pointed out is something very important is how just not is technology, she really weaved a very important thing between technology and aspiration. So this also takes me back to my recent field experience in Dharchula, Uttarakhand. So like this is the women of those young women, how technology is very much related to your personal aspiration, who you as a person is going to be, is something which has also become so technologically dependent, is something which Rajashri Joshi really hinted out to. So one of the recent, one anecdote if I could share here. So one of the few young girls in Dharchula in Uttarakhand, when we were in an area where there is no internet, There is no internet, even there is no 2G connection. Few of the women have to, Jio has just come. It's, I don't know how much, why other telecom companies are not there, why only one telecom company is going there. We also need to not leave the other questions while we're talking about gender question, which is like a one very gender interference we should always keep on making, to talk the other structures as well as with the gender. So Geo networks are there. So those girls would say, we call that area, हम उस जगह को जन्नत कहते हैं. So if I could translate it, it means that we call that place a heaven, because that little is like, I don't know how to say, in the area where I'm standing, this much area only internet comes in Pithora, in Dharchula block in Pithoragarh district. So we need to understand how much there's a different worldview which has been presented by all the three panelists, and how Ritu also talked about how designs, women's designs is itself not very gender inclusive, or how they're totally ignorant of the women concern, or different, or people coming from different gender as well. It's very masculine, it's very like centered around what one of the very dominant gender would want for. So this were my notes on this. If any one of you want, do you have questions for Shabani, for like Rajashri and Ritu? No? Okay. Anyone of you have question? If, or yeah, then please read the report. It's available on Digital Empowerment Foundation publication website. So please do read the report. It's like a very interesting report. Okay, Pranita. So like, the most important part, our designers do very exciting work. Yeah. इधर
Thank you, Dr. Sarvani. Now our next session is on gender rights and meaningful access among community of practices. So I would like to welcome Sonia George on the stage, as she is moderating this session. So I'll give the brief about this session. A small brief. It's almost 5. Okay, so guys, 10 minutes of break. Then we will start at 5:15. So please be here at 5:15. Thank you.
అవునా ఏ ఫ్లోర్లో ఉన్నాడంట
కెమెరాతో పాటు వెళ్ళే అడుగు ఒకసారి ఏం ఫోటో ఏడా నువ్వు పక్కకు వచ్చి మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు ఎవరున్నాడు క్యాప్ ఫ్లోర్ అయితే
Oh, brave you are. She's a brave woman.
ఫ్లోర్ నీడన్నా सर ये बगल वाला हॉल का भी हो गया क्या? क्योंकि वीडियोग्राफर नीचे चले गया था
Nice to meet you. APC. Ah, you are. Yes. I work with the local project. Ah, oh, fantastic. What were you doing with the project? I was.
Catch it.
I joined right after.
Yeah.
Akash, I mean.
Tea break.
अंदर का? हाँ किन्ने बनाई थे वो?
आपका सपोर्ट करके दिया
Somebody has to, yeah. Ask him to close it and come.
I'm really fading away.
We can have it set up in one corner, like at least they don't even allow for education. Like the rule. Yeah. Okay. Hey, hi. Hey, yeah, Farhan asked you to walk the line.
Are you ready? Can a thing stay here? Maybe not.
ఇక్కడ నుంచి నేను ఎక్స్టెండ్ చేసుకుంటాను. ఇప్పుడు పెట్టకండి. That's why. ఇప్పుడు పెట్టకండి. స్టాండింగ్ గుడ్నెస్ నెట్వర్క్ వస్తుంది.
Okay. Hello everyone. Okay. Hi everyone. I would like to welcome Ms. Sonia George. We have moving towards our next session on gender rights and meaningful access among community of practices, and Sonia is moderating this session. So I'll give the brief about this session. So basically, the panel discussion aims to bring together policymakers, coal company officials, researchers, and civil society organizations to start the dialogue on the just energy transition. I'm so sorry, I have just. Okay, I'm really sorry. Okay, so I would like to welcome Sonia George. She's moderating this session, and the speakers on the stage: Jenny Sulfur from Digital Empowerment Foundation, Naranga Rao from Mongolia, and Chinmay, she's from IT for Change. Soumya Kidambi, she's the director and CEO of the Barefoot College, Tilonia. And I'm Sonia, please take the stage.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Pranita. Come, Chinmaya. Let's get closer, Yeah, exactly. All right, thank you all. Welcome to the session today. You can all hear me all right, I hope. So my name is Sonia George. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, and I am really honored and very happy to have four amazing ladies here with us this afternoon to discuss a very important topic, not just for community networks and for this audience here at the event, but really for the entire digital ecosystem. And this session is called Gender Rights and Meaningful Access within Communities of Practice. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that means. What are gender rights in the digital ecosystem? What does it mean to think about gender rights when we talk about meaningful access, and especially when we talk about meaningful access in a community context. And different communities, what kind of context do they have, and how do we need to be sensitive to those different situations, everything from culture, social norms, geography, socio-status, etc. But all of it that affect the intersectionality of women's lives. And so So let me just tell you a little bit about each of the speakers. We have Jenny Sulfath from DEF, the Digital Empowerment Foundation, that you know very well. Jenny is a researcher at DEF, and she also worked with us, the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, GDIP, as we call ourselves, in the qualitative and ethnographic research that we conducted for a report called Connected Resilience that you're going to hear again about tomorrow, and that I hope you will pick up a copy at our booth on the 5th floor. So Jenny has a lot of experience working at the community level with different types of community to understand women's realities in the context of digital connectivity. We also have Nari Adyasuran, I hope I'm saying it correctly, who leads two organizations, Fiber Cloud Global and Vivo Barefoot in Mongolia, very much involved also in community networks in our country, and very involved in the community networks world. I'm sure many of you know her. Shinmay Rakali from IT for Change, another really incredible organization here in India, working on not just gender rights, but digital justice overall, and we are partners and have worked on a number of projects, and you have a lot of experience at the community level as well. And Sonia from Barefoot College, that you've heard earlier today with myself at the opening plenary, a person with incredible experience, a lot of first-hand experience dealing and working for and with communities of incredible need, and also greater sensitization to not just gender issues, but really what it means to be in community, right? What it means to be thinking about different communities in India, in different states, and so on. So as you can see, four incredible speakers, and I have the easy job of just allowing them more opportunity to share with us what they already know and what they've been working on. So I'm going to start with a very general question for all of them, not just to introduce some of their work, but especially to tell us one example in how they work to empower women in the context of meaningful access in their work. So let's start with Jenny, if that's okay. So Jenny, please. Do you have a mic? And I'm sorry if I'm standing, I hope you don't mind, but I'm not a quiet person, as you can probably guess. And so I like to move, and it's very hard for me to just stay seated, so I'll sit eventually. So Jenny, go ahead.
Hello everyone. It's quite difficult for me to actually speak about, with the limited experiences I have, that what I have done with people sitting here with a lot more experience working with the community for years. As a researcher, I think what we've been doing is also to document the narratives of women being not connected, and in a way also questioning the way policy works, right? It works through numbers. Okay, these many women are excluded, these many women don't have mobile phones. But what research that way helps us understand is that it's not just that women don't have a mobile phone. When they have a mobile phone, it's the children or the husband use it, or they don't have time to use the mobile phone, or they don't have the money to recharge the mobile phone. So that is, one word within the larger interventions where I place research in, that you actually bring out the lived realities of women to the front, and from there start policy making and discussions. So, I mean, that's that kind of narrative research of everyday life of women is where I see as a concrete place where we can, start with. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Sonia, I think that's a perfect segue to you next, because you work also with communities directly. How do you relate to that experience that Jenny just shared? I think we have to share.
I mean, I totally agree with Jenny. There is no doubt. It's not just about whose hand holds the machine, or whether it's the kids or the husband. I think essentially or even the recharge. I think there is, in a patriarchal system, fear of a woman getting independent. And the mobile phone in many ways has brought independence for women. You're able to access information, you're able to communicate beyond just the four walls of your house. Many women have become entrepreneurs, the ones who've really taken a risk. I think it is that fear. So if you actually look at rural communities, we run, the Barefoot College runs what is known as village learning centers. And these are mostly digital learning centers because we have tablet PCs and computers that children can actually access. And most of the people who actually turn up at those VLCs are young women. So I was very curious in my first year. I said, why is it that we have more young women coming and the boys don't come? So one was, of course, that they try to have two shifts. So the boys come at a different time than the women, because there's a fear that if they mingle, then there will be other kind of problems. But the girls were actually using the VLCs to access documents related to UPSC, to State Public Service Commission, to teachers, the ads related to teachers, or just enrolling for courses. 2 or 3 of them got into the Merchant Navy. Things that they wouldn't have been able to do. So I said, don't you have access at home? And they said, no, my parents would much rather buy it for the boy because they see him as, this is my future, he's going to take care of me, this girl's going to get married and go away, why should I invest in a future? So it's an entire mindset, along with, if I empower her, she's not going to go and be a doormat in her husband's house. She's going to start asking questions. So it's better to hand over a doormat than hand over a pataka, it's like a cracker. So it's a whole mindset, and so it's both stories running parallelly. That the minute you give a young woman access to technology, you see a change in her. But within families, there is still that resistance to giving the device into the girl child's hand, because what if she runs away? What if she ends up falling in love? What if she, if she does something wrong? Questions they do not ask the boy. So it's a very inherent, and I'm sure this happens across the globe. I'm sure this is not specific to India. It happens in different ways, but it's also a very soft way of establishing control.
And that's exactly why we call these sessions gender rights, right? And when we think about gender rights, it's about power relationships and all of these different ways in which social norms and other parts of our society are really dictating the way women, are forced to behave, are imposed behaviors, etc. So it will be great to hear from our colleague from Mongolia, Nari. Do you face a similar situation in Mongolia? And what, for you, from your work, can you share that might be different, might be similar? Tell us a bit more about your experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Nari. I represented Cloud Academy in Mongolia. Thankfully in Mongolia all person has access to use smartphones, smart computer, etc. In Mongolia there's only one struggle we're facing is women who don't believe their potential. It is we're working on the Cloud Academy. Internet access has opened up countless opportunities for women. Many are now gaining tech skills in field like IT, project management, or digital entrepreneurship through free or affordable online platforms, career that was felt outreach and we're working on that.
Thank you. Great. So, Shinmay, you not only work here in India, but I think through the work of IT for Change, you're also very aware and very connected to the experiences of women in other parts of the world. And I think it's really an interesting contrast, right? Even just the way Jenny and Soumya speak about the challenges here in India and how Nari really expresses the experience in a very different way. What is your perspective on that, and based on what you know, your experience with your communities? But also, if you don't mind, I also wanted to ask you if you can place it in the context of justice. We're talking about gender rights, and the exercise of rights is about the exercise and the enjoyment of justice, right? Of being able to be a free human being, to live in a just society. Is that a reality that you see, not just in India, but across Asia, in your studies, in your research and analysis?
Thanks, Sonia. I would like to start by talking about the community end of it, which has been my direct experience more than the research and the advocacy bit. So, IT for Change has a field center called Prakriye, and we operate in Mysore and 60 villages across Mysore. Like Soumya said, we also have information centers, and these information centers are actually owned and run by women from the community itself. So I want to talk about two examples and situate the question about justice within these two examples. So one is Gauramma, who is a tribal woman living in a tribal hamlet, who has to survive by depending on the state rations. And when her rations stopped because her fingerprint didn't work and she didn't know how to ensure that the biometric works, she didn't know who to turn to. And she lives alone, and her son's a migrant worker, so who should she go to? And there's another case of a young widow, and she has 2 children and an elderly father-in-law who is very weak. And she desperately needs a job for her livelihood. So if you look at both of these women, and the Sakhi who manages the information center, who is also from the same community, has been able to bridge the access gap. And I mentioned 2 women not to contrast their context, Gauramma, who does not have a phone, who does not live near a city, who is not literate, versus the young widow who is actually literate and has spoken to the Sakhi over the phone and has explained the context. It's not really the contrast in their context, but the fact that the information is important. The Sakhi was able to navigate it, not just with the piece of information, but also the facilitation around it, right? So how do you make sure that that information is contextual and is situated such that it empowers you? So the power from the information itself is only one piece of the puzzle, but strategically placing it so that it empowers the women is the bigger part of the meaningful access. So the meaningful access, we see it not just as access to connection or connectivity or an affordable device, but it's really how do you make it appropriate, local, contextual. So for example, how did the Sakhi handle the access? She knows that Gauramma's son is a migrant worker and is in another village. Her biometrics is not working. She was able to negotiate with the CSC and organize a camp in Gauramma's village and bring the CSC to the village because Gauramma obviously cannot she cannot go to the CSC center. Similarly with Kavya, who's a young widow, she was able to remember that Kavya is a widow and she needs a job. So when an Anganwadi job opened up, she's able to connect these 2 pieces of information and context and say, Kavya, why don't you apply? And encouraged her to apply. So the encouragement is as important to the piece of information itself. So connecting back to, the patriarchal system. Looking at information as this public good and situated in the hands of the women. So I think that's where the justice comes from.
Great, thank you. So we are here at Community Networks Exchange. I assume many of you either run community networks, work with them, or some kind of community center connectivity solution. So I want to ask you a couple of things. So of those of you in the audience, those who are engaged in community networks in one way, shape, or form, stand up, please. Just stand from your seat if it's okay. Okay. Of those of you, how many of you have considered any of these gendered issues that our speakers just spoke about? Context, culture, social norms, self-esteem, as Nari mentioned from Mongolia, justice. How many of you consider these issues in your design, in your thinking, when you are implementing community networks? All of you? Those who didn't yet, I hope we change your mind today, sit down. If you didn't. If you did, stay seated, or stay standing, sorry. It's okay. You don't have to be embarrassed. You can sit. Okay, great. So all of you thought about it. That's great. So I'm going to pick two people from the audience. I hope you don't mind. Or maybe if you prefer to volunteer, that's fine. One woman and one man. And I want you to tell me very briefly, 30 seconds, what did you do that was unique to consider some of the things that our speakers just spoke about? So one woman first. Someone want to volunteer, or should I point to someone? All right, the lady with the red, beautiful dress. Okay, let me come to you.
Yeah.
Tell us who you are.
I'm Smina Pradhan from Hello World. So we also work in community engagement and community networks in Nepal. Similar to the cases we hear here, we also see the challenges in Nepal community that women are facing the confidence to use the device or the to come to this hub where we run this network center. So for them to step in from their house and to come out from their household chores is a big challenge for us. But what we do right now is that we hire a community support officer who is a local member from the community who knows the women from the community, and they encourage and motivates them to come to the hub, use whatever they feel comfortable to learn or see or entertain themselves in the hubs. So those are the small steps that we take in Nepal and give the women their right to internet, to free internet and informations. Yeah.
Excellent example. Thank you. Any men volunteer? Yes. Okay. Come over if you don't mind.
Thank you. I think in my case, I was really lucky that I only had women bosses from day one, so was trained in the feminist theory. So I would call this equality by design, that before the project starts, the people deciding everything about that project has to be in equality, equity, and justice, and try to get as many genders as possible on the table and maintain that throughout the project. So any solution, I think one of the biggest problem is men thinking about solutions for women. While there are amazing, wonderful women in all communities who know the solution. So while it's being thought about, bring them in, and at every step, keep the spectrum, keep that equality, and give them equal space as well. This is it's a teamwork, and the team has to be gender balanced in every way, especially economical. So the people sitting on the table have to have the equal salaries as well, so that they have the equal speech. That equal pay in a village, in a community, changes how the voices are being used. So every step of the way.
Thank you so much. So both of you touched on a couple of things that the speakers mentioned, not just the social issues, social norms, gender relations, economic situation, right? And standing in the community. So I want to ask the speakers now, given what you heard and what you heard from each other, I'll start with how challenging is it then to address these things in practice? I think you all have a lot of experience with that. You heard these two audience members. Do these experiences relate to you, and to what extent you continue to face challenges to address them? Let's start with Nari. Oh, you have the mic there, so go ahead.
Sorry, I started with community-centered solutions. Okay. Community-centered connectivity solutions can address gender-specific barriers to meaningful internet access by tailoring initiatives to the specific needs of women and other marginalized groups. Working at the Cloud Academy, our events, we have only 395 women, only a total of women in our total memberships. And the total membership is 500 now, but the woman is only 25%. It is unequal of the tech community in Mongolia issues. I'm sorry, I catch the cold. It's -3 in Mongolia Celsius, so I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, we can come back to you if you want. Yeah. Bree, do you have some water? Okay, can I ask the organizers to give us unused bottles of water? These are all used. Thank you. So, actually, I want to come back to Chinmay, because we were talking about just with the last audience member about building the gender elements by design, which I think it's something that you have a lot of experience with. So share with us how you've integrated that to address some of these challenges that you know the communities face. Thank you.
Yeah. To begin with, when you look at the information ecosystem, the people who are at the margins are women, and within that, the intersectionalities of caste, religion, and so on. So we began by saying that we want to put the women at the center of the information ecosystem. So which is why we started by looking at women's collectives and the information centers being owned by these women. So how do you ensure ownership when you clearly know that when you walk into a village, the power is so skewed towards the other end? So then the process has to be very conscious and proactive in making sure that there are spaces where these can be negotiated. So for example, when we go into the village and say, so we call for a meeting with the women first, the collectives, and then they call for a women with the power leaders in the village. So one example where so the women were trying to navigate for a space for the information center with the panchayat leaders. And the panchayat leaders said, yes, this is great, please bring the information center to our village and we'll give you a space in the center of the village. Most of these were Dalit women and their streets are at the edge of the village. So, this dialogue went back and forth for a while, and one of the women got up and said, when we wanted a space for our Sangha Mane, like the house for our collective, you said it's your issue, it's your center, you keep it in your street. Now when we want to bring an information center to the village and you see its benefit, you want it in the center. We want to keep it in our Sangha house. Why can't this become the center for you all? Why can't you come to us? So the women were able to actually navigate this, and today the center runs in the collective house. So that was one battle. Next, when we said, who should manage and who should run the center, who should be the agent, the intermediary, and immediately everybody will think of a young man, right? Like a literate, college going or degree holder. And we said no, it has to be a young woman, and that places a lot of responsibility, a lot of risk also, because this young woman is very vulnerable in a position in a village. So then the women support her, so both psychologically and socially, and the organization also, in building her capacities and her confidence to be able to manage this. And it's a constant negotiation and navigation, but over the years we've seen that you get the ball rolling, and then that support system just acquires more and more power. So yeah, so these are two examples.
Thank you, that's great. So can I ask one of the organizers to do a time check for me, please? There were a lot of people that stood up and that stayed standing, basically telling us, like, thinking about these issues, right? That you are all considering gender, issues, gender concerns in your practice as community network, community leaders. But one thing is that we all have different contexts, right? Each experience is unique, and I want to hear from a few more of you. But before we go back to the audience, I wanted to go back to Jenny and Samia and ask you, based on your experience and some of the things that you expect, what are some of the kind of key elements, the key components having a gender transformative approach to community-centered solutions that you feel that without those elements, we're just not going to move the needle, as people like to say? Let's start with you, and then we'll go to you with the same question, because I think you have similar experiences. Do you have the mic next? Yeah. And then we'll come back to you, so prepare.
I completely agree with what somebody said about thinking about gender from the designing stage itself. For example, when DEF has been doing training, one in digital literacy for women, one issue the people who were doing it faced was that women were not turning up, and we were planning half a day session, a full day session, and they have housework. So, it is not possible to have women an entire day. So you then break down the training. Another way we then thought of it is that why don't we just have, in the budget itself, add wages for a child care person who would take care of the children while the women are doing the training. And, that would take care of the fact that women are engaged in housework, but then when they are coming for the workshop, there is someone to take care of them. So I feel these smaller things which only people who have a first-hand experience of it, would be mindful of including. I cannot imagine a man thinking about that, having a child care and while giving digital literacy. So I think that to involve more women, and I completely, agree with that even when we're speaking about gender, that gender is a spectrum, so is different identities. Experience of an Adivasi woman who do not have connectivity because a dam was built there years back and the geography was altered and now there's no way to reach there. The issues of connectivity that women would be facing would be so different from, an urban woman who still have access and, the means to afford internet, but the parents think that, that would hurt the caste endogamy, that, they'll fall in love and then marry someone outside the caste. So, not to look at it as a single lens issue, but to even acknowledge that there are identities interacting and power structure, layers of power structure creating these identities. So to be mindful of that while designing programs and then implementing programs would be, an ideal way.
Thank you. Soumya, do you want to add one or 2 points, and then we'll go back to the audience?
I think to begin with, the fact that you're involving women itself is something where, I mean, that should become a non-negotiable. There is no question of not being able to find a woman. I mean, the minute you make an excuse and say, "Acha, we're not finding women, so let's just settle for the young boy next door," it doesn't work. And again, I agree with Jenny. I mean, it depends on where you're located and the kind of history of the place. So, for instance, Karnataka would be very different from, say, Gujarat, would be very different from, say, Maharashtra or Rajasthan. I remember literally 28 years ago when I went and started working in Rajasthan, it was a completely different place. I mean, I was told, I was coming out of a university, I was told, please don't come and wear jeans and t-shirts, and please wear Indian clothes, and preferably a sari or maybe a salwar kameez. I never owned salwar kameezes in my life until I started working in rural India. But today I go back 28 years later to Rajasthan, and young rural girls, even little 5-year-old kids to school, are wearing jeans and t-shirts, and that gender barrier in clothes has been broken. And I think technology has its ups and downs. It has been an enabler in many ways. It's also been a blocker in many ways. It depends on in whose hand the technology really is. But I feel if it is in the hands of a woman, she would definitely think of her own type first. And if it's in the hands of a man, he'll think from his perspective. And I feel that's what's made a difference. In fact, how many women are involved in actually designing technology is a bigger question. And it's not just the end user being a woman. How many women sitting in any of these big companies that are, churning out app after app after app, how many of them engage women? How many of them actually have that bent of mind to say, no, let's look at it from the gender lens, let's look at it from a woman's lens. And a lot of technology would actually change. In fact, I think security features would change if it was in the hands of a woman as opposed to being in the hands of a man. And I can say that very safely and confidently.
Thank you. So I think all the speakers make really powerful points. I want to give you a chance to, 7 minutes left, I want to give you a chance to ask questions, but if you don't have a question, I also want to give you a chance to, if you have an experience that hasn't been shared yet, we talked about including women in the design, in the thinking about women's realities when planning training, programs, projects, lots of different things that all of them talked about. Nari also talked about the numbers of women participating in different kinds of training and activities. Have you done something that hasn't been said that we could hear from you, we could learn from you? Or do you have a question for these amazing women thinkers? So, open to you. Anyone? Feel free to raise your hand. There's one here, and if you have any others, just raise your hand so I can see. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for valuable information. This is one of the part of this seminar which I really resonate with. I have a question, and the question is, if I were to start a practical community engagement of women, for the context, I teach women English to women who are above 50. So I have to go to the very basic, and these are Muslim women because that's what I can understand because my mom is of the same age. So if they learn English, still they have the concept that they don't have to talk outside. So the mindset is like, I don't deserve to do this. So since everyone is here talking about inclusivity, I just wanted to ask, how do you address the mindset change, or what is that as a person I can do to contribute for the inclusion?
Very good question. Thank you. Let me take one or two more if there are any. Okay, there's two more up there, and then we'll try to address them all together so it's easier. Thank you for.
So when designing the projects from the beginning, looking at the perspective of the gender balance, what are the toolkits or the checklist that you will suggest, the team will suggest for us to incorporate in our programs? And another is one experience I would like to share with all of you is when we give the women the power of teaching, then the transformation is happening quite ahead of the time. For example, we have been doing the project Rupandaran, project transformation project in the rural communities, and with that life skill trainings to the community members, especially for the ladies only, and they carry out the cascading style training for their community members. That is kind of a working mechanism for us. And another is we already know there will be a issue of the device ownership. So our Hello Hub is equipped with the 6 to 8 tablets, and those tablets are especially designed for the women's applications, also reproductive health and the hygiene as well, and they are given the different time slots as well. Sort kind of that kind of things are we are trying to incorporate in our projects and the programs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. There's one more in the back. Prepared to answer points that you want to answer.
Thank you. So my query is around when you have a community engagement or some kind of project, what kind of measures do you look at for extending its impact out over the longer term? Is there sort of further engagement with the people who are involved in these programs? And looking beyond that as well, have you had much success or efforts at sort of fostering those links between the participants that you've supported so that they can also assist each other moving forward?
Okay, thank you. Did you follow all of them? So who wants to start? Shamai? Okay. Let me know if you need me to repeat the questions.
No, I'll start with the how do you include Muslim women and what do you do when you're teaching English to contextualize. We had one Sangha woman, a rural woman, non-literate, who was very interested in making films. We were making films with them and she wanted to learn how to make it. And so there was one occasion where she was traveling with a group outside of her village to actually Delhi. So in that circumstance, we asked her, do you want to, capture this on video? And she came into the office for a day to learn how to shoot. And we realized that she came up with her own terms. The record is like a bindi. The record button is like a bindi. And then when it turns to sharp corners is when you stop. And so on. There were other things that she wanted. For us, the learning was that you really need to respect their lived experience and not really, place it in a hierarchy of education versus experience. Their lived experience is something to be respected, and to also constantly articulate that, that this knowledge that you already have is very, very, significant, empowering, and so on. So, so listen, observe, and reinforce this. Is one tip, and I think that's also part of the checklist. Second thing is when she made a movie and then we made a movie on her and then we did screenings in the village, we saw that when you take stories from among their context and you show it to other women, that's more inspiring than an external, like a language coming in and telling them something. So role models work very well, yeah.
Thank you, go ahead.
Again, my own insight into your predicament is that you just need to give them time. You're giving them a skill. That skill should not come with an agenda or with whatever, with an attachment that you have to use it. Trust me, at some point when push comes to shove and they are in a situation where they have to use the language, it's going to come and flow. So you just need to work towards that. I mean, you can't create a scenario, it'll happen.
But I think somewhere the fact that they are engaging, coming, learning is what you should be happy and concentrate on. If they were not interested, they would say, get lost, I'm not interested. They won't invest their time. I mean, a woman's time is premium. Yeah, she has 300 things to do. This is just one part of it. But the fact that they're learning shows that there is an initiative. Just need to give them time. And that comes to your question, which is no community engagement can be short-lived or can be, time-bound. It's not like you go in, you teach, you get out. It's a continuity. I mean, I work with an organization that's had a relationship with the area where they work for 50 years. And that's the kind of trust you need to build. You can't be a fly-by-night operator, come, do your gig and walk off and say, do you deal with whatever the outcomes are. You need to be there. In fact, one of the things that has been something that I really look forward to working on is one part is digital divide, but where people are getting into, say, digital banking, they don't understand the magnitude of the fraud that they can actually face. I've seen rural people getting wiped out. One message, they get a call, they get scared, they press a number and they're asked for their Aadhaar number. Next second, they know their entire life saving is wiped out and they don't know how to deal with it. So technology, it's not just enabling a person to understand how to negotiate and use technology, but also how to defend yourself from the misuse of technology, which is all around us. So I think it's a continuous process. There's never a full stop button according to me to it.
Yeah. I mean, I have a mother who keeps asking questions too. I sometimes don't have the patience. The way she talks about it is that when she was young, there were older women who could not read the boards of buses, where the bus is going. So they would come and ask her, and they get this question repeatedly in a bus stand. At one point, they run out of patience, and they're like, "You're just like me at that point of time." And but I also feel that women don't have avenues for peer learning, right? So it is the daughter who has to teach. Whereas for men, they'll go sit in a shop, they'll learn from each other, they share the information. There's a way of collectively learning things.
Collective brotherhood.
Yeah. Women don't have it. So it's very individualized learning, which is anyway very difficult to take a load on. So I feel like let's not, take guilt in individually not being helpful, but building that community and peer spaces where they can learn collectively and enjoy. Leisure is not just about education, filling a form, getting jobs. Watching a movie is okay. Yeah, so that has to be built in all the interventions, that having fun is okay for women too. So I think.
Thank you all. So just to close, I don't need to repeat what you've heard. You can tell that I could be here for another hour talking with these amazing ladies. Unfortunately, we missed one of our colleagues who's not feeling so well. Hopefully she feels well very soon. But to close, I want to ask all of those of you who stood up earlier to stand up again, if you don't mind. And I want the panel and myself to clap to you and congratulate you for having thought about gender and gender relations in your work. That's the first thing. So congrats to you. Now, that is just the beginning. I'm sure you know, no surprise. Find a person that you don't know and tell them what you've done. Don't leave the room without doing that. Just ask them, do you want to know, do you want to learn something from me? Just go and do that, because it's that kind of solidarity, camaraderie, and learning, mutual learning, that it's always needed. None of us know it all. We're always learning from each other. So find someone in the room, outside in the networking, and share something that they can learn from you and learn from them. And thank you. Until next time. Thank you to the amazing women speakers. Oh, okay. Oh, we don't have Nari.
Oh, this is okay. I put it.
Okay.
Yeah, very
Alright, this, do you want to take this one?
Thank you to the panelists for having this really, really important conversation. With this, we move to the last session of the day, which is going to be very short. I know that we've had a very long, strenuous day. But before we, move on to the next session, I just want to tell you that this session is a very big segue from what we've been talking about, but it's also a very important conversation to have because right now, when we say we're living in a world of information, we also are parallelly living in a world of misinformation. And this session focuses on misinformation and your freedom of expression. So we have some really exciting panelists that I'm going to be inviting on the stage. Can I please have Professor Vinod Pavadella from the University of Hyderabad on the stage? Can I have Shruti Narula, who's the Assistant Program Manager from Digital Empowerment Foundation on the stage, please? Hello, hello. Can we have Amitabh Kumar also back on the stage again? And can we have Angela Chatterjee, the Assistant Professor from IMD Hyderabad? And I'm going to be moderating the session, so I will also move to the stage. Hello? Yeah, okay. So, I want this session to be a little interesting, a little exciting, and not boring and drab, and we don't want to go on and on about misinformation. So, I think what I want to do is just talk to people about the different kinds of misinformation that exist. Do we understand misinformation? The matlab kya hota hai? What kind of misinformation do we face? And also to talk to the students in the room because we have now a generation that is hyper connected. आप दिन में ऐसा 1 मिनट नहीं है जब फोन छोड़ के साइड में रख के कुछ बात कर सकते हैं. Our friends are online, our parents are online, our entertainment is online, our love life is online. Everything that we do is now online. And because now everything that we do is online, what does it mean when it comes to tackling misinformation and for the kind of misinformation that has tangible physical effects, right? So this panel is going to focus on the conundrum of misinformation, the contrary nature of misinformation, and the relationship that we have with information vis-a-vis misinformation. That's a lot of I's and M's, so we'll start the conversation with Amitabh. And I want Amitabh to share some case stories because I know you work in this field, you do trainings, you were one of the first few who did the revolution about hashtags, to talk about the kind of cases, the diversity you've seen when it comes to misinformation, the stupid ones, the really important ones, and the way that people have tackled misinformation vis-a-vis their social identities.
All right, thank you, and thank you all of you. I guess too much traffic outside, that's why you're still waiting, but very kind of you. Misinformation and my work goes back to 2012 when we started a campaign called Keep It Real. Right? And back then life was very simple because we used to think misinformation, like everything else, is about volume. If you have thousands of posts, it is very important. If you have one post, it is not that important. Now just a quiz question. We just had elections in India, the biggest one ever, democratic. What do you think, how many deepfake misinformation was circulated across India? How many? I just want a number, just a guess. Anybody? Any guess? Yeah, loudly. 100 million? What did you say? You think 5? 100 million and 5, that's quite a diversity. Anybody else? More than? 50. Okay, young man, yours was the closest guess. So there were 40 deepfakes that were high risk and high visibility. But they, according to multiple studies, led to a vote swing of 7% in various places. Do you know how much vote swing do you need to win an election? Anybody? Just one vote? In percentage, it's 3%. So the way misinformation works is it's a seed of an idea in your mind. Once the idea has been sown, people just need to sprinkle it with similar ideas and it keeps on growing. There are many things I can tell you. You've heard breakfast is the most important meal of the day. How many people have heard this? It was done by the bacon industry back in the 1930s. It's not scientific. You know the Santa Claus we see? It's created by Coca-Cola. It's not what Santa Claus is. Trust me, not even close to that. So, we live in misinformation. We thrive in it. It was used for commercial purposes primarily. But now, your economical, social, political, medical conversations are swaying that way. And I'll leave it here for the other panelists and come back to this.
Thank you. I think what I also then want to focus on is the fact that when we talk about misinformation, the narrative is always about something that's a lie, that's fake, something that you may be spreading with malintention, but also something that you may just be gossiping about, right? So when it comes to understanding misinformation that actually enters into a state of hurt, how do we navigate that space? Are we doing it with an intention to be hurting someone? Are we doing it with the intention of not hurting someone but just having a good laugh? And especially when all of this is online, where you can't see the other person, you can't look at their expressions, you can't actually sit around and laugh about it. How do we navigate that space? I want to ask this question to Professor because I know that you're working with students who I'm 100% sure lie to you every day.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here at the end of a long day. So we'll try and keep it simple and brief. No, I mean the basic premise of the panel was also that while digital media have brought about a great deal of freedom of expression on online platforms and portals, whereas traditional media came with a lot of gatekeepers, who would control the flow of information, sometimes, not to the benefit of the receivers, but online platforms opened up that space in terms of freedom of expression. But along with that came, as we all realized in the last 4 or 5 years, quite intensely, digital media can do all kinds of things. I mean, it can amplify echo chambers. You belong to groups where you find like-minded people and you believe, everybody is voting for Kamala Harris or whatever until you get the result. And there is a spread of false information, sometimes deliberately, what we call disinformation, not so much as misinformation. And it complicates efforts to promote and foster informed dialogue through online platforms, which was in a way embedded in these technologies, right? That's being denied. And the challenge really is, how do we balance the need for this kind of open communication with the risks of harm, the risks of abuse or manipulation that comes with it, right? I mean, so while it has expanded opportunities for free expression, civic engagement, ensuring that these benefits are not undermined by misinformation and disinformation, or at the other end, by excessive state regulation, curbing free expression. I mean, that's really the challenging space in which we are today with respect to misinformation.
Thank you, sir. I think because sir mentioned that we also have to understand the difference between information that is available for consumption and information that can be exploited. Living in this state of panopticon, where everybody is hyper-connected, surveillance laws have gone insane, and everybody actually is just self-surveilling also, like constantly. Now we're online, we're sharing our locations with everyone, we're sharing photos, we're constantly posting pictures of where we're going, and there's so much information that's being shared that can be manipulated, that can be misinformed, that can be malinformed. I just wanted to ask, when it comes to this space of understanding the ethos of misinformation, do you think that it has changed because of the kind of digital access that urban spaces like ours have? And what kind of difference do you see when you talk to different communities about this challenge particularly?
A very good evening, everyone. So when I started reading about the topic, there was a lot of articles, anecdotes, and even literature. And as Sir mentioned that, there is talk about misinformation, disinformation. So in general, I will use this term which is called as unauthentic information. And as I was kind of thinking about it, two examples came to my mind. One is very historical, and the other is relatively modern, or quite modern, I would say. But in both the cases, the source of information is very authentic. So I think most of us are aware of Mahabharata, right? And do you remember how Dronacharya died? So if you see, Yudhishthira, who is supposed to be the epitome of honesty, he declared Ashwathama is dead. And he whispered Ashwathama the elephant. Right? Now coming from Yudhishthira, Dronacharya never doubted it. Right? So he left his weapons and he was beheaded by Drishtadumna, who was Draupadi's brother. So the Pandavas scored a point, but the aftermath was even more dangerous. Now, Dronacharya's son, Ashwathama, he became an arch enemy of the Pandavas. And on the last day of the battle, he just decimated their second generation without any qualms. And I sometimes wonder how the creators of Mahabharata had the vision to realize what kind of effect disinformation can have. The other example that came to my mind was that, in today's networked community, there's a lot of emphasis that is given on feedback, rating, right? And all with a very good intent because we want to make objective decisions. Now, there is an app called MyGate, which many of these urban communities use, and that has a feature where you can rate your service providers. All done with a very good intent, right? But I sometimes see that this is also done with the intention of taking revenge. Like suppose you don't like a cook or a driver, you give them so bad feedback that their rating gets screwed and these poor people, they are not able to get decent jobs. Now, this is the case of one-way feedback. Now, companies like Uber, Ola, Urban Company, they have kind of democratized feedback because not only can the user give feedback, the user is rated as well. So even there, a lot of times I've seen that the service providers will unabashedly come and tell you, ma'am, please give me a good rating because otherwise I will lose my customers. And we end up doing that, right, for two reasons. Number one, we really don't want them to lose their customers. And number two, because our rating might get screwed as well and we might not get good services. So if you see that, in both these cases, like it is supposed to be very objective evaluation of people based on their rating. So it is supposed to be a very authentic source, but we still become prey of disinformation and also misinformation in some cases. So I'll stop here and, pass the mic to you.
Thank you. I think very naturally when we're talking about this, we also have to talk about the fact that information that we consume is a privilege, especially for all of us, right? We work with communities who receive no information about everyday life, about ration, about food, about water. They're at the most periphery of information consumption that we can think about, right? So when we consume that information, I just want to understand that we do take it for granted, and I don't want an answer to that question. But I want to understand, what do you think are the most common mistakes that we make? Like, for example, when I read a new, an article or a piece of information, am I just supposed to think that it's real immediately? Do I look for red flags? What kind of red flags do I look at? And I think I want to address this to Amitabh because you have the most experience in this field.
This is a complex one. I think couple of things. Number one, we read too little. Right, so the 30-second reel, the 60-second reel has made life too simple. 5 steps and you're an entrepreneur, right? You become a professor within 60 seconds. You can cook within 1 minute. None of that is true. So I think the depth of reading and understanding, and this is where velocity is not everything. Time is also important. That is part one. Part number two, because in this session we also have to speak about freedom of expression. So definitions are very different, right? For us, it was the freedom struggle. For the British, they were just teaching us how to become civilized, right? Many people who we call terrorists are freedom fighters for other people. For us, what is freedom of expression might be abuse for somebody else. For us, what is a joke might offend somebody else, and that's exactly the country we are living in. What I am treating as a language of communication for everybody, many people might not be understanding it because this is a foreign language we speak, and so definitions are a problem. And then the last part, and this is the most important part, most of us, especially young folks, and researchers show this in India as well, are consuming information through social media. Social media is a private company. Private company runs for profit. So anything that does not get views, and this could be the best thought process of the best professor in the world, but because it won't get views because it's usually complex, will be thrown back. And an influencer saying the same thing in 2-3 lines, completely absurd, will be thrown in front of you. And the only thing we tend to see is, oh, million views. Well, million views can come on total garbage as well. Right? The best speech over here does not have the same amount of views if you start abusing on the middle of the street. So please initiate, and when you said, what decisions we should make, be very, very careful of the sources. Earlier, a panelist said very good thing, which was garbage in, garbage out. The brain is just like that. You put in garbage, you start believing it, and your algorithm is like that. None of you have searched for dinosaur. Just take out your phone and say dinosaur 10 times, it will start showing you pictures of dinosaur. That is how easy it is to manipulate the algorithm. So choose your sources, give yourself time. Absolutely nothing is done in 60 seconds. Even Maggie takes more than 2 minutes, right? And please go beyond social media. There is a lot of good media out there. There are libraries, there are books, there are conversations like this. So there is a world beyond social media. Although the very big companies, and I work for a few of them, don't want you to believe this. But there is a big world out there. So I guess those are 3 points I would like to make.
Thank you. Now that you've shifted the conversation to freedom of expression, I think we also should focus on the fact that right now freedom of expression is something that's challenged on a daily basis. It depends on your socio-cultural identity, your caste and class privilege, and also understanding if you have access to this kind of narrative, right? A lot of us in this room now do not look at a newspaper or listen to the news on the TV because you know that it's not democratic anymore. It's not actually something that's been fact-checked. It's also, like you mentioned, that information is being commercialized, but it's also being politicized. So what are the political effects of barring that freedom of expression, putting it in a cage, and then selling it back to you, saying that you can be free on social media, but you can't be free in your understanding or your freedom of expression in real life? And I think I want to ask you that.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little bit, indirectly to what you're saying, picking up on the previous question. I mean, I know that the so-called WhatsApp University is full of students and professors from our social class. I think one should be more concerned about the impact that misinformation has on particularly vulnerable communities, communities that are on the margins of society, indigenous communities, the poor, the Dalits, the religious minorities. Misinformation, one may not realize it immediately, but it actually intensifies existing inequalities. It promotes a lot of mistrust within communities. For example, false health information, such as anti-vaccine propaganda. Now, of course, we have an anti-vaxxer who is probably going to become the health secretary of the US. But that kind of anti-vaccine propaganda can disproportionately affect marginalized groups in particular, those who have limited healthcare access, and thereby worsening our existing health disparities. So we should be more concerned about those communities. Similarly, misinformation targeting specific ethnic groups or religious groups can fuel discrimination, stigmatization, social isolation. I mean, we are seeing what's happening in the northeast, in Manipur, around interreligious violence in Delhi and its neighborhoods. It actually deepens existing social divisions in society. So I think one of the questions that were circulated for the panel is to look at what can we do about misinformation targeted to those communities. I'm hoping we can navigate a conversation towards that, because see, those are the communities that can't afford to do a lot of your cross-checking, looking at other sources and so on. They depend on easy to get sources of information that are more sensationalistic, that are more dramatic. They consume that a lot more eagerly and have no recourse to alternative sources of information.
Thank you. So actually, that was going to be my next question. But when you actually understand the way that misinformation can affect a person, and especially a person that comes from a vulnerable community or a marginalized community, the effects are very tangible. The physical, the mental, the debilitating, and they take away a lot of freedom of expression that's linked to, coming online as well. So I want to address this to Shruti, because she works with the grassroots communities in India and has been tackling the discourse of misinformation. Like Professor said, what do you do? How do you do it? What are the challenges that you face on the ground when you talk to people like this? And have you seen disparities in their narratives, their response as well?
Okay, so to begin with, I would like to put a question to all of us. How do we preserve this freedom while safeguarding communities through the danger of misinformation? So, while there are a lot of challenges rural India face, and three major challenges which I can say is lack of infrastructure, lack of information, and information on timely basis. Also, there's limited digital literacy. So we recently implemented a program called Safeguarding Rural India through Critical Digital Literacy, where we have created a cadre of 480 rural women who then got equipped with infrastructure, and we provide them trainings on MIL kit, Media and Information Literacy kit. Then we equip them with how to recognize cognitive biases, how to fact check through different media like reverse images, and how to check the how to discriminate between the influential biases. So there is a cultural barrier, and people do believe on that. So a lot of influences, biases come into their mind. So during COVID, on social media, there was a false claim that through poultry, it's basically a poultry which is somewhere, viruses, through poultry, virus has been associated. So due to that, there is an economic crisis in the poultry sector. So in rural community, there is a lot of misinformation through mouth to mouth, and definitely social media is responsible, but mouth to mouth publicity is also a major chunk on that. We have one case story on it. I would like to request to play that.
ये कॉल आपके बैंक से संबंधित है। आपके अकाउंट नंबर पर 1 लाख रुपए की लॉटरी लगी है।
दीदी, पता है मेरे मोबाइल में एक लिंक आया था।
मैम, आपके फोन पर एक ओटीपी आया होगा।
एक कंपनी से मैसेज आया था कि आपको BA विनर मिलेगा।
सर अपनी मार्कशीट बैंक स्टेटमेंट किस नंबर पर भेज दीजिए।
गरिमा, तुम्हें पता है तुम्हारा फेक अकाउंट बना हुआ है?
धन्यवाद।
10 बजे के आसपास मेरे पास कॉल आया कि मैं आपका सर जी बोल रहा हूँ और आप वो राशि मतलब इतना राशि डाल दो करके। तो मैंने वो कंफर्म नहीं कर पाई और मैं डाल दी उसको। तब मेरे को लगा कि ये फर्जी कॉल है और मैं फर्जी वो में पैसा डालने करके।
ग्रामीण व्यक्ति सही मायने में बहुत भोले रहते हैं मैम। सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ही ऐसे बहुत खबरें हैं जो कि बेवजह फैलाई जाती है।
सबसे पहले तो हमारा फोकस रहता है गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम के ऊपर कि गवर्नमेंट की जो भी स्कीम बन रही है, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार के लेवल पर हो या फिर राज्य सरकार के लेवल पर हो, वो उनका सही क्रियान्वयन करने के लिए सही सूचनाएं उनको मिल सके। ये है कि उनकी कम्युनिटी में पकड़ हम लोग देखते हैं कि कम्युनिटी में वो काम कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे।
मेन उद्देश्य है एक महिलाओं का उद्यमी बनाना और डिजिटल के माध्यम से सभी को जानकारी देना। डीएफ में जुड़ने से पहले फेक न्यूज़ क्या होता है, कैसे कोई किसी के झांसे में आ जाते हैं, इसके बारे में मेरे को बिल्कुल भी पता नहीं था। जो 15 महिलाओं को मैंने खुद ट्रेनिंग दी है, जिसके माध्यम से ही मुझे भी पता चला कि फेक न्यूज़ क्या होता है।
एक हमारा सांप सीढ़ी का खेल है जिसमें हम ये बताते हैं कि कैसे फेक न्यूज़ बूस्टर फेक न्यूज़ फैला रहा है, उसके समाज में क्या दुष्प्रभाव फैल सकते हैं। डिजिटल सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी को लेकर जब हमने नुक्कड़ नाटक के थ्रू कम्युनिटी में समझाया बताया तो एक कनेक्शन बना।
आइए हम आपको एक नुक्कड़ नाटक के माध्यम से ऑनलाइन छेड़छाड़ किस प्रकार होता है उसके बारे में बताते हैं। ये है हमारे शिकारी बाबू और ये है बसंती।
मैं अपना उदाहरण देती हूँ कि आप लोग के पास अगर फर्जी कॉल आए तो आप सीधी से उसका कॉल कट कर देना। अब मैं आपको नहीं जानती, ऐसे पैसे थोड़ी किसी के मैं डाल दूंगी करके।
15 महिलाएं 15 गांव की है, तो धीरे धीरे वो लोग भी अपने गांव को जागरूक कर रहे हैं कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है करके।
कम्युनिटी में एक महिला को यदि हम लोग साक्षर कर दें तो उसकी पूरी कम्युनिटी उससे प्रभावित होती है।
दीदी के जगह स्मार्ट दीदी हो गए हैं वो लोग, जो सभी के बारे में उनको अब जानकारी हो रही है। हेलो दीदी।
हर दीदी सक्षम बनना चाहती है, लेकिन वही है उसको सूचना की कमी होता है। अगर अच्छी से सूचना मिल जाए तो हर दीदी आगे बढ़ना चाहती है।
So the approach emphasizes on critical thinking, fact checking and responsible online behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. I think continuing on this path, I would just like last thoughts on the fact that, misinformation is very insidious. The nature is very insidious, right? Misinformation affects you in a very different way, but it affects us and the people from vulnerable communities both. It affects them doubly, triply, quadruply, because they're caught in the intersections of their identity, their gender, their caste, their class, and then understanding that misinformation is a global issue, then it's a national issue, then it's a local issue, and then it's a panchayat issue, right? So when you have so many intersections just coming after you, how do you tackle that space? Like when you say that you want to bring this message to the vulnerable communities or understand how misinformation can actually affect them or challenge their freedom of expression, what are we even talking about when we say something like that?
So I think that information has to be corrected at the source. So what I feel is that during our school days, we had a course called moral science, which helped us to distinguish between what is right and what is wrong. So why don't we introduce a course like moral data, or whatever be the name, where the people who start generating information, particularly the digital natives, they are taught what is right and wrong. The other thing I feel is that we know that data is the new oil, right? Oil cannot be used in its crude form. It has to be refined. Like that, data, before it is exposed to for general use, for consumption, it has to be refined, it has to be cleaned. And that process somehow has to be institutionalized. So like we have, something like ISI guaranteed or ISO certified. If we can have an agency which can go about certifying data, maybe that could be a solution. Again, this is probably a very broad question to ask. Maybe some answer will come in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I look at the other side of it. See, misinformation is not happening just by chance. It's a very big business. During elections, we were detecting deepfakes. Had we started making deepfakes, we would have made more money for the next 10 years. So we need to attack the business of it. Currently, if you put misinformation out there, it's to promote a product. This product could be political, economical, medical. But there is zero consequence. Even if you find out who made the deepfake, so what? There is not a single law to put them in jail. More than jail, it should be a very big fine. The second we start putting fines, because deepfakes are also monetized by big platforms, it's not happening for free. In European Union, the Digital Services Act says 6% of your global revenue is your fine if we find you promoting any sort of nonsense. In India, DPDPA also has a big fine, but the other ones are, if you use Prime Minister's picture, the fine is 500 rupees. So we need to get real about it. Like the laws, especially for the young ones out there, digital laws of this country are still back in 1893 or something like that. So we need to update them and get the fines so that the profit and the lawyer's fees is lower than the fine. That high, and that will get people excited and doing something more about it.
Yeah, I mean, we need a more multifaceted approach. I mean, there is policy, of course, at a more structural level. I mean, good policies, well-crafted policies can establish clear guidelines for content moderation, urge that there be transparency in algorithmic decision making. Many of us are completely unaware of how it happens, and calling for greater accountability for platforms without overstepping into censorship. Of course, that's a line that governments are quite eager to cross. The European Union's Digital Services Act that you mentioned, I mean, does seek to hold platforms accountable for harmful content, even as they try to safeguard the fundamental rights of people to information. But I think in the context of this, the larger event of which our panel is a part, community networks are also extremely important to combat misinformation. As we have seen in the DEF video, how can we foster grassroots resilience against misinformation? And community networks help us by leveraging local knowledge systems and the trust that communities have to counter false narratives within the communities. I mean, lots of good examples. For example, at a regional level, there is something called Africa Check in Africa, which is doing a great job by incorporating communities into the fact-checking process. Similarly, Alt News collaborates with local actors to debunk misinformation. So we need community-driven efforts a lot more to promote media literacy and critical thinking, which is slightly a medium-term, long-term thing, not a firefighting approach. But we need firefighting approach along with efforts that in the long term build resilience of communities, like the rural digital literacy programs that DEF and others have been doing. They are extremely important to combat misinformation.
Thank you. This is a conversation that I can have like for 4 days straight, but we don't have that kind of time. So I would like to say thank you to the panel. We got a lot of diverse perspectives out there, but I think I wanted this panel to be a little bit of food for thought as well, so all of us can inculcate the critical thinking that we keep saying. So thank you very much for joining us, and this brings us to the last session of the day. And now we just have a small tinkering demonstration, which is going to be very cool. But this session ends here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this brings us to the last demonstration before we go to the 5th floor and see a very amazing rapper who's did a new rap song just for us, all of us in the building. So thank you very much for patiently waiting. And now I would like to call Mr. Ashitaran to the stage so he can do his demonstration of 3D on wheels and talk about bikes beyond bandwidth.
Why did you guys come and put it? What's the point in passing it on to me? छोड़ दो नीचे रख दो। नहीं पकड़ी हो। We have a head mic. Big problem. Because I have to show something with 2 hands and make it work there.
We have this.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, everybody. I know it's getting late. I have a delay coming on this. Okay. Anyway, but my name is Farhan, and I'm here on behalf of quite a few organizations, and I will talk about them as we go on in today's presentation. A little bit of a demonstration, but more of a presentation. So it's alternatively titled as 1 bit per person per second. Okay, and I will spend some time in arguing for what we are targeting, and then we'll also talk about how to achieve that, right? So, just wait for people to settle down. Yeah. Please don't change anything until I tell you to. Yeah. Only when I tell you to change the slide, alright? Fine. So if you look at human endeavors, right? You build the pyramids, you build the Swiss
Suez Canal, we have invented. It's actually very loud for me, which is why I'm. You people are not able to hear it. I think it's. Can you just turn off these speakers, please? Yeah, just turn off the monitors. All right. Hello. Fine. Okay. Much better. So yeah. So we've built a lot of things, right? As human beings, we've built really incredible pieces of machinery, of organizations, etc. However, if you think about what's the biggest thing that we have built, the biggest thing that we have ever built, it's very hard to fathom what that is, right? I mean, we'll say that we've built, atomic bombs, or we've built, we've gone to the moon, right? We've gone to the moon, etc., etc. Most of them are usually, American inventions. But if you look at the telecom network itself, it's really the most incredible thing that the human beings have pulled off. If you just take the optical fiber and leave alone the copper wires, the optical fiber, we have 1 trillion miles of optical fiber. 1 trillion miles of optical fiber. Okay, which means that we can effectively, next slide please, span the solar system with the optical fiber we've built from one end to the other. It's that big. Okay, it's the biggest machine ever constructed. Usually what happens is when you go from a billion to trillion, you think that it's just 3 more zeros, at the end of 6 zeros. But it's actually at the end of 9 zeros. But it's really, really huge. Now, it also costs 2 trillion rupees, sorry, $2 trillion to build this network. It has cost us $2 trillion. And the funny example is if you paid an auto $2 trillion, next slide please, it will take you all the way to Alpha Centauri. Okay, that's how far it will go. That's how far that $2 trillion will go. But the problem with this amazing achievement of capitalism and human endeavor and science and technology in 20th century is that it's extremely sparsely spread out. Not everybody has access to this. Okay, next slide please. And it's a mess. Okay, it's a huge mess. It's not conceived as an incredibly symmetric, smooth architecture. It's not built as a cathedral. It's built as a bazaar. Somebody sets up some shop, somebody puts up a router, somebody runs a piece of wire from one place to another, somebody lays an underground cable, somebody uses a wireless. So they're all different types of, it's a spaghetti of every kind of technology. Some of them are centuries old, okay? The telephone system is almost 150 years old. And even today, you take a 150-year-old telephone from Stockholm Telecom Museum, plug it into your home phone line and it will still work. It will still give you a dial tone. So that's the beauty of this telecom system and also the challenge. The big challenge is that it does not serve the poor. It does not serve 90% of human population. Next slide, please. So if you look at this, all right, there are just about, government says 400 million, but about 200 million people who have internet access at all on any device. In households, very few households, if you just look at this, right, you will see that the unevenness of teledensity, as it's called, is very, very varied. And there are just about 18% houses in Chandigarh which have a computer or laptop. If you look at our own Telangana, it's 0.07%. The figures are extremely stark. The figures are extremely stark, and we are not talking about Netflix or YouTube. We are talking about GPay. We are talking about Aadhaar card. We are talking about banking systems. So there's uneven teledensity, and by the way, at all levels. For example, if you say that there is connectivity in a village, what you're saying is that one landlord of the village has a smartphone. That's it. And then you say that the village has got internet, access. So it's very uneven, even at the most micro levels. Just the man of the house has a phone. The rest of the 5-6 people don't have it. And the problem with this is that unless it's profitable, people will not do this. It's essential for our existence now, just as air and water is, not even food, as air and water is. Because without that, you are nobody. You are not counted, you are not protected, you are not served. So you've made profitability the sole criterion for accessibility, which is really weird. And it's not just about India. Next slide, please. It's even about US. This is the US map. Now, this is the broadband penetration of US. If you see the clusters, they are around New York, Boston area, something around Chicago, the California, Silicon Valley, and the Seattle belt. But if you see the rest of it, it's extremely stark. US has a drought of data. Okay, they're all starving of data. Next slide, please. Now, apart from that, there are government policies which shut you down all the time. Now, this is today's picture. Right now, there are 7 shutdowns going on across the world where people are being denied data. India is a leader, by the way, in this. Okay, India has had one shutdown or the other for the last 5 years. There has been no let in the amount of shutdowns that India has seen, next to Mozambique for some reason. And in the last 12 months, 134 shutdowns. So there's a map of this on the net. You can search for it on the Internet Societies. There's a special section on the shutdowns. So this is the environment in which we are trying to give very basic digital access to everybody, right? Everybody, and that's what my presentation and my technology is all about. Next slide, please. So how do we ask ourselves of giving access to people who are data poor, who have a drought of data all around them, who are unable to survive even up to the standards of 20th century, let alone the 21st century. And for that, we have to undo what we imagine data is. We have to undo what we think internet is, what we think telephony is, what communications is all about. So if you actually look and ask yourself, what is the practical minimum amount of data that you require to lead a simple, safe life? That is the question. So what's the practical minimum? Next slide, please. What's the minimum capacity to sustain? What's the technology? What infrastructure is required, let's say, to sustain a body of 1,000 people living in a village, a neighborhood, or whatever? They could actually be on a ship for all we care. So, and this is actually very rich. Now, if you look at what comes on WhatsApp, and you distill it out and you say, I just want to look at the most useful messages. For me today, 2 messages were useful. One, to know what time this is starting, and another was a friend's daughter's waiting list and when it's going to happen. The rest I would have done without, really speaking. Okay? Financial transactions. If you're poor, you'd probably pay one person a day, probably 5 people. Alright? 3 meals of 1 kilobyte each, another 5 with text attachments, so, and 5 calls. Now, if you add all this up, which is the basic requirement of your data, what is it? Next slide, please. It turns out to be 10,000 bytes in 24 hours. 10,000 bytes is what you require. But everybody needs it. That's the whole point. You cannot say that, one person will get 100 Mbps connection and the rest of them can, die without it. So that is less than 1 bit per second. We are not talking about 1,000 bits, we are not talking about millions of bits or gigabits. We are talking of providing everybody in the world with 1 bit per second. So that's what my speech is called. 1 bit per person per second. That's all we demand of the technology and of the regulations and of the governments and of the private sector. Next slide, please. So the solution that we are proposing here is actually a whole lot of people who have contributed to it. So I'll just briefly run through them. Digital Empowerment Foundation I will not mention because you already know all about it. We'll pass on with that. ARDC is a grant-making body based out of San Diego that I'm associated with, which makes grants for technological progress of open technologies, which will allow people access to digital communications. HF Signals is a business that I run, where we develop open source wireless technologies. Hamnet EU, I'll just talk about what they do in a bit, and I'll show you what they do. And there's of course the Lamakan Amateur Radio that I'm glad to have been part of since its foundation, and a lot of those members are here who have contributed significantly to the technology that we are going to talk about. Okay, and there's Osmocom. Again, I'll hold back on what Osmocom has done. Next slide, please. So this is what Hamnet has done. This is Germany. Okay, yet all these lines that you see from one city to another have been connected not through any telecom network, but through a series of 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi based wireless links which work from one city to another. Okay, that's the beauty of this. 50 megabits per second lines connecting actually whole of Europe, but it was getting too dense. These markers were getting too dense, which is why I have sort of zoomed into just Germany to show you that. But all across from Spain down here up to Denmark, you could send a whole packet of data without ever crossing over any commercial or for-profit network. It's all run by volunteers using the technology which was developed by Hamnet and was sponsored by ARDC. So that, and each of these points that you see does not cost more than $200-300 to put up. So you see that they've lit up the entire continent with less than about $500,000, which is really peanuts if you look at this, right? And it's all done on Wi-Fi, so you do not pay spectrum charges. The technology is available, little tweaked. It's not your regular wireless that you use at your office, but it's all the same. Okay, next bit of technology, please. This is a radio which I've developed. Most of the software is written by me, but actually significant contributions by a lot of people. Now, as you can see, it's very small, right? The size is very small. What this radio does is that it trades speed for distances in a very exaggerated way. So it works at a speed of about 4 bits per second, that's all, just 4 bits per second. However, it will span continents. It does not require any other infrastructure at all. This radio is all you need, and a piece of wire, about 30 or 40 feet of wire thrown over a tree or something. And these are actually on display here. You can actually see them today and tomorrow. This radio costs about $500 to make. But with this $500, without requiring any infrastructure, you can be communicating, sending out text messages across. So if you have this radio, for example, in a small community, it works. And it works without any infrastructure because it bounces the radio waves off the ionosphere and back again. The third component of the solution is, next slide please, the GSM network, right? We all love phones and we need phones, but it costs about $100 million to build a whole network. And this is actually a simplified framework of what it takes to make a call go from one handset to another, right? So what you see here on this side are the towers. They are called BTS, which says base transceivers. Yeah, it's too much of a soup, right? Then it talks to the base station controller, which talks to the main switch. And the main switch has got something called VLR, which is visitors location register, and host location register. And there's actually a lot of, about more than 50% of the technology is not about connecting people, but about charging people. Okay, the authentication, authorization, and accounting, the triple A's of telecom, okay, is about 60% of the cost of the telecom. Right? You don't want calls to go through unless there is balance in your phone. And that's actually what takes most of the money to build. As a result, they charge you money for that. So it's an extremely complicated technology which takes about probably about 100 man-years to build. Okay, I have one man sitting here. I don't know how many years he's spent doing this. Nursing is here, but it's a very complex piece of technology, and it involved a lot of specialized hardware. But in the last 15 years, okay, some of the grantees of ARDC have been working at making most of it work as an open source software. Okay, and in the last 1 year, the state of art of this free software movement has come to the point that it could be substantially reduced. Next slide, please. Into something which looks like this, which is here. This is an entire GSM base station and a whole GSM network right here. So on your phones, if you can look for you can select the mobile operator, right, called Airtel. You can try for something called ComSec or 72424 as a network. And if you choose that, you will get on to this network and you'll be able to make calls through this network. Okay, right now we have limited its power to within this room and a little more, but this can go to about 5 to 10 kilometers. So actually, if you can deploy this in a community, it actually goes a fairly long distance. So this is another important piece of what we are showing here today. Next slide, please. Now these are actually your Tata Sky dishes, right? I mean, you've seen these Tata Sky dishes. Some of them are big, some of them are small, but there are a group of volunteers and a group of radio amateurs who got together to make a geostationary satellite, which, unlike Elon Musk's Starlink, does not cost you any money, nor do you have to have a user ID password to get through it. It's an open access point in space. It's an open access point in space through which you can connect and you can essentially have intercontinental communications of voice, data, even video without paying anybody, without even asking anybody's permission, right? So this is the final piece of technology, and the ground stations for this, extremely low-cost ground stations, were developed in Hyderabad by our Lamaka Amateur Radio Club. The developers are here, and shortly call them on stage. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. It's all packaged into one small console which can be inserted inside a van, and the van is here. And today, tomorrow, I would invite you people to come and take a look at this incredible piece of technology. Incredible in the sense of reducing the footprint, of reducing the cost, and the ease of deployment. This can be deployed in about 15 minutes or half an hour once you roll it into a village, into a disaster area, into any area which is completely disconnected from the rest of the net. So, and this entire thing is packaged into this van which is standing outside. Next slide, please. And you can see the van here. Okay. And the people who work behind this are right here, and I'd like to call them. Prashant, can you please come up? Prashant has actually built the GSM base station. In the last 2 weeks, he's worked really hard. I can't tell you how hard. So that's Prashant is here. Amar is here. Amrendra Prasad, please come up, man. Amrendra Prasad has been responsible for doing the geostationary satellites, ground stations, along with Sashi. Sashi is here. Sashi, come. So Sashi and these two guys have built the GSM base station. I've done the long distance HF radio. So this is a small team here who've sort of pulled it off, and we actually worked pretty hard for the last 2 weeks to get this demo going. So if not today, tomorrow, there's actually a problem of line of sight to the satellite that we're trying to access from here. So we are not unable to demonstrate the satellite link, but the rest of the stuff is all here, including the GSM base station. This is actually very interesting, so please drop by and take a look at it, and we'll be glad to explain more to you. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so just to give a small little perspective, the reason of demonstration of this Mavericks man work, Farhan, we all knew that he could do it, but he man who always hides inside his cell under his house, where he makes satellite and whatnot. So we came up with this challenge that we have a project in Uttarakhand, in the Himalayan region, absolutely telecom dark area, and this project is funded by ISOC Foundation, which you must have heard of so many times, that name, funder, and there is a communication issue there. And we were talking to Farhan that how can we have a data connectivity, not only cinema connectivity, because in many places, you can watch movies with dish antenna, but you don't have an internet connectivity or something. So he said that, the basic problem in disaster zone areas or any of these unconnected areas is that how do you actually message each other or convey to each other or send messages. So rather than just doing emergency, he came out with this 5 option communication tool. So he actually told you so many ways, but basically this entire unit can let you communicate through text, audio, video in a two-way fashion, from any location, in a very low data base communication system. And the point that he wants to also make is that you actually do not need a high data density to communicate, the basic communication. This communication system allows you to even make UPI payment. And that is what, if you talk to government, they will always talk financial inclusion, can we make a payment, can we receive a payment, and things like that. So once API of UPI is installed on this one, this can work on UPI payment also. So this vehicle which is standing downstairs, please go see the demonstration. And we are planning to take this vehicle immediately in a month's time to Uttarakhand Himalayan area, where we have a location which is called Dharchula, right? Dharchula, which is on the border of Nepal. And we want to take it also through the local agency to give us a license to operate in a disaster zone area because of the GSM connectivity also. And so basically 5 ways one can communicate. That's one. The other idea, and all of you here who are working in the connected and unconnected area, we are actually thinking that can we make it a policy of the government that in all the unconnected villages and in all the unconnected area, stop taking excuse that telcos will come. We can send one vehicle and they can take care of easily, a radius of 30-40 kilometers, which is more than a panchayat area. You don't need too much of investment. And the vehicle, you don't need 4x4 vehicle everywhere. You can have a second-hand vehicle, any vehicle. What he is also going to do is that he is going to create this communication system as a backpack. So you can open it and install it, and even if you don't have a vehicle, you can have a vehicle just to go in those places, and have this station. So that's what I wanted to convey, to just bring some perspective, is that it's going to be operational in a place where it is going to be utilized, and all of you will be invited to have a digital tourist to come and watch it.
Sorry, there are two things I wanted to say. One was this entire technology stack, from top to bottom is open source. It's open source, it's free, and it's shareable. And it is shared, it's already shared. All right, that's one. Second thing is that while these technology pieces were there was a team which was integrating them, and I didn't see them before, so I'll just call Venu and Anil here. Please come on stage, and Raghav. So these three guys have actually worked in the last 1 week, round the clock, right, through the nights, integrating the entire thing and building it into the van itself. So they were the ones who did the hardest work, in the last week. Thank you very much. And we would love to have you at the van, and please come and talk to us. More than anything, it's you can meet us and we can discuss more applications on top of this stack. Thank you.
And last but not the least, there is food going to wait for you only when you watch the cultural program, which is on the 5th floor, and those culture program is especially curated for the occasion, which is going to talk about the rap song around, unconnectivity and, exclusion and all those things. So please come on the 5th floor and let's enjoy and then have food together.
Council said everything. So I will just say thank you, and we'll see you on the 5th floor. After the cultural performance, we have dinner happening on the ground floor again. Please move to the 5th floor. People who can take the stairs, take the stairs. People who want to take the lift, and see you on the 5th floor. Thank you very much.
And those of your friends who have vanished, you can call them and tell them that खाने के वक्त तक आ जाओ यार वापस.